Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of September 2022. It's really hard to believe that we're already in September of 2022. It seems like time is always going by so fast. Anyway, we have 43 stories coming out to just a little bit over 8 hours. We have stories ranging from the deep woods to morgues and so much more. If you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. It helps out so much in the algorithm. Let's see if we can reach 1,600 likes. Of course, only if you feel that this video is deserving of one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all the time. Just wanted to say a quick thank you for all of the recent support. The channel is growing the best it has in quite a while, and it's giving me a lot of motivation to just keep posting, just keep on doing what I'm doing. I'm really excited to see where we can go in the future. I feel like we still have a lot of room for growth, and I'm just very appreciative to even be where I'm at. I never really expected this channel to become what it is. I don't want to sound like I'm like bragging or anything, because I mean, I understand it's just a YouTube channel, but it is like my biggest hobby. And when I get to share something that I enjoy so much with other people who also enjoy it, I think that that's a really awesome thing. In the past month, this channel has received 500,000 watch hours, which is just so wild to me. I can't even like picture that. I'll stop rambling. Just wanted to say thank you, and I really appreciate all of your support. Anyway, sit back, grab a coffee, pack a bowl, whatever it is that you do to relax, and let's get into the stories. Enjoy, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Look closely. The world is not as it seems. Alex said in the deepest, most dramatic voice a 10-year-old could muster. What you see is not always what you get. Prepare yourselves as we step into a new reality. A reality unlike anything you've ever seen. I stifled a laugh. Where do you get this stuff? He shrugged. I saw it on TV. He was using his regular voice again. You see, while most boys his age put on capes to play Batman or Superman, Alex would put on a cape to play Harry Houdini. I have to admit, he looked the part. The jet black hair slicked back beneath the oversized top hat, the plastic wand protruding from his breast pocket, the dollar store clip-on bow tie. It all contributed flawlessly to the act. Alex cleared his throat before resuming the theatrics. He brandished a deck of playing cards from behind his back and shuffled them crudely on the coffee table. When he was done, he fanned the deck in front of our faces. All we could see was the design on the back of each card, the abstract red flourishes, and the Cupid-esque figures facing one another. Pick a card, any card, he said with a massive grin. Hey genius, Erica began. The cards are supposed to be facing us. Alex's cheeks turned red. I meant to do that, he muttered before shuffling the deck again and correcting his mistake. Now holding the cards in the correct orientation, he repeated his instructions. I drew a card and turned to Erica. I shot her a look that said, "Stop being mean to your little brother." She knew that look all too well. I studied the card and returned it to the middle of the deck while Alex turned his head and closed his eyes tight. Do you remember which one you picked? Yes, honey, I'm pretty sure I've got it. He shuffled the deck one last time, pulled a card off the top, and displayed it with the showman's flair. The 3 of diamonds. Is this your card? He said with a self-satisfied smirk. I pursed my lips and shook my head. A wave of disappointment washed over his face. All part of the show, he said with feigned enthusiasm. He yanked a card from the bottom of the deck, the 10 of spades. How about this? Sorry, bud. Without a word, he turned around and hid his hands from our view while he nervously fumbled with the cards for a moment. Turning back to face us, he removed his top hat and withdrew another card from within. A joker. "You're supposed to remove those from the deck, dummy." Erica was growing restless. I nudged her with my elbow. "That was impressive, but still not my card," I told him. "It was the Queen of Hearts." "Mom," he shouted, stomping his foot. "You're not supposed to tell me. I was gonna get it." "Yeah," Erica said, nodding her head facetiously. "Another 60 tries and you would have nailed it, no doubt." "Okay," Alex said. "I'll try that one again tomorrow." "For my next trick," Erica interjected. "You know, Houdini's big trick was to let someone punch him in the stomach as hard as they could. Maybe we could try that." He ignored her and continued. "For my next trick, I'll need a rabbit. Can we go to the pet store?" I stroked my chin as if to ponder the question. It's a nice idea, but magicians can conjure rabbits out of thin air. They don't need to buy them. Before he could respond, Erica butted in once more. "Remind me again why I couldn't be an only child." "Okay, Miss Too Cool for School. Go to your room." Finally. She practically skipped upstairs without missing a beat, leaving me alone with Alex. I reassured him that he was doing a great job already. "I need more practice," he finally admitted. "I'm going to skip ahead of the grand finale. I've been working really hard on this one. You're going to love it." He took me by the hand and led me through the hall to our downstairs bathroom. "I'll need a volunteer for this one," he said. I jokingly looked to my left, then to my right before raising my hand. "Wonderful. What's your name, ma'am?" he asked. I stared at him in silence for a few seconds before telling him that he would be calling me Mom. "Okay, Mom," he said with finger quotes. "You wait right here. I'm going to go inside and close the door. Once I say the magic words, you open it. Do you know the magic words?" "Please and thank you." He rolled his eyes and stepped inside, hastily closing the door behind him. I noticed that he hadn't turned on the light. Abracadabra, alakazam. I decided to just wait long enough for him to get into position, but I didn't hear any movement. When I finally opened the door, I was met with a dark bathroom. Very impressive. I began as I slowly inched my way to the fully drawn shower curtain. I wonder where Alex could be. I yanked back the curtain, prepared for my big gotcha moment. But the shower was empty save for a shampoo bottle that must have fallen onto the porcelain bottom. I must admit, I was puzzled. Could he still fit in the cabinets under the sink? My question was answered immediately as I opened the doors and saw nothing but cleaning supplies. Spare toothbrushes, and water pipes that surely rendered the space too tight for a child of his size. "Okay," I thought. He climbed onto the counter, opened the window, crawled outside, and closed it again. All in the 20 seconds that I waited in the hall. Had it even been 20 seconds. I opened the window and looked at the rose bush that covered the ground beneath. It was riddled with thorns and showed no signs of disturbance. There was no way he had gone outside. He really has been practicing, I thought. I flicked on the bathroom light and stood in silence for a while. I wasn't sure what to do next. My heart started to race as I grew faint. I threw open the door to the medicine cabinet. I'm not sure why I did that because it was about a foot wide with roughly 2 inches of depth. "Shit," I said aloud, noticing that his EpiPen was missing. Was this some elaborate scheme? Was he running away from home? I ransacked the ground floor of our home, combing through every room for a sign of Alex as I shouted his name at the top of my lungs. I checked our video doorbell feed from my smartphone to look for signs of motion by the front door. Nothing in the last hour besides a few cars driving down our quiet suburban street. As I was haphazardly throwing the sofa cushions across our living room, I heard the sound of footsteps descending from upstairs. "Mom?" Erica called out to me. I turned to face her as she leaned against the banister. She looked concerned. "What's going on?" "Where's Alex?" I asked. I was so exasperated I could barely get the words out. "Alex? Where is your brother?" I was screaming now. "Mom, Erica trailed off. I knew it. She has to be involved in whatever prank he's pulling. "Did you hear him go upstairs? Go check his room, please." She stared at me blankly for a moment before darting back up the stairs. I fell to the floor in tears and pulled at my hair. When I finally felt strong enough, I brought myself back to my feet and called out to my daughter. "Erica, any luck?" No response. I quietly made my way up the staircase and saw that her bedroom door was ajar. I heard the unmistakable sounds of murmuring. She was talking to someone. He's with her, I thought. They're going to give me a heart attack for a few minutes of childhood fun, and they don't even like each other. I felt a knot in my stomach as I crept closer to her bedroom door and realized that she wasn't talking to Alex at all. "Dad, please. This is serious. We have to call someone." Shit, Alex is in danger and she knows it. She doesn't want to tell me what's really going on. I burst into her room as she gasped and dropped her phone. "Where is he?" I screamed. I rifled through her closet and under her bed. "What did he do? What did you do?" Erica was sitting in her reading chair by the window, sobbing into her hands. "Mom, you have to stop this," she begged. I said some things to her, things I would never say to one of my children under normal circumstances before storming out of her room. I trudged down the hall to Alex's room and threw the door open. I didn't know how to process what I saw inside. Alex's bed, his posters, his toys, the dirty laundry that always littered the floor. It was all gone. All of it had been replaced. There was a mahogany desk covered in notepads and manila envelopes, a filing cabinet, even an exercise bike in the corner of the room. The carpet was an entirely different color. How is this possible? I tried to remember exactly when I had last set foot in this room. I was sure it had been earlier that day, but maybe not. Maybe someone had done this overnight. That desk looked like it weighed at least 200 pounds. So this was not a one-man job, let alone a one-child job. Perhaps this was all part of Alex's grand finale. My phone began to ring. I retrieved it from my pocket and checked the caller ID. Christopher, my husband. It was nearly 5 o'clock, so he should be coming home soon. I swiped my thumb across the screen to answer the call. "Christopher, sweetie, what the hell is going on? Who did this?" "Angie, where are you?" he asked. I told him I was in Alex's room. "Angie, this isn't funny." I wasn't amused, but I laughed anyway. "You know what's not funny, Christopher? You're not funny. I know you're in on this. What did you do? Where is our son?" "Okay, I'm leaving the office now. Please stay put," he pleaded. "Go lie down for a minute and I'll be right over. I just have to swing by my house and grab a few." "What are you talking about?" I interrupted him. "I already told you. We're at the house now. If you don't tell me what's going on, I'm calling the cops." "Please don't call the cops again. Just say where you are. I'll be..." I ended the call. I did not have time to put up with this. With any of what they were doing. I needed to search the backyard and check in with the neighbors. He couldn't have gone far. I walked out of Alex's room and slammed the door so hard that I thought I heard something break. I couldn't stand to look at what was in there anymore, so I didn't bother to check. I made my way toward the staircase, past Erica's room. She was still audibly sobbing inside. As I descended into the foyer, something in my periphery stopped me dead in my tracks. I didn't know exactly what I saw, but I could tell something was out of place in our living room, and it wasn't just the dismantled sofa. My eyes darted across the television stand, the magazines and coasters atop the coffee table, and finally the fireplace. Sitting atop the mantel was a row of framed photographs, but they were different. Some of them were familiar. Erica's baptism, her first soccer game, her first school dance. But there was no pictures from our wedding, and no pictures of Alex. At least, not the Alex that I knew. Resting face down in the center of the mantel was the largest picture frame of them all. I turned it over and studied the photograph carefully. Christopher and I were seated on a hospital bed. We looked at least a decade younger. I was in a gown, my hair greasy and disheveled. We were both forcing smiles, but there was an unmistakable grief behind them. Our eyes were bloodshot and puffy. In my arms, I was cradling an infant, swaddled in a baby blue blanket. Though he was obviously a newborn, he had a full head of jet black hair. His skin was solid gray. He looked eerily still, even in a photograph. "Mom?" a voice called from behind me. I hadn't heard Erica come back downstairs. "Sweetie?" I said as I raised the photograph. My voice broke as tears streamed down my face. "What is this?" Erica carefully stepped closer. "You know what it is, Mom." She reached out and gently grasped my shoulder to comfort me. I jerked away and threw the picture against the wall. The glass shattered and scattered across the floor as the frame landed face down once again. I stood atop the debris and pointed a shaking finger at the floor. "This isn't us. This never happened." "You need to look at it, Mom. I think it might help you." I brought myself to the floor, sitting on broken glass and crying while my daughter held me. I contemplated turning the picture over and taking another look, but my tears were coming too quickly for me to see anything anyway. After more than an hour, my tear ducts were empty and I had finally regained control of my breathing. Erica and I hadn't spoken another word. "I don't want to look at it. I want to go. Can we go?" I begged. "Yeah," Erica said. "Yeah, Mom, we can go." As she stood up and offered to help me to my feet, I took one last glance at the picture frame that I couldn't bring myself to turn over. The dust cover that held the photograph in place behind the glass had become dislodged from the frame, presumably in the impact with the wall. Something was peeking out from behind it. A small piece of paper, red and white. I grasped the corner of it, careful not to embed any glass shards in my hand. The paper was smooth and waxy. I slid it out from between the photograph and the dust cover. A white card with red flourishes. Two figures that looked like Cupid, that looked like Alex, faced one another. I laughed. I laughed and I laughed until I could hardly breathe, while Erica stood completely still. She seemed afraid and clearly didn't know how to react. "Mom," she said sheepishly, "are you okay?" I fell onto my back and held the card up high above me, continuing to examine what was printed on the back as my hearty laughter faded into stifled giggles. Erica peered down at me from above. "Look closely," I said. "It's the Queen of Hearts, isn't it?" Up until about a year ago, I was a mortician. Many know that morgues are more of a family business, and it is inherited by family members. My situation was no different, but there were a few rules that had to be followed. Rule number 1, no prepping the bodies from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. This rule made it to where there was nobody at the morgue past 11:30 at night. On the few occasions that a person arrived at the morgue at those times, the only person who would prepare them would be my grandmother. Nowadays, some morgues no longer have a night shift, and ours follows that suit except with my grandmother. If someone needed to be prepped, she'd be the one to do it no matter the hour of night. Rule number 2. When entering or leaving any room, or even the morgue itself, you are supposed to say hello and goodbye. I never understood this rule, but I never dared to question. Rule number 3. Never forget to wear your family protection amulet. This rule was the most important and stressed rule. These amulets were passed down in my family to any who worked at the morgue. My grandmother always said that they protect us from the unnatural world. While I never really had much belief in the unnatural world, I never went against the rules. My grandmother also stressed I had to believe in the amulet so it'd work. For her, I did believe in it a bit. During the time I worked at the morgue, I noticed that I was the only one who ever had stuff happen to them. It was nothing too serious, just the misplacement of an item or my car keys. It never bothered me and I brushed it off as my family members pulling a prank on me. That was until about 2 weeks before I quit. A person had come in at night past 12 a.m. and my grandmother, who usually prepared them, was in the hospital. No one else who worked there wanted to go, so I did. I know, they sounded highly unprofessional. But everyone in my family stuck to the rules very religiously. I came in and immediately noticed something off about the morgue. It looked the same as it does in the day, but it didn't feel the same. I shivered at the cold that surrounded me, and just focused on getting the person prepped. As I worked, I felt something stare me down, but I never saw anything. Things I needed would get misplaced, and I had to go search for them. This made it take longer to get done. By 3 a.m., I had finally finished. I placed the body in the refrigerated mortuary cabinet and got ready to leave. I was walking back to the lobby when the lights shut off. They came back on after about 3 minutes, and the morgue now looked more old and run down. I tried looking out the window, but it was completely black. No sign of the street lamp. It was almost like an alternate version of itself. I felt sick to my stomach and brushed the thought aside as I hurriedly headed for the door. I tried to open it, but it was locked. I kept turning it until I heard the sounds of nails scraping against the wall behind me. I turned around slowly, and there stood a humanoid entity. There wasn't much I could see of it since it was covered in a swirling black mist. With it came the smell of death and sulfur. I gagged at the smell. It started walking closer, scraping its nails against the wall. I tried the door again, but it wouldn't budge. Feeling hopeless, I grabbed the amulet and started praying. It laughed. "That won't work. You don't truly believe." Its laugh and voice were awful, like metal being crushed together, and it sounded like multiple people were speaking at once at different octaves. As it passed by the windows, they cracked and shattered, spraying me with the glass. I began to cry as I felt like my life was going to end. I held the amulet tighter and prayed harder. It rushed at me and grabbed me. "Like I said, that won't work. You're in my world now." I struggled through the fear and sobs. "What do you mean?" "This place has been a portal to hell before it was ever a morgue. Why do you think there were these stupid rules?" It laughed. I had turned completely cold. It raised its clawed hand up and stabbed into my stomach. I shuddered as I felt the pain burn through my body. I felt my body go limp as I passed out. When I woke, I was where I was previously, but the morgue looked the same as it does in the day. It no longer looked run down and off. There were no signs of that entity, just the shards of glass on the floor. I went to get up, but a sharp pain shot through me. I looked down, and on my stomach were 3 claw marks seared into my skin. My skin was a weird charcoal black color, and it smoldered where the entity had stabbed me. The glass from the windows was embedded into my arms as well. Slight blood trickled from some of the cuts, but they were nothing compared to nasty seared black scars on my stomach. I got up and went into the lobby. I checked the clock and it was 5:01 a.m. I had been out for about 2 hours. I quickly got my car keys and left. When I got home, I first cleaned my seared stomach and wrapped it, and then pulled the embedded glass from my arms. I cleaned the cuts and wrapped them and went into my room and fell asleep on my bed. After that, I was sick for 2 weeks. When I was sick, I refused to see any of my family members. I didn't know how they would react if they knew I had gotten sick after I had gone to the morgue after 12 a.m. My grandmother had recovered, and she was the one who tried to contact me the most. The 3 claw marks were still on my skin. They looked like black burn scars. I could barely sleep at night from the recurring nightmares of that entity. Once I felt better, I visited my grandmother and told her I was quitting. She didn't ask any questions, and it almost seemed like she already knew why. The only thing she said was, "When you are ready, I'll listen." I left her house in tears. I'm sure she knew I had an encounter with that entity. Did she ever encounter it, or did her belief keep her safe? I didn't know the answer, but I am convinced that the entity was the reasoning for the weird rules at the morgue. About 3 months ago, I told my grandmother what had happened, and she consoled me and placed what she called a protection prayer over me. After everything that happened, I hold a strong belief in the unnatural world, or the unseen world, or whatever you want to call it. I still have night terrors very often, and suffer from insomnia due to the night terrors, but I'm getting help with that. Stay safe out there, people, and don't assume that everything is as it appears. I fixedly stared at my computer screen as I carefully listened to the voice from that YouTube video like my life depended on it. I listened again and again, telling myself it couldn't be possible. Surely it was just some random guy with a voice that just so happened to be very similar to mine. Or perhaps I was just getting nervous, and my paranoia was tricking my senses into hearing something that didn't correspond with reality. I listened one final time. It was 2:30 a.m., and I desperately wanted to go to bed, but I had to make sure, or else the intrigue wouldn't let me sleep anyways. Yep. Now I was convinced. No, I was positive of it. As absolutely nonsensical as it seemed, the voice from that video was none other than my own. Heinrich's Gaming Room. That was the name of that YouTube channel. Heinrich was indeed my name. In fact, I visited this channel because YouTube's algorithm recommended it to me out of nowhere, and I thought it was cool because it had my name, and had videos featuring many video games I was familiar with. I was your average 19-year-old college student still living with my parents in Germany. But I wasn't a YouTuber. I admit I had fantasized with the idea several times, especially when I was a young teenager in middle school, but I've never had the sufficient means, nor the dedication to pull it off. I had a YouTube profile that I used to subscribe to channels that interested me, and maybe leave a comment from time to time, but that was it. So where the hell had this channel come from? As far as the actual content that could be found on Heinrich's Gaming Room went, it mainly consisted of gameplays, as its name would suggest. Namely, they were video games from the mid-2000s to early 2010s I had grown up playing. Most of them were games made by the company Nintendo, as I had primarily owned their consoles during my childhood, as opposed to my friends who had always leaned more towards Sony's PlayStation. In regards to their quality, The videos weren't unwatchable per se, but they certainly weren't stellar either. The voiceover that accompanied the gameplays especially ticked me the wrong way. And not just because it was literally my voice, but also because they were done in broken English with a comically exaggerated German accent that almost made me think the channel was trying to be some sort of parody. I can speak English way better than that, I thought. By that point, I was exhausted, so I decided to call it a day and go to bed. The next morning I checked the mysterious channel once again, and to my surprise, a brand new video had been uploaded as recently as a couple minutes prior. It was the continuation to a gameplay series in which my doppelganger played Yoshi's Island DS, an unfairly overlooked game for the Nintendo DS, which is actually a sequel to the critically acclaimed original Yoshi's Island for the Super Nintendo. Alright everybody, we're going to continue playing Yoshi's Island DS. We're going to pick up from where we left off the other day at the start of World 2. Said an all too familiar voice in its characteristic German accent. He then continued playing the game normally, making a few unremarkable comments here and there until he said something that sent shivers down my spine. Funny story, I first played this game back when I was 7 years old, and I bought it from my good friend Dieter. He actually sold it to me for €2 in the middle of the school playground. I still have the original box for the game, and it still has Dieter's name written on it. The voice said before letting out a light chuckle. My body trembled in shock as I listened to the voice in disbelief. It was true. All of it was true. I still remembered that day as if it had been yesterday. I remember how Dieter almost got caught by our teacher trying to sneak the game inside the school. I remembered how he wanted to sell it to me because his grandmother thought all video games were compatible with all consoles, and so she bought him a Nintendo DS game, even though he had a PSP. I remember Dieter's name written on the game's box. Just to make sure, I went to check the drawer in my bedroom where I kept my old toys and video games. There it was. The very same box containing the game Yoshi's Island DS. It had faded considerably with time, but it could still be seen. On the back of the box was a name written in blue marker. Dieter. One side of my brain instructed me to stop watching. It would have been the most comfortable option, but my curiosity prevailed. I needed to keep watching. I needed to know what the hell was going on and figure out who this imposter was. Before advancing to the next stage, I want to go back to World 1 because one of my subscribers commented on the previous video saying I had missed a red coin on a previous level. The imposter explained. It was then when I decided to check out the comments section to see who was watching those videos, only to find there were no comments, no views, no likes, nothing. And it's not like they were disabled or anything. I could leave a comment if I wanted to, and yet there literally were no comments. I checked his other videos and the same was true. No one was watching this. So what in the world was he talking about? Alright guys, we've reached the end of the episode, but before you leave, I want to make a special announcement. Our next gameplay will take a bit longer than usual to come out because tomorrow, I'm going to be organizing a special live stream to show my gratitude for all your support. I'm going to show my face for the first time ever, so I hope to see you all there. The voice announced before ending the video. You can bet as soon as I jumped out of bed the following day, I checked my phone to see if the livestream had begun. Not yet. The channel's most recent video was still the one from the previous day. I had subscribed to the channel. That way I would receive a notification as soon as the stream would go live. So I decided to just go about my day normally and wait until that notification arrived. My parents went shopping later that evening, leaving me home alone. It was then when my phone finally notified me. The live stream had begun. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my special live stream. The voice greeted his audience, which only consisted of myself. That's right. I was the only person watching that live stream. Judging by what could be seen on the recording, he was apparently outdoors, standing in what looked like a garden, a suspiciously familiar garden. Now, I see all your comments begging me to reveal my face, but first, I wanted to take you on a little tour and show you my house, he said before he moved his camera to focus on a house located right in front of him. My house. I frantically looked out the window trying to spot him, but the garden was empty. He wasn't there, and yet the live stream clearly showed him standing right in front of my house. I continued watching on my phone as he approached the front door of the house and entered the building. Once again, the stream clearly showed him opening the door and stepping inside a house which looked identical to mine. But I didn't see or hear anyone opening any door outside of the live stream. So yeah, welcome to my house. Here we have the kitchen, the living room. It's nothing special, but it's my home. The voice said as he walked around an exact replica of my house. I checked every room and every corner of the house in an attempt to find him, to no avail. Alright, my dear subscribers, I'm gonna head to my bedroom where I normally film my videos, and once I get there, I'll finally reveal how I look, he announced. Once again, speaking as if plenty of people were watching him, even though I was the only spectator. I simply stood inside my bedroom with my eyes glued to the phone, horrified. I started hearing them. Footsteps. Someone was approaching my bedroom. And here we are. Welcome to my bedroom. The voice said as he opened the bedroom's door. And this time, I saw it open too, but inexplicably I could not see him. I could only hear his footsteps and watch as the door opened and closed seemingly on its own. Look at me, aren't I handsome? The voice said as he filmed a terrified 19-year-old with a phone in hand staring towards the camera in horror as he screamed to the top of his lungs. The next day arrived and I got out of bed excited by the splendid reception my livestream had received. There were hundreds of comments from my subscribers congratulating me for how successful Heinrich's gaming room was becoming. Wasting no time, I quickly got to work and began recording my next gameplay video. I don't want to keep my loyal audience waiting, after all. In my last year of college, my boyfriend and I decided to go on a road trip. Our plan was to seek out the most rural, out-of-the-way places in America. We decided to not bring any maps, remove the GPS from the car, and left our phones at home. The only thing we brought with us were a compass and a book on how to navigate using the stars. As it turned out, it wasn't hard to escape the safety of civilization. About a month into our trip, we had almost died of thirst. Were chased by a drug dealer's pet bear, and met at least 3 people who may have been serial killers. But the most disturbing incident during our trip didn't happen in the woods or forgotten ghost towns. Ironically, it happened in a place that was the closest to civilization as we had gotten since our trip started. We were driving down a rural road wondering where we were going to camp for the night. The last town we hit was 30 miles back, and the only road sign we saw was rusted and illegible. The road was so badly maintained that it looked more like a dirt trail at places. My boyfriend and I debated whether to turn back or not because if it went on like this, we would run out of gas if we didn't get a flat first. But the thing was, we had already come so far that to turn back was as big of a gamble as to keep going. And then something happened beyond our most optimistic expectations. This shitty pothole-filled path suddenly became a perfectly paved asphalt road. And then about a half-mile down there was a restaurant. This in of itself wasn't odd. We had passed through the entire ghost towns with standing buildings, some even with dishes on tables, as if people had left in a hurry. But what was weird about this place was how new everything was. I felt what Hansel and Gretel must have felt when they saw the witch's cottage in the middle of the woods. As my boyfriend and I walked across the parking lot, we speculated on what we would find. He said the place will be totally deserted, and the cars in the parking lot were stage props. I said the staff were running a human meat factory, and we were the next victims. The reality was disappointingly ordinary. What we found was your typical roadside diner. From the general chatter, the other 10 or so customers were, like us, just travelers passing through. We had just ordered when I heard a loud pop and the sound of glass breaking. I looked around to see a man running across the dining area and through the swinging doors that led to the back kitchen area. The glass on the front door the man had come through was shattered. The loud pop we heard was a bullet hitting the glass. It seemed that somebody had shot at him as he was running into the restaurant. In a matter of seconds, the restaurant was surrounded. It was like a movie where the SWAT team moves in from out of nowhere in perfect coordination. There were 20 or so armed people with guns spread out in the parking lot. There was an official look about them, but no insignia to indicate what they were. So let's just say they were some kind of guards. The way the restaurant was set up was that the entire front of it was plate glass. From the parking lot, you can see every table in the dining area. All the staff had rushed into the kitchen after the man ran in there, so the only people left out front were the customers. We were completely silent as we took turns staring at each other, because whatever was happening in the kitchen, there was no doubt the guards were aiming their guns at us. I felt as if I had fallen into the Twilight Zone. Shouldn't the guards be trying to get into the kitchen? Shouldn't they be trying to make some kind of contact with us? Why were they aiming their guns at us? There was something so off about the situation that I could not accept it at face value. I remember thinking to myself, this is a movie. They're shooting a hidden camera reality show that pranks unsuspecting passerby or something. Anything. But here's the thing. Even to my untutored eyes, those guns looked real. What the heck was going on here? My boyfriend and I were sitting near the windows, and next to us were a family of 5, a man and a woman and 3 kids. Ours were the only 2 tables that had a straight line of sight to the back kitchen area, so we could just about see into the kitchen if the swinging doors opened. This didn't strike me as relevant at the time, but later I did think about it a lot. The layout of the tables and who was where and who could see what. The standoff lasted maybe 20 or 30 minutes. During this time, the noise from the kitchen was getting strange. I remember hearing a dog when the man first ran into the kitchen, and didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was bring your dog to work day. Maybe it was the cook's dog and the intruder surprised it. I'm sure there are regulations about keeping animals in a working kitchen, but who was going to care out here in the middle of nowhere? My second thought was that this dog, if it was a dog, must be fighting the men who had ran into the kitchen, because I had a fear of dogs from an unpleasant incident in my childhood. My instinctive reaction was to sympathize with the man. But as the noises continued, I began to think the dog was not winning this fight. The dog sounds were not just getting louder, but extremely expressive. I had never heard a dog scream before, but I was sure this dog was screaming. Not just screaming, but as if it were trying to say something. The noises had the cadence of human speech. It was as if this dog, or whatever it was, understood the concept of talking, but only lacked the appropriate physical organs to do so. At one point I began to be confused whether I was hearing a dog, or a man, or both. By this time, I was actively sympathizing with this dog. I wondered what the other people in that kitchen were doing to leave this animal to the mercy of what must have been a violent psychopath. because anybody who can cause a dog to make the kind of noise I was hearing couldn't be sane. And then the doors to the kitchen burst open, before somebody pulled it closed again. I remember seeing an actual dog, or rather the face of a dog hanging in midair like a Dali painting. It was one of those things that you remember from the chaos of the moment before your brain had the time to process what you've seen into something rational and acceptable. When the noise in the kitchen finally stopped, the guards from the parking lot came into the restaurant. Most of them stayed in the dining area, and a few went into the kitchen area. A server came out and put up the close sign. They kept us there for hours. People were angry but also scared, and that kept us from outright rebellion. Flashbacks of missing people documentaries kept pushing themselves into the front of my mind. I didn't want to give in to my fears. But at what point do you throw in the towel and admit to yourself things are not going to be okay? Finally, they hustled us one by one into a storage room in the back. They asked us a lot of questions, like how did we get here, who we were, why we were there, and so on. They even took our fingerprints and drew our blood. They treated us like criminals without ever showing us their credentials or telling on us what authority they were acting. They could have been outlaw vigilantes for all we knew. We were escorted out of town by one of the guards' vehicles. As we drove, we saw on the two sides of the road chain-linked fences with sentries posted every 100 feet or so. The odd thing was that there was nothing discernible on the other side of the fence as far as the eye could see. What the hell? I thought to myself, did we stumble into? The guards left us where the paved asphalt ended, so all that was left were the cars of the restaurant customers. There were 6 or 7 cars in all. We kept driving for another mile or so, and then one of the cars pulled over to a stop, and so did the rest of us. We got out of our cars and stood at the side of the road. A woman said, "Did anyone see its face?" What struck me right off was that she said its face instead of his face. And the other thing was her voice, which was very low and husky but not hoarse, rather unusual. Her name was Cynthia. She and her husband and 3 kids had a table next to me and my boyfriend at the restaurant. Theirs were the only other table besides ours that had a straight line of sight into the kitchen. I shook my head. I had only seen the man's back as he ran into the kitchen. Her husband said, "Shut up, Cynthia." She looked around at the rest of us and said, "It wasn't a man." When she said that, it was like somebody flipped a light switch in my head. It was like a stray piece of puzzle had suddenly found its place, but the finished picture made even less sense than before. Somebody said, "What was it if it wasn't a man?" Cynthia became hesitant, as if she was holding something back. She said, "I'm not sure." And her husband was saying something under his breath, "Shut up, shut up, shut up," over and over again, staring at the ground the whole time. He just didn't look right to me, and the kids looked scared. I had the distinct feeling this guy wasn't the steadiest boat on the seas, even under normal circumstances. I said to Cynthia, "Do you want to come with us?" When I said this, she came over to where I and my boyfriend were standing. She stood next to him, their arms almost touching, and for a moment they were both looking at me. I had a feeling of deja vu, as if I had seen all this before, which at the time I put down to exhaustion. Because how can you see something again when you're seeing it for the first time? "You can bring them," I said to Cynthia, meaning the kids. "We have space in the car." She shook her head and said, "You're sweet, but I can't." No matter how well you know somebody, you can never really know them. I started dating my boyfriend in senior year, and it was one of those whirlwind romances I had only read about in books. He was older, a graduate student, and was the TA for a class I took back in freshman year. So there was an illicit flavor to our relationship that gave it an extra tang, at least to my thinking. He was very good looking, had dark hair, dark eyes, and this extremely clear, smooth skin. He was a bit of a pretty boy, looked like an ad in 17 magazine. At the time, he was really quiet, a total introvert, which made him seem very mysterious to me. And he was. Or at least he seemed to be really, really into me. Like to the point where it was way too much. If I texted him, he would text back within minutes. He walked me to all my classes and would be waiting there when I got out. He had his own off-campus apartment, and he turned one of the spare bedrooms into a study so I didn't have to go to the library. His life seemed to revolve around me, and looking back, that was a major red flag. But I was bubbling with college kid hormones, and I was blinded by lust. In my head, I called him Prince Charming. We went on our ill-fated trip a couple months after we met. At the time, I believed that it was my idea, but afterwards, when I had thought about it more carefully, I began to think it was actually his idea. Or rather, he had put it into my head and made it seem like it was my idea. During the course of the trip, my Prince Charming turned out to be a grade A asshole. Like, he would have us hiking 10 miles each way to get water for no good reason. Or I would wake up in the middle of the night and he wouldn't be there. And when he finally showed up, he would be like he went to get supplies or some similarly inane excuse. After what happened at the restaurant, I was like, we need to go to the police. We have to tell somebody what just happened to us. I was going crazy, but he was so calm. Just looking at him made me feel stupid, like it got to the point where I was questioning my own sanity, wondering if we both went through the same thing. When he finally spoke, he said going to the police would be a problem because his car wasn't insured and he had been driving with a suspended license, which I did not know. But he said it was ultimately my call whether we go to the police or not. I couldn't believe he was worried about something as mundane as a suspended license after what had happened to us. But I too had misgivings about going to the police. I had pink hair, facial piercings, and tattoos, and I had no illusions about how I would look to a bunch of cops. I would win their Crazy of the Year award, hands down. And while my boyfriend looked clean-cut enough, there was the suspended license issue. So we ended up not going to the police. We drove to the closest airport and got the next plane home. We broke up a couple days after that. Later, I found out from a friend that he had left grad school because the professor who was his PhD advisor was fired for research misconduct. I kept asking myself, what if we had not stopped at the restaurant that day? What if we had taken some other road? What if we had been there on another day? All of the random turnings we took in the trip that brought us to that particular place in that particular time. That was fate because it could have so easily not happened at all. It's like flipping heads 100 times out of 100. It could happen, but it shouldn't. And that one time it does, you know something's going on. But some things that seem improbable or impossible are exactly that. Or what if the rational explanation is even more insane? Years went by and I got married, had kids. I did all the normal things that normal people did, and from the outside at least everything seemed fine. One night I couldn't sleep and was obsessively scrolling and clicking through the nether regions of the internet when I saw an anonymous article on some forum about an unnamed psychology professor and his research assistant who ran a series of illegal experiments on human subjects. One of their experiments was to subject individuals to some type of traumatic incident or unexplained phenomena. The point of the experiment was to determine the effects of secrets on individuals and communities, such as to what extent could a person or group of people keep a secret without being kept under a continual state of duress. If somebody decided to tell the secret, would they be believed or written off? How many people would have to tell for the revelation to gain traction? What is the tipping point when an outrageous tale becomes plausible? When and why do communities begin to believe? Many subjects of the so-called experiments did not know they were practicing in an experiment. The experiments were mainly funded by a shell company with connections to the big hedge funds. There were allegations of abuse, fraud, and assault against the professor and his research assistant, both of whose whereabouts are currently unknown. The last sighting of the pair was in Champagne, France, where the professor was said to own a chateau. I looked up my ex-boyfriend's academic advisor on the internet. It seemed that at one point he had millions in research grants and one of the best funded labs in the country, but all that was years ago, dating from before he left the university. There were pictures of him on the internet from past conferences and other professional events, and it was with a feeling of shock when I saw his face. It was that feeling of déjà vu again, but this time there was no mystery. I had seen him on campus before with my ex-boyfriend, though. I had not known who he was then. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his face was almost mask-like in its blankness of expression. It was a face anybody would have remembered, and I couldn't recall a single man from that day at the restaurant who looked like him. But if the professor wasn't there that day, then my theory was a flop, because who would go to such lengths to set up an elaborate hoax like that, and not stick around to watch it go down? I mean, it's ridiculous, but I honestly didn't know if I was relieved or disappointed. A couple of weeks later, I had a dream. In the dream, my boyfriend was walking with a man, I couldn't see who, and I was walking behind them. And as we were walking, the sky got darker and darker. The light became this brownish gray, like a sepia tone photograph. The shadows were strange, almost as if they were backlighted, like in an eclipse. My boyfriend and this man stopped, and I stopped too, and then the man started turning around, except in super slow motion like in a film. He was turning around, and as he was turning around, I was thinking, no, 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 no. And then he was facing me, and I realized that he was actually a she, a woman. I knew that woman. I had seen her before, and I woke up screaming. It was him, the professor. He was there that day at the restaurant, sitting at the table next to us, wearing women's clothes with a fake husband and kids, pretending to be a wife and a mother. He and that woman Cynthia were one and the same person. After a lot of searching, I finally found a video of him giving a presentation at a conference, and it was eerie. For a man, you would have said he had a very nice telephone voice. It was low and kind of rough, kind of husky. When that voice came out of somebody who was presumably female, it was unsettling. It made you sit up and take notice, and I remembered Cynthia's voice because it was so distinctive. It amounted to an identifying characteristic like a facial birthmark, and the professor couldn't have not known that. He could have talked in a falsetto or not talked at all that day, but he talked and he made sure I heard him. I think up until that point I still held out some slight hope that I was mistaken, that there was no way this man and a woman traveling with her husband and kids were one and the same person. But when I heard the professor's voice, it was game over for me. It was her voice. He was Cynthia. My gut feeling is that he was deliberately drawing attention to himself, to his voice. He wanted me to figure out and he wanted to know what I would do once I did. I never told anyone what happened to me, not even my husband. And I guess if I'm right about all this, and I think I am, then their so-called research is a success of sorts. No matter what kind of messed up stuff you do to people, they'll keep their mouth shut. And if they don't, it doesn't matter because nobody will believe them anyway. I was driving my girlfriend home after she got off work one night, and I noticed a man standing under a street lamp on the corner. She saw him too, and we talked about why he was there. Maybe he needed help. We both agreed I should at least check on him, so she got out and gave me a kiss, telling me to be safe before heading up to her apartment. I watched him for a minute. He was looking around quickly, like maybe he thought someone was after him. I felt my gut barking at me to leave him be. He might be crazy or on drugs. He could steal the car or my wallet. For a brief moment we locked eyes, and I saw genuine fear, and that made my gut quiet down and my courage rise. I drove over to where he sat and pulled up to the light, rolling down the passenger side window to talk with him. He didn't get up right away. He just looked around for anyone else and gave me a suspicious look. "You doing alright, man?" I said, trying to be as friendly as I could. He ignored me until I heard a dog bark somewhere nearby, and that made him jump like something had poked him between the shoulders. The dog barked a few times more, and I could see the man was in terror. "You want to ride somewhere?" I asked, trying to calm him down. He got up and came to the door without taking his eyes off where the dog had barked. As he got in, I looked him over. His arms were filthy, but no track marks. His face was haggard and his eyes bloodshot, but I didn't smell alcohol on his breath. He was wearing slacks that were worn down at the knees and a crusty gray snow jacket with fur around the hood that had turned to a matted mess the color of a coyote pelt from years of dirt and grime. He wasn't wearing a shirt under it, and his skin was hard and dry like leather, and stretched tight over his ribs. No prison tattoos. He looked a bit more relaxed once he got in the car, and asked with a voice like sandpaper on leather, "Can you take me to the bus station, sir?" I looked at him harshly and said, "Look, man, I'll take you wherever you need to go, but you have to tell me if you have any weapons on you, and if you do, you put them out the window. Understand? The same for any drugs." The man nodded and held out his hands. "I got no weapons and never had no drugs, sir." I looked for any signs of a lie in his eyes, but saw none. As we drove, he began to tell me where he was going. He came from further south, almost 2 states away. "Name's Walker. Been doing that for going on 26 years now. Been all over. Seen some things that'd make you swear off sleep for the rest of your days. Being on the streets is like being a ghost. Some notice you, some are scared of you, but most just ignore you. You become invisible. Living that way will drive anyone crazy after a while because you see people do stuff they'd never do if someone was looking. Funny things sometimes, but mostly bad things. Things that will turn your heart black and poisonous if you let it." He looked out the window. I could only imagine the memories that brought up for him. He talked easily for a man who lived on the streets. There was a fearless resignation to him, and it made me uneasy. As we drove toward the station, I asked him why he came here and where he was heading. He took a deep breath and thought for a moment. "I had to get away from something bad down south. No gangs or cops or nothing, just..." He looked out at the streets, trying to find the words. "I had come off a boxcar near the border of Mexico. Was traveling with a couple others I'd met further west. We went into the town and talked with some of the locals, and they pointed us toward a camp nearby the train yard where we could stay. It was a shanty town under a rail bridge about a 40-minute walk from downtown. There was a half dozen guys there, and they seemed okay. We found a spot and set up our camp and found out the good spots for food and supplies from the locals. Everything seemed normal until it got dark. There was a communal fire pit at the center of this place. They told us it had to burn all night, that because we was new, we would have to tend the fire for a few nights. When I tried asking about it, they'd beat around the bush or just stop talking altogether. It was Big Bear that noticed the factory was always outside of camp. Big Bear was one of the guys traveling with me. The man was a mountain of hair and filth, but he was the nicest person you could ever meet. He had a laugh that made you want to laugh just by hearing it. Bear brought up the factory to try one of the locals, and they acted like he'd called the devil by name. We had pulled up to a red light, and he stopped a moment looking out at an all-night diner with a kind of hesitant expression. I could see he was hungry, and I wanted to hear what happened to him, so I suggested we stop in for some coffee and a bite to eat before moving on. He looked at me and gave me a sad smile before agreeing with a bashful thanks. After we ordered and got our coffees, he told me about the factory and what supposedly lived there. I seen the place coming in. Looked like a packing plant gone out of business long before I was born. So old there weren't no roads leading to it. At least none you could see. Never would have known it was there unless you were to walk up on it. From a distance it didn't look like anything but an old building. It was when you got close you started to notice things weren't right. No one in the camp would talk about it. All they said was something bad lived in there, and it was a bad idea to talk about it, or even think about it. Now you come across a lot of superstitions out on the road. The life on the streets is a world of talismans, taboos, and good luck charms. Stuff you never say out loud, or something you carry with you or bury near your camp to keep bad luck away. When you have no control of your world and the terrible things it can do to you, you find ways of controlling it, even if it's bullshit. I reckon people been doing that longer than we've been writing or talking. But this kind of fear, this kind of taboo, was something I'd never seen before. They lived in terror of this place, but they found they could stay out of harm's way by ignoring it. That and keeping the fire going at night. That first night the three of us took shifts keeping the fire going. I took the first shift, then Glenn took his. Finally Bear had the last shift before sunrise. The next morning I could tell something was bothering him, so I asked him if something happened. He said he heard sounds coming from that factory. Said they was like animal sounds, but like if a man were imitating them. Couple of times he said it sounded like it was laughing or maybe screaming. He didn't know. He just knew he didn't like it. We rotated the times between us for a few weeks, and it was always the last watch when you'd hear something out there. The sounds reminded me of a lunatic screaming in the night. Lots of folks on the street aren't right in the head, and I've been woken up by one screaming his head off or babbling in the middle of the night. That's what the sounds were like. One time I thought I'd seen eyes shine like an animal in the dark. Sometimes there would be a terrible smell that would drift through. A god-awful smell, and let me tell you, I've been around rot, shit, and garbage, but this was like nothing else. It made you feel smaller, like you was trying to retreat back into yourself to get away from it. It was a wrong smell. That's the closest I ever came to describing it. He shuddered slightly and held his coffee up, taking a sniff as if to chase the memory of that smell away. He shook his head and looked down as he spoke. Glenn took off after a week. Couldn't handle the weirdness. Bear and I stuck around for some damn fool reason. I can't recall what it was, honestly, but we stayed. It was a little while later Bear started acting funny. He was keeping to himself more, and he looked worn, like he might be sick or couldn't sleep. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he's seen something a few nights back. He's seen what lived in that factory, and he said it's seen him too. He'd been hearing sounds like always, but then he heard something closer. A dragging sound. He had to leave the firelight and let his eyes adjust to see it out there in the moonlight, but he's seen it. He said it looked like a pile of rags wearing an old, oily black wig. There was little glints of white hanging off it, and he swore they was bones, small and large. It was dragging a sack behind it, and out the back through a hole, a white hand, pure as pearl in the moonlight, was dragging on the ground from inside. That was when the thing looked right at him. Its eyes caught the firelight like an animal and glowed like embers. He felt all the strength run out of him and fell to the ground. He was trying to crawl back to the fire, but it was like he'd been drained. The thing let out a laugh like a coyote call, and that got him moving again, and he made it back to the fire. He said since then he didn't sleep, except a bit during the day. He would hear it sometimes, little yips and barks. The smell seemed to follow him everywhere, and he lost all appetite because of it. Every day he looked worse. I covered his spot, tending the fire at night, but still, he would wake up screaming in his bag if he'd managed to sleep at all. Then one day he was gone. He took a sip of coffee with a shaky hand and shook his head. The guy at the fire said they'd seen him get up and walk out into the dark. No light, no expression, not a word to any of them, just walked off in the direction of the factory. There weren't no noises that night, or any of the next nights. I tried to get some of the others to help look for Bear in that old factory, but none of them would. Can't blame 'em, really. Can't believe I went myself, but I did. Bear was one of the only decent folks I'd come across out there, and I felt I owed it to him. So off I went. During daylight, of course. God himself couldn't make me go there at night. Other than what put me there in the first place, that was the worst mistake of my life. The building was only half standing. It looked like a Hollywood set, the framework and outer walls giving the illusion of a building with nothing inside. There were little windows at the base that must have led to a basement, and I could see a clear path to and from one of the larger, broken panes that must have been where whatever lived there came and went. I looked down into it, but the darkness was as solid as cloth inside, and I went to the front entrance instead. The doors were rusted off the hinges, and a solid metal chain held them to the center frame where they hung like angel wings. Inside was bright and open, the roof having decayed and crumbled over the years. There were huge, rusting hunks of machinery and old meat hooks on long, rusting poles. The stench of the place was overpowering. It was the same wrong smell I'd catch now and then at night, only this was like standing at the source. I had to hold my shirt over my mouth to go any further. That was when I noticed it. It was dead quiet. There wasn't a single bug chirping or bird calling. Even the wind had stopped. The only sound was a dull buzzing like an unseen swarm of flies. As I noticed this, I realized I was standing before an open cell door. The corroded stairs went down into that eerily solid darkness, and all I could see at the bottom was a mass of some god-awful sludge and standing stagnant water, orange with rot and rust. There were bright white bones jutting out of it, and clumps of old sun-bleached fur. Even more confusing, there were scattered around it several white sausage shapes, some floating in the slime and others down at the bottom. I only saw what might have been animal teeth somewhere in the sludge before the smell became so overwhelming I turned and ran, but not before hearing what sounded like clattering bones and someone clicking their teeth together down there. As I ran, my mind was finally able to process that the sausages scattered around down there hadn't been sausages at all. They were fingers. He swallowed hard and looked like he might faint. I called the waitress over for more coffee, looking around the diner to give my mind a break. This was not how I thought this night would go. I thought I'd be doing a man a favor and scoring a few points of karma for myself. Maybe get an interesting story to tell later, but this was different. His story was of course utterly mad, and yet there was no sign of illness or fraud in the old man. I couldn't make sense of it, so I resigned to keep listening. I did end up seeing Big Bear one last time in a way. I was tending the fire one night, and I heard him call out to me from the dark. I was surprised as hell to hear his voice again. It sounded just like him. I couldn't see hardly nothing out there, but once my eyes adjusted, I seen him. He looked like he was hunched over, just beyond the firelight, wearing the same clothes he wore all the time, only they were stained black with something. like he'd been rolling in old motor oil. His face was oddly slack, like he'd been shot with a muscle relaxer. It was his eyes that made me see it wasn't him. They were just dark holes, like little caves, and somewhere deep inside, something caught the firelight and glimmered. I just turned away from him and stared at the fire, ignoring anything I heard from the dark, forcing the fear away by focusing on the fire until morning came. That was when things got worse. That terrible smell followed me everywhere. I couldn't sleep, couldn't think. I started hearing voices. Sometimes it would sound like Bear or Glenn. Other times it sounded like my wife. I hadn't even thought of her in so long. Hearing her voice come out of the dark like that scared me worse than anything. He gripped the coffee mug tightly and looked away with painful embarrassment. That was a long time ago now. I ain't told that story to anyone, but I might as well tell you. Things being as they are. He looked at his hands like a man condemned. I left because I killed my little girl. She was only 2 months. His voice broke as he said it, and I could see his eyes gloss over. Had a house and a wife then. Good wife. God, I miss her. She was an angel. She had a fever, real bad. Couldn't stay out of bed longer than a few minutes. How she took care of our little girl before I'd gotten home from work, I'll never know. It was up to me to watch over her, and the little one that night. I fed her, changed her, put her to bed, everything I was supposed to. Once she were asleep, I thought I could relax a little. Got a couple beers and settled down to watch TV for a bit. Just a normal night. He shook his head as though he were trying to shoo away a fly that was bothering him. Well, maybe I had one too many. Or maybe I was just dead tired from the day. Or maybe I was just a water-headed fool with 2 left hands and no right to the life I had. My girl, my baby girl, she woke up crying and I went to her. Everything was a blur for me. The house felt like we was on a ship in rough seas. I tried to help her, to hold her, but she fell. His voice broke again and he took a couple hard breaths to steady himself. I dropped her. I dropped my baby girl and she hit the floor. God, that sound. He sniffed and tensed as though he were pulling a long splinter. She weren't breathing. She weren't crying no more. I knew she was dead. I held her in my arms and I said I was sorry over and over. I thought about my wife, how she would hate me for what I'd done, how she would scream and cry and curse me until the day I died. I went into full panic. I picked up my little girl and I wrapped her and put her back in the crib. I didn't even take anything, I just ran. I ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed in an alley and screamed myself hoarse. He didn't look at me as he finished his story. He just looked out at the dark streets. Been out here ever since. His voice was steady again. Thought about dying every day, but I ain't earned that. I've been through the ringer. Been beaten, stabbed, raped, starved, sick with anything and everything, and still I ain't suffered enough for what I had done. And now? He trailed off. Wow. That was all I could think to say. He seemed to be thinking hard about something. I'm sorry to ask, but... He shook as if he'd decided something. I didn't come here to catch a bus, you see. This town is where I used to live before all this. I came to see her one last time, to tell her I'm sorry and get some closure, you know? Hell, she may not even live here anymore, but if you could take me there so I could try, well, I'd appreciate it. He looked at me, his eyes still glossy, and I agreed. We agreed to go after he finished his story, and a few more coffees. The dreams that came when I managed to sleep at all, they were the worst. I was always back in that factory looking down into that hole, seeing those fingers scattered around the filth, and then a scream would wake me up, only it was me screaming myself awake. I had to get away from that camp, so I went into town and found a shelter that would have me. Not all shelters are bad, but I'd learned to steer clear of them over the years. You risk getting robbed or worse when you're in a place regular people expect you to be. Better to find your own space away from anyone. But right then I needed to be around regular people. I needed a building with doors and locks. That first night they almost threw me out when I woke up screaming. The next night I woke up with the night guard yelling in my face as I was trying to go out the locked front doors. I tried not to sleep, and every night, the sounds from the factory would ring out in the distance, getting closer it seemed. If anyone else noticed, they wouldn't say anything. I wanted them to put me in a locked room or tie me to the bed, but they just thought I was crazy and offered me rehab or a church. One night I came out of a dream and I was standing in a dark field. I don't know where I was or how I got there. Then I heard the howls and I could see the shape of that factory in the moonlight. Christ, I had almost walked right into it. I turned and ran back to town completely shaken. What made me leave that place and come back here after all this time was a dream. I don't even remember falling asleep. I was just standing in the dark of the shelter looking up at the moon. It looked like the roof of the place got torn off. The place was empty. All the cots full of snoring shapes were gone. All I could see in the blue light of the moon was big shapes of machines. That was when I realized where I was, and I turned around to see the opening to the cellar behind me, like an open mouth pouring out rotten breath. He wiped sweat from his brow. His face had gone a sickly green as he remembered. It was quiet as the grave, just like before, only now there was clattering like bones being dropped or kicked around on concrete coming from that hole. There was a wet slapping sound like meat being tossed and dragged, and beneath all that, what I heard coming from that hole was a low muttered whisper, unintelligible and constant. I felt like I wasn't in my body no more. I saw myself standing at the mouth of that hole, and I saw myself take a step toward it. Everything in me screamed to stop, but I kept walking. The terror was a dull roar that empowered everything except that low whisper. That's when I heard something I can't believe even now. He took a heavy, shuddering breath. I heard a baby crying. My little girl. I know it was her. I'll never forget that sound, and the devil take me if I ever do. I heard my little girl, and it shook me out of my dream or trance or whatever had me. Only I didn't wake up in the shelter. I came back to myself, but I was still there in that place in the dark. I don't have any idea how I got to be there, but the realization almost gave me a heart attack from pure terror. I turned away from that black open mouth and ran. I ran through the dark brush and along the train tracks harder than I ever ran before, and all the time I can hear it barking and laughing behind me, sometimes so close I could almost feel the heat of its breath on my neck. I jumped a train, damn near killed myself doing it, and left. He finished his coffee and seemed to collect himself. At first, I just wanted to get as far away from here as possible. But after hearing my little girl again, even if it were just a dream, I wanted to come back here. Maybe being so close to something so evil made me feel like I had suffered enough. Or maybe getting away from it was a sign I was ready. Maybe after facing something like that, facing my past wasn't so bad. He shook his head like he still couldn't figure out how he came to that decision. After we finished our coffees and he had finished his story, it was getting close to 3 a.m. He looked outside at the dark streets, and for a moment, a look of pure panic flashed across his face. I spun around to look in the direction he was looking, and I saw a dark shape slip out of view in an alleyway. I only saw it for a moment, but I could have sworn I'd seen eyes shine like a cat's eyes from within that dark mass. Walker was breathing hard, and I could see tears streaming down his cheeks. "What was that?" I said to no one in particular. After hearing his story, my mind conjured all manner of nightmarish fantasies, but nothing approaching logic. I tried to comfort him, but he was shaking his head in his hands, muttering under his breath. After a minute, he started to calm down and looked at me as though he'd forgotten I was there. "Thank you for everything, sir. I really appreciate you listening and buying me that meal and all. I think I'll just stay here till morning and head out. Might even get myself a haircut and a thrift store suit." I asked if he wanted me to stay and give him a ride somewhere, but he waved me off. "You done plenty for me, son. I know my way around this town. I'll find out if my wife still lives around here, and even if she don't, I think I'll stick around a while. Maybe try to salvage something from the wreck of my life. Fresh starts and all that." I could see he wasn't lying, but I also knew he didn't think he'd be doing any of that anytime soon. He looked damned. I gave him what cash I had and made sure he was okay before I left. He tried to smile and look hopeful, but his eyes told me different. I had to leave him there. There was nothing else I could do. I didn't see him again for a few weeks after that night. I hoped he had found his wife and was able to get some sort of closure, but after seeing him again, I don't think that would be possible. I caught a glimpse of him under a streetlight one night, just standing and staring up at my window. He looked disheveled and slack somehow, like he'd lost 40 pounds and was just floating in his clothes. His eyes were just empty dark holes, and I could have sworn I saw a glimmer of something deep inside them. Lately, I've noticed a lot of lost pet signs all over the neighborhood. It seems like every power pole and street sign has at least 2 signs asking about a missing dog or cat. Maybe there are coyotes around here. I could have sworn I heard them howling close by one night. Maybe they killed something nearby. That would explain the terrible smell around here lately. I should warn my girlfriend about them. She's been trying to scare me lately by hiding outside the house at night and calling my name. Maybe I'll go out and surprise her one night. See how she likes it. Today is still Tuesday. It's been Tuesday for, I don't know. I've gave up on trying to keep track. It's been Tuesday, 10:24 a.m. for God knows how long, and I can't make it stop. Time passes, sure. The sun goes down and comes back up. But no matter what, every clock in the house says 10:24, and every digital calendar tells it's Tuesday. I've watched as time passes. 10:24 becomes 10:25, 10:26, 10:27, as long as I look at the clock. The minute I look away, 10:24 a.m., and I can't get anyone on the phone. My wife, my boss, my daughter's daycare, my parents, straight to voicemail. I'm getting lots of texts and emails from everyone telling me there's nothing wrong. They're fine, but I cannot get anyone to answer the phone. I'm probably rambling. Let me back up and explain. When the pandemic hit, like most companies, mine switched to working remotely from home. It worked out great for me, because our daughter was born just before things ramped up, so we really needed to be home with her since her daycare shut down. Once things started opening back up, daycare did as well, and at that point we really needed her at daycare. My wife's office opened back up, but my company recognized we could do our jobs just as well, if not better at home than in the office. So they kind of let us working in the office or at home at our own leisure, provided we're getting our work done. At some point, I can't even remember how long ago, my wife left to drop our daughter off at daycare and just never came home. I typically get wrapped up in what I'm doing, so I didn't notice at first, but every time I looked down at my phone, the time still read 10:24 a.m. At first I thought something was going on with the clocks on my phone and computer, but then I noticed the microwave and oven didn't seem to be working either. Confused, I texted my wife, but she reassured me there wasn't anything weird on her end. As the day went on, and I started feeling more and more paranoid, I asked her what time she had. After some convincing, she told me 10:24. I tried to explain none of the clocks changed, but she kind of just brushed me off and told me she was busy and couldn't talk. I'm not a goldfish, so I know that time is passing. So as the day went on, I continued getting more and more anxious. I tried to call her, but all I got was voicemail. As the sun started going down and it started getting darker, I started to worry. I asked if she would be leaving soon to pick up our daughter, but she reassured me she would get here in about 6 hours when she gets out of work. Night fell and she never came home. When she would answer me, which was only by text, it was to tell me nothing is wrong, but she's really busy and can't talk right now. The following day, after a completely sleepless night of fear and anger, I decide she's run off somewhere and try to reach our daughter's daycare. Surely they could tell me when my wife picked up our daughter yesterday and maybe knew if something seemed wrong. I call the main office and voicemail. I email the director, and she assures me everything is fine and my wife dropped our daughter off on that day, Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. I've made countless similar emails and text messages, and it's all the same, and I could almost live with it if it weren't for the fact that nothing in our house seems to change. Any food I eat reappears. Garbage I throw away disappears from the garbage can. Anything I put from one place to another materializes back in its original spot, not right in front of my eyes. But if I leave the room, it's as if whatever I did in that room never happened. I'll give you all an example. I've got a bowl of 5 bananas on the counter in my kitchen, which has been there for who the F knows. I eat one, and now I've got 4, and there will always be 4, as long as I sit there and look at them, or even as long as I'm in the kitchen. But if I walk away to go to the bathroom or get something out of my office, 5 bananas, in a bowl, yellow as the day we bought them, and I'm almost positive it's not like magic. Someone or something is doing it, and the only reason I say that at this point is because I hear things. Our house is decent sized, not huge, but large enough. We moved in right around when my daughter was born and the pandemic started. Our previous house was a 1-story, 2-bedroom house, and with my wife and I working from home with an infant, we were always on top of each other. I joked with my wife when we first moved in how weird it was being in a house where I sometimes don't know where she was because we could always hear each other no matter what part of the house we were in. What I'm trying to say is, it's a house where you can leave one room and not necessarily know what's happening in another. And what's happening is often something. When I leave a room, I hear things. Footsteps, doors opening, doors closing, maybe a window every now and then. What often happens is something like this. I'll eat a bowl of cereal and a cup of coffee, wash them and put them in the dish strainer, eat an apple or a banana, and sit around my living room getting work done. I used to work in the office, but now I need to be in the center of the house for my own sanity. Eventually I'll get up to use the bathroom or grab my slippers, or just get something I need, and I'll start hearing it. A door opens somewhere, maybe there's footsteps, maybe there's not. Maybe another door somewhere closes. I walk back into the living room. Whatever dishes I've used are back in the cupboard, and I've got 5 bananas or apples again. And maybe I could live with all of this if it weren't for the fact I can't leave. I don't know why. For some reason I can't leave the house. I haven't been outside in I don't know how long, and believe me, I've tried. I'm not sure what a panic attack feels like, but it's like I get a major panic attack anytime I try to walk out the door. I don't know if it's all in my head, or if I'm being drugged or haunted, or hell, maybe I'm in a coma, and this is what a coma is like in 2020, if it even still is. All I know is, I miss my wife, I miss my daughter, and I have no idea if they're really okay. So here I sit screaming into the void on a Tuesday at 10:24 a.m. I've had this account for a little while, and I've never posted anything, because I never really thought anything was worth the effort. But I was telling a friend this story tonight, and they suggested I share it to someone who can help me figure out what it was. I live in New England, if that helps. A few years ago, the summer after my senior year of high school, I was sitting outside around 2 a.m. when my then-boyfriend, we were smoking weed on his porch, catching up about our day. We both worked night shift, so this was about our 7 p.m. equivalent for those who are on day shift. We were both starting to feel it, the conversation trailing off, just looking out at the driveway. He lived in the woods just off a highway, somewhere where enough people passed to feel like civilization wasn't too far, but secluded enough for privacy, and never knowing your neighbors. On the far end of the driveway there was a small patch of bushes on the edge of the tree line. Behind them was a tree that stood out a bit. If you were familiar with it, it would catch your eye. It was like a focal point in the tree line. I was staring off into space at it, and I noticed movement. As my eyes focused back in, I saw something slowly moving behind the tree from one side to the other. Like whatever it was peering at us from either side, slowly switching back and forth. It was pretty tall, definitely taller than the average person, and I knew I could make out the shape of head and shoulders. The porch light was on, and the tree line was at an incline, so by all accounts it was lit well enough to know if something was moving. I started to feel anxious and sick to my stomach. I didn't want to make my boyfriend nervous too. We were both high and have anxiety disorders. So I slowly turned to him and noticed he's looking the same direction I was. Maybe he didn't notice though. At least I hoped. I quietly and calmly suggested we go back inside. Without questioning it at all, he says, "Yeah, let's go in." For context, this kid adored being outside. He would find any excuse to sit outside day or night, rain or shine. He loved winter sports and skateboarding in the summer. He loved hikes and he loved to stargaze. He would spend so long outside he'd come back in with new colonies of freckles all over his face and arms, smiling like a kid coming back from a water park. So for him to just agree to go inside without so much as an "Aw, are you sure?" was out of the ordinary. We go back inside and sit on his bed in complete silence. After a few minutes he says, "Do you wanna watch some TV maybe?" I turn back and say, "I'm sorry. I know we are both high and it's probably just my imagination. I'm not trying to freak you out, but did you see that thing behind the tree?" "Yeah." He just stared at the foot of his bed for a good 10 seconds before smiling. "It was probably just the wind pushing around a baby tree. Those poor things can't hold their own." With that, he grabbed the remote and flicked on the movie we had started before going outside. He reached for my hand, laying down and squeezed it tightly. He was trying to distract me. He knew I was scared. I had to be home before 5 a.m. to be up in time for lunch with my mom. He knew I had to drive home in a few hours. My car was parked 5 feet from the bush patch. I tried to relax, just trying to enjoy my high. We were safe inside, a cute movie on, blankets and stuffed animals. I couldn't have asked for anything more, except maybe snacks. Munchies will get you good. But then it came time for me to go home. It was around maybe 3:30 to 4 a.m. by then, and I had to leave. My drive was around a half hour, and I still needed to shower before bed. I packed my work clothes in my bag and get ready to say goodbye. I was standing at his bedroom door giving the usual, "I love you, I'll text you when I'm home," speech everyone gives when he grabbed my hand and told me to drive safe. I assured him I would, but he lifted my face with his fingers and said, "I know, but I really mean it. I'm worried. I know I worry, but seriously, if you don't want to drive, don't. I can wake you up early to be home to see your mom. I'll tell my mom you fell asleep during the movie. Something feels off. I told him he was very sweet, but that I was perfectly fine to drive. I wasn't super tired and my high wore off. I wish I listened to him and just stayed the night. I wish I just slept there and drove home the next day. I wish I didn't step foot outside his front door until morning. God, why didn't I just sleep there? The second my feet hit the porch, I knew someone or something was watching me. It wasn't anxiety. I knew this feeling. I had been followed home from school. I had been followed to the rec center as a kid. I had been followed in stores as a teenager. I knew when someone was watching me, and I knew it in that moment. I tried to brush it off, warm the back of my neck with my hand and do my breathing exercises, but it didn't matter. Every step I took towards my car, towards the tree line, the weight of dread built in my stomach. It made my legs weak and my hands shake. It wasn't fear, it was a feeling of doom. Why on God's green earth didn't I just go the fuck back inside and say I couldn't drive home? When I got about 10 to 15 feet away from my van, I unlocked it and booked it to the driver's side door, which thankfully was facing away from the bushes. I locked my car again and started. My speakers connect to my phone, playing Sublime's Waiting for My Ruka. Everything is fine. You're in your car, music is playing, most of your drive is on the highway. You'll be home and in bed before you know it. I pull out of his driveway and that feeling of being watched doesn't go away. I'm getting really scared at this point, but something in me was calmly telling me to just act natural. Pretend everything is fine. Go ahead, sing along. You love this song. Don't think about it, just look at the road and nowhere else. It's okay, just watch the road. I get out onto the highway, and then out onto the main stretch of road leading to my house. As I turn, that voice in my head goes from calm to stern, like short commands or instructions. Unbuckle your seatbelt right now. Do not look behind you. Do not look in your mirror. Do not show fear. It's like those thoughts weren't my brain. They came from my bones, from something deep and old, much older than me. So, like any reasonable person would do, I unbuckled my seatbelt and rubbed my stomach, grimacing as if I had a stomach ache. Gotta sell the story. I have a reason to be taking off my seatbelt. Tears silently streaming down my face, I mouthed along to the songs playing, giving half-hearted taps on my steering wheel to the beat. And good God, did I do everything in my power not to look behind me. But it wasn't enough. A car passed me with their high beams on. As I looked over to the side of the road, shielding my eyes, I caught a shadowy figure in the mirror. It was blocking half of my back window on my side of the van. It was like it was absorbing the light, like vibrating dark matter. The second I made any contact, that split-second glance, it was enough for it to get back inside my head. It showed me exactly how I was going to die. Like a sick movie playing behind my eyes, I saw myself screaming, swerving off the road and crashing into a telephone pole. My head hit the steering wheel as I rocked back in my seat. It jumped over the head of my seat, ripping my throat open with its claws and eating me alive. I saw my blood pouring into my lap, and then it was over. I felt every second of it, heard every thought I had. What was the last thing I said to my mom? Who was I? Because whatever I was, this was it. Who am I leaving behind? What was the last thing I said to my mom? Why did you pick me? What are you? What was the last thing I said to my mom? I snapped back to the road, looking around frantically trying to get my bearings back. And then I realized that telephone pole was 1.5 miles up the road. I was trying to slow my breathing. I couldn't speak or scream even if I wanted to. I was completely paralyzed. My body was on autopilot as my brain frantically tried to think of a way out, but all I had was, do not show fear. Do not show fear. Do not show fear. In that moment, my boyfriend called me. I answered the phone trying to sound as normal as possible, but I came across forcefully cheery, my voice clearly shaking. He told me he got bored and decided to call. I was so relieved to hear his voice, but I was also confused. I knew him better than the back of my hand, and this didn't make sense. 15 minutes ago, he was deeply concerned about me driving home. Now he's bored. When he concerns himself with something, he can't let go of it for hours sometimes. At best, he would feel better when I made it home. But for him to be bored halfway through my drive, it was so unlike him, and furthermore, nothing he was saying made sense. Idly discussing random topics like what his shower routine was, which I knew. Why was he explaining it to me? Whether or not he should floss tonight? I've never once seen that kid floss. He despised the taste of blood and would never willingly floss. And most notably, explaining the concept of Forza. That was when I got the message. For anyone who isn't aware, Forza is some dumb racing game we would often play together, trying to beat each other's times until we eventually devolved into seeing how recklessly we could drive without letting the car hit a dead stop, pinned between rocks or at the bottom of a lake. He was explaining the concept of a game we were both familiar with to let me know he knew I wasn't free to talk. He was talking to make it known that I wasn't alone. He was listening and he wasn't hanging up. For the rest of my drive home, we made stilted, casual conversation. I saw the telephone pole coming up. My entire body tensed. I was white-knuckling the wheel. I was going to make it past this fucking pole, or so help me God, I would have started a riot at Hell's Gates. I slowed down gently, trying to seem as calm and fluid as I possibly could. As I passed, something in the air changed in my car. Once again, it was showing me something behind my eyes. Without looking behind me, I saw it standing next to the telephone pole. It knew I escaped. It wasn't just dumb luck. It was showing me where I should have died. It was watching me drive away, telling me, "You were lucky this time." When I turned onto my street, I wept out of relief. My car was barely off and in park before I flung myself out of the car. The no seatbelt sounded so stupid until that moment, and I ran inside the house and locked the door behind me. I just sat on the floor against my front door sobbing on the phone with him. At this point, he broke down too. I didn't notice for a moment until he said, "Jesus Christ, I thought I was going to have to hear you die. I love you so much." He kept repeating how much he loved me, sobbing over the phone with me. I caught my breath enough to ask him what he meant, because I hadn't told him anything yet. In my head, I thought I looked like a maniac. I was just driving home like normal, and then started hysterically crying for seemingly no reason. As far as I was aware, I wasn't entirely sure he even called to protect me. I was doubting myself that maybe he really did just want to discuss Forza of all things for 15 minutes straight. None of it made any sense. He calmed down a little and told that right before he called me, he saw a terrible image in his head of the front end of my van wrapped around a telephone pole, my neck nearly missing, and my dead eyes just staring out my window at him. So, he called me. When I answered, he knew something was very, very wrong. He knew he had to act natural and pretend everything was fine. He looked around the room for talking points and stuck to Forza. I cried and told him everything, begging him to believe me. Of course, he did, but it felt so unreal that I wasn't sure I even believed it happened. I've spent my whole life running from death. I wasn't supposed to be conceived. I almost died twice, during and after birth. I was supposed to be disabled physically and mentally. I turned out physically fine, and aside from high-functioning autism and a slew of mental illnesses, I'm alright. I've been stalked. I've almost been kidnapped a few times. I've been hit by a car once. I slid off the road into a guardrail the winter before. An accident that should have been fatal. But all I had was a concussion and some bruising. I've taken drugs that were laced. I've been given drugs that were just straight up not what I was told they were. I've almost drowned. The list goes on. Anytime I thought I was for sure, no doubt going to die, there was almost a sense of peace. A bit of an, I understand, if this is how it ends, so be it. I'm tired of running, feeling. But this was something cold and desperate, and it wanted to crawl inside my skin. It was powerful, but for some reason it let me go. This was something I would never accept. I lay awake at night wondering if it knows me. If it was in my head, what did it learn? Is it still after me? Has it found me yet? And god damn it, what was the last thing I said to my mom? P.S. My ex and I are still in contact. Upon asking if he remembers this, he told me that night was the single most amount of fear he's ever felt, and recounted his side for me again so I got it right. We came up with a code I can call him with if I ever encounter this thing again. It's, hey, I was supposed to come pick up my copy of Forza yesterday. Do you mind if I swing by to grab it? I work for a real estate company, which sounds boring, I know. But I have the least boring real estate job ever. The company I work for is based in the suburbs of a city that is known for having more abandoned buildings than usable ones. You're probably thinking of the right one, but I don't want to get too specific. Anyway, my company buys abandoned buildings from institutions that can own buildings, but not do much with them, like banks or the state. Then we evaluate them and resell, or gut and scrap them out. This is where I come in. As a fairly active person, I hike, indoor rock climbing, etc., lives in the city. I was always interested in urban exploration. I jumped at the chance to do it legally. I quit my desk job as a loan officer and went to work for the company I work for now. When we acquire new property, we're given an asset assessment sheet, basically a list of anything else that may have come with the property. My job is to enter the buildings and inventory everything inside. I also do some structural checks to see if it's safe for the people to enter. Take photos, basic stuff. Let me tell you, it's a lot more interesting than filling out paperwork all day. It pays pretty well too. Since most people with the qualifications I have aren't very interested in exploring rotten buildings where the roof might collapse on you, if you don't fall through the floor first. That's happened to me, by the way. Not a full-on fall, but I've put my foot through a floor during an inspection. I wanted to post about a weird thing that happened on an inspection last week. It's kind of a whole thing, so let me start from the beginning. The new building was pretty average compared to what we usually got, in a part of the city that was well-to-do in the 60s, but had fallen off over time. The kind of area set up like a downtown hub, but no one really goes there. Some of the businesses were still open, but as little markets and dollar stores. The building I was here for had been a bakery in its heyday, with a small apartment on the second floor. From the basic knowledge I had from the file transferred over with the sale, the owner of the bakery had also owned the building and lived in the apartment, with her daughter and grandchildren, after inheriting all of it from her own parents. As the neighborhood went down, she'd paid less and less of her bills until the unpaid property taxes caused the city to repossess. They'd been completely unable to contact her for months, and when they sent the police out to change the locks, they found the place abandoned. The apartment had been empty, the bakery closed. Sad story, but the same story that a lot of the houses in this neighborhood had. The door opened easily enough. I had a crowbar in my car just in case, but I always tried the keys first. We didn't usually do anything crazy like board over the doors and windows, unless there was vandalism, so the daylight shone through the molding white drapes on the windows and lit the place fairly well. The door was nearly flush with the right wall of the building, and along the bank of windows to my left was a small bar, the kind you might sit at with a muffin and coffee, had there been any chairs. Against the back wall was a glass display case, the kind that also functions as a counter that staff stand behind. There was enough space between these two to suggest that this bakery had often had long lines or possibly more seating. The wall beyond that had a faded mural. It was a picture of soft, green hills dotted with houses descending into a sparkling blue sea. Two doves held a banner, possibly telling the name of the bakery or even the location of the mural. I had no idea because it was in Greek. I set my backpack down, took out my phone and started photographing. The windows were all whole in their panes, as well as the glass making up the counter. The counter also still possessed most of the sliding pans that the sweets would have sat on, though everything was covered in a solid layer of dust. It seemed to have been taken well care of while the bakery was active and thankfully not vandalized since. I made my way into the back room through the door behind the counter. It was actually quite small for a shop this size because the ovens had been installed in the basement. The back room had probably been more of a storage area than anything and was empty. The only thing remaining was the dumbwaiter. In the farthest corner of the room was a square hole in the floor, ringed by steel plates. A yellow striped guardrail surrounded it, coming to about knee height. The mechanism that moved the dumbwaiter was exposed, steel beams lining the wall over the hole. I photographed it, planting my feet under the guardrails and leaning in to give a clear picture of the rust starting to form. I pressed my weight onto my palm, leaned into the wall, and my body hovered briefly over the hole. As I did this, I began to feel like someone was in the basement. I looked down into the square, industrial, empty shaft of the dumbwaiter. I saw nothing, even when I pointed my phone's flashlight downwards. I also didn't see the ground of the basement. With the main floor checked, I prepared to move to the basement. The store room had a back door, leading to a small landing. From the landing you could go up to the apartment or down to the basement. There was also a door which led outside to a small stretch of dead grass between buildings. The outside door had a barred window that cast a striped shadow back at me. I rattled the handle of the door, finding it locked. I hadn't shaken the feeling that someone was downstairs. There was no reason, no sound or movement that had caught my attention, but still it was there, a feeling of presence. The front door had also been locked and had opened correctly, meaning that it probably hadn't been messed with. The back door was locked as well as whole. No windows had been broken. There was no way for someone to be down there, but I still had the strongest, down in my guts feeling that someone was in the basement. I turned to the stairs, tamping down my unease. At the end of the day, the most important items in an inspection were the most expensive, and those ovens were the most expensive thing in the building. If I had to guess, they were probably a big part of the reason we bought the building, if not the reason. Despite my nagging idea that I should not go to the basement, there was no way that I could get out of it. The stairs leading to the basement were single wooden slats, suspended horizontally over an open space. The slightly dusty, cold smell of underground spaces wafted up towards me. Even with the daylight shining in through the window, I could only see the first few steps. Shining the lights of my phone only illuminated one more. They seemed to fade into the solid darkness of the basement. I didn't like the look of the steps, and I couldn't quite tell if it was because of the creeps this place had started to give me, or because I was actually seeing something unsafe that my subconscious was warning me about. Before I went on one of my inspections, I had to check in with my boss, and check in again when I left the building. I also had my phone with me at all times to call the office or 911 if I needed help. Even with these precautions, I still didn't want to fall through a set of rickety old stairs and break my leg. I returned to my backpack in the front room and took out a length of rope and a round 10-pound weight. It wasn't the most high-tech way to test the stairs, but it made me feel a lot more comfortable if I could huck a big piece of metal at a step and have it not break. I threaded the rope through the center of the weight, knotted it twice, and tied the other end to my belt. I'd lost a different weight doing this, and now my home set was lopsided. I moved up to the first step, held the weight out at arm's length, and dropped it. It hit the step with a crash, but the wood held. The second and third did as well. I moved along the stairs as I went, and even as I stood on the third stair, the sound of the weight hitting the fourth was strangely muffled. Still, even with my phone tucked into my shirt pocket and casting a light outwards, I could barely see just in front of myself. The darkness was oppressive, like it was alive. That might be an authorial license, but bear with me. By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, the darkness was thick, the way smoke is. But there was no smell, and it didn't dissipate the way that smoke does when you create airflow. I waved my hand in front of my face to wave the darkness away, but it didn't do anything other than make my hand disappear to slowly dissolve into a haze. The light from my phone only lit the area immediately in front of me. I stepped carefully into the basement. A voice rasped in front of me. I jumped about halfway up the stairs. After I caught my breath, I realized that the sound had been a metallic creak, not a voice. So I had originally thought. I put my palm on the wall to my right and slowly stepped forward. My field of vision stayed consistent at about a foot in all directions. So my plan was to follow the wall in a circle around the room, and hopefully run into the ovens on the way. If I didn't, then at least I would end up back at the stairs and be able to report that I had tried. The other hand was held out in front of me, and I wove it back and forth like a blind man's cane, so that I wouldn't walk into anything. This failed pretty significantly as I stubbed my toe on a metal plate hovering about an inch off the ground. "Fuck," I said, leaning forward to grab my foot. As I moved closer to the metal plate, I saw the yellow and black striped tape ringing the outside of the square plate, and realized that I had found the moving part of the dumbwaiter. It was secured to the wall with a series of steel pieces and wires that I didn't want to stick my hand into. So instead of hugging the wall, I decided to stay low and let my phone flashlight illuminate the dumbwaiter to be my guide. This half of the dumbwaiter was also in the corner, which made me hope that the basement was similarly proportioned to the tiny back room. I was very tired of waiting around in the darkness. My searching left hand eventually hit the edge of a metal box. I could have shouted with joy because I had finally found the oven. I moved closer, letting the flashlight into my pocket illuminate the silver surface. The light barely reflected back at me, not affecting the omnipresent darkness at all. I felt my way around to the glass doors at the front of the oven, then down. I knelt on the floor to search for the serial number on the underside of the steel box. Cautiously, I made sure not to crawl under, or to place my limbs too close. Wary of the metallic screech I'd heard at the bottom of the stairs, the idea of the oven falling and trapping me underneath made me feel a cold sweat on the back of my neck. I feel like I need to take a moment to explain something. I'm not someone that is often afraid in situations like this. Like I said, I'm a physically fit man, and I do this professionally. I have had close scrapes, injuries, unstable buildings, squatters. I have scars from doing this job, and while I am always aware of potential danger, it is rare for me to feel truly afraid. So when I tell you how terrified I was to be in that basement, you need to understand the magnitude of that. And I was terrified. To my bones, I was afraid, and every minute that I stayed was an act of intense willpower, and only because I wasn't interested in losing my job. I felt the raised letters of the serial number before I saw it. Using my other hand, I took my phone from my pocket and used it to snap a picture. Satisfied, I moved to the second oven. I reviewed the photos after they had been taken, and they were perfectly legible. Curiously, I took a photo with my phone pointing into the empty fog of the basement. In my phone screen, there was nothing but swirling fog until I snapped the picture. As the light briefly intensified with the camera flash, I heard the metal noise again, from the far end of the basement. I pulled my phone close to my face and opened the picture. The basement was revealed to be a small brick room, with discoloration around the walls where shelves must have sat. The floor was unpolished concrete, The stairs were suspended by wooden planks, and under them crouched a monster. I froze, feeling disbelief and horror creeping from the pit of my stomach up to my eyes. In the photo, the creature leaned out from a nest of newspaper and fabrics under the stairs. It looked like a bronzed skeleton, except that the skull had no eye holes. It rested on 4 arms. The other 2 wound up through the slats of the stairs as if waiting for unwary feet. I tried to swallow and felt my throat click dryly. My vision narrowed to the screen of my phone, while my mind raced. I needed to get out of this basement. The stairs were now a non-option, as I imagined those long, fingered, bronze hands snatching at my ankles. There were no windows. That left only the dumbwaiter. I assumed that the metallic noise I had been hearing was the sound of the creature moving, as if it was rusted over. It had been silent since I had taken the picture, and I prayed that it still thought I was unaware of its presence. I knew, somehow, that the creature was responsible for the darkness. It was only through some quirk of technology that I had seen it at all, and I could only hope that it was unaware of this and would continue to lie in wait for me. Taking a moment to steady myself, I turned back towards the ovens and the dumbwaiter. I moved agonizingly slow. I didn't want the creature to know how afraid I was. It might pounce if it thought I was trying to escape. I stepped onto the metal plate of the dumbwaiter and bounced, as if testing the weight. I wrapped my hands around the largest of the steel shafts holding the plate to the wall and slowly applied pressure to it. There was no way the dumbwaiter was going to work normally. The electricity had been cut off for months, if not years. The shaft was dirty with sooty, black grease, but seemed like it would hold my weight. However, it was quite awkward to grip, and I knew that if I rushed or got careless, I was going to fall. I tried not to imagine myself falling, and being trapped in this tiny, dark room with that horrible creature and a broken leg. I took a deep breath, in through my mouth, out through my nose. Even without being able to completely see the walls, I knew that the distance that I needed to climb was only 10 or 12 feet, and I had to put in far more than that on the climbing wall at the gym. Breathe in, breathe out. The steel shaft was bolted into the wall, and the solid steel plate that it was made to move had to weigh at least as much as I did. It could hold me. Breathe in, breathe out. I didn't have any other options. Grabbing the shaft as firmly as I could, I swung my leg up to brace myself against the wall, letting the tension of my body support me. Once I felt secure, I brought my other leg off the ground to rest even higher on the wall. I was bent nearly at the waist, with my knees in my armpits, and I could already feel the pressure in my shoulders, neck, and ankles. It was bearable. Slowly, carefully, I released one hand and moved it up the steel shaft, beginning my walk up the wall. I took a deep breath and another step. It was uncomfortable, but doable. I heard a metallic screech behind me. I nearly stumbled catastrophically, but kept my grip at the last minute. After a deep breath, I continued. The screeches continued behind me in smaller squeaks and crunches, chittering along like some ancient machine coming to life. The noises came slowly, but like any machine, it would be faster soon. I continued my walk up the wall, my lower back screaming, torn between the adrenaline demanding that I run and the diminishing reason left in my mind telling me that a fall would be fatal. The rusted shrieking had begun to even out into a steady whirring, clicking along like an old typewriter. It sounded closer already. I felt a yank around my wrist. My fingers slipped where they gripped the shaft, sliding back through the grease. My heart jumped into my throat, and I had to freeze for a moment. My startled lizard brain stopping completely for a moment as it expected my impending doom. When a second pull did not come, I realized that I had made a terrible mistake. The weight I used to test the stairs was still tied to my belt, and it must have caught under the plate of the dumbwaiter. I braced myself and tried to lift my hips, testing my theory, and it held true. I was painfully stuck a few feet from the exit. The clicking behind me crept closer, whirring louder and faster. A dreadful dragging sound accompanied the clicking now. I tried desperately to shut the thought of what that might mean out of my mind. I dragged myself forward, bending my knees until they popped, and jammed my fingertips deep into the thin crack between the shaft and the brick wall. Gritting my teeth, I took my other hand off the shaft. The machine sounds were closer now, that horrible dragging sound nearly underneath me. My left hand fumbled at the knot of rope, but between my growing panic and the grease on my fingers, I couldn't find the end. Click, 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 drag. I shifted my focus to the belt itself, tugging the tongue free and working at the fastener. Click, click, drag. The tongue of the belt came free and dangled uselessly to my side, the knot slipping along the length. Click, drag. My joints screaming, my fingers in agony, I grabbed the shaft again and yanked myself up, praying that the knot would fall the rest of the way off on its own and not send me back down into the darkness. I am not a religious man, but I felt a conversion coming on as I thrust my upper body into that foggy but clearing air above me, my mind a blank and wordless prayer that my belt would give. I felt the side of my belt slip off, and the pressure around my waist suddenly released. I heard myself make a sound like a screamed peal of laughter and shot myself forward. In my desperate hyper-extension, my fingers touched the metal plate on the floor of the storage room. I grabbed onto the lip of the hole and dragged myself up until my other hand could reach the guardrail. The clicking sound was now joined with the tapping of metal on metal, like the sound of a rat digging itself out of a wall. I hung suspended, one hand gripped tight to the guardrail, the other on the metal plate. The tips of my fingers scraped raw from the brick walls. From underneath I felt the dumbwaiter and the apparatus supporting it shake, something impossibly heavy settling its weight onto the metal plate beneath me. The strut I had climbed out on made a popping noise, pulling away from the wall. I shook my head quickly to clear it. Breathe in, breathe out. No time to panic. I swung my lower body up, my abused back muscles screaming. My toes made contact with the floor of the storage room, the side of the open dumbwaiter hole, and skidded off. Pain fluttering up my leg. The strut popped again, pulling further from the wall. That horrible typewriter clicking was louder than ever directly underneath me. Breathe in, breathe out. I swung my body up one last time, my heel connecting with the side of the plate. I pulled my other leg up and swung it onto the floor. My body briefly suspended over the dumbwaiter hole the way you float in the ocean. Head back, chest and hips up. Helpless. I used the last of the strength in my arms to press my body along the floor, sliding feet first into safety. When just my head hovered over the hole, I sat up and lunged across the tiny back room, rolling into the far wall. I watched as the strut I climbed popped and creaked away from the wall, curving forward into the open hole of the dumbwaiter shaft. More metallic noises rose from below, faster, more aggressive. Angry. A wisp of darkness, like smoke, rose into the back room, defiant against the mid-afternoon light streaming in through the barred window. The strut curved farther, collapsing back into itself under the weight, or the strength of the monster, and disappeared into the basement. My breath caught. I scrambled to my feet and ran out of the front door of the bakery. I didn't slow down or stop to look as I grabbed my backpack, closed the door behind me, and got in my car. In a blind panic, I even drove, coming back to myself a few blocks away when my shredded fingers began to bleed down the steering wheel. I stopped feeling the pulse in my hands, my face, my chest, and made a sound I have never made before, and couldn't make again if I tried, like letting all of my terror go in one breath. When I calmed down, I drove back to my office. Keisha, my supervisor, was in the lobby when I pulled up. Why didn't you check in? She demanded. Then I watched her eyes widen as she took in my filthy, bleeding hands, my belt hanging off my waist, and whatever expression I was making at the time. The angry boss act dropped immediately and she ushered me back into our shared office. What happened? I told her everything. It came out as she quietly examined my hands, cleaning and bandaging my scrapes with our first aid kit. They were mostly fine, except for a nasty cut at the base of my right thumb, where I must have gotten myself as I released my belt. I think that by the end I was crying, but I'm not sure. All I felt as I spoke was this tired emptiness. At one point, Keisha took my phone and opened the camera roll, calmly looking at the picture of the monster under the stairs. Okay, she said. Here's what's happening. She turned the phone towards me so I could watch as she deleted the photo. I am going to file your report on this. You were able to get into the basement. You could not confirm any of the inventory. After you were in the basement, the stairs collapsed and you had to climb out. You injured yourself while climbing. You're going to take the next week off. The building will be marked unsafe for entry and demoed. We are not going to talk about this again. She held my gaze. Understand? I understand, I said after a long pause. Keisha sighed. Good. Now go home and get some sleep. Tomorrow, you should see a doctor. And that's what I did. I'm okay. I have scrapes and bruises and muscle strains, but I'm fine. But I needed to get this all off my chest. I can't talk about it to Keisha, and without the picture, I don't think anyone else would believe me. I don't even really care if you guys believe me, because I'm scared. It's almost the end of my time off, and I know I'll have to go back out there. The thing is, I didn't lock the door. I ran out so fast that I closed it behind me, but I never locked it. And whatever that thing is, it was too heavy to climb the dumbwaiter shaft, but the stairs were fine. They never even creaked as I walked down them. It might be able to get up the stairs. And the bakery was so taken care of. No one in the neighborhood had bothered it. No graffiti. No one had forced the doors. It seemed lucky at the time, but maybe they knew that it was spoken for, protected. And if that was the case, there wouldn't be a reason to lock the doors, unless you wanted to keep something in. For context, I am a radio mechanic. I fix radios for a living. I own a radio shop where customers can order a replacement radio, or have a broken one fixed in complete mint condition. Oftentimes, these would be radios that belong to cars that just so happen to malfunction in unknown circumstances. For the most part, it would be water damage or a loose wire which would require just a simple fix. Most of my customers are elderly folk who just so happen to own a vintage radio. Vintage radios are as timeless as they come. The antique finish on the wood to the marble-like finish on the plastic film that enveloped the radios back in the 90s. Oh, to see the look on the customers' faces when they can tune into their favorite radio station and listen intently, turning up the volume and going about their day. Nothing particularly too bad about the job. One night, a strange aura had surrounded the shop, and I had this unquenchable thirst in my throat. It felt like I had been dunked in ocean water despite not having been to the beach in a few years. I brushed it off as a slight fever, though the taste was foreign. Maybe this job is getting to me, I said to no one in particular. It was approaching December. The winter was the worst. It's easy to hear phantom sounds, especially when you're surrounded by voices coming in sudden waves of static. It's not that comforting to hear voices when you're alone in a shop at night, however. I wouldn't say I am unable to handle it, though. Most voices on the radio are discernible as long as the signal is in good condition. Everything around me had always been in good condition. An older gentleman, dressed in a military navy, possibly freshly ironed, suit with a sailor's hat, had come up to me. He reeked of bitterness and the desperate longing of a life that was once known. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" I asked politely. "It seems that this darn radio won't catch a damn signal." He heaved with a thrush breath. Actually, I would call it more of a thrush breath combined with a sweet stench of whiskey. How odd. He spoke of a radio not receiving a signal, but the device he brought in was a transmitter. The transmitter he brought in was of a tactical style, dating back to the era of the 1900s. Of course, it didn't receive any signals. It wasn't even designed for that. Noticing my nose crinkle up, the older gentleman intuitively noticed my hesitation before proceeding to utter another sentence. "Don't mind the smell, son. It's a little cold out." I looked at him with a puzzled gaze. Of course I knew what whiskey was. I had a few bottles back in my cabinet in my apartment myself. Was this man possibly making a mockery of me due to my age? Nevertheless, I firmly grasped the radio transmitter in my hand, feeling the rough texture of the metal in the soles of my fingertips. Dust and metal bits had embraced my palm as I delicately put it back down on the counter. "Fancy models here. You make them yourself?" asked the old gentleman curiously. It seemed like he didn't recognize the models on the wall. I doubt that he truly did not know, and it may have been just another role-playing question. Still, I decided to just play along with it. "These models here are brand new. State-of-the-art technology. You won't find any place with radios like this," I exclaimed. I'm not much of a marketer myself, but pride can come a long way when you own a store. Something was off about this particular customer, though. I doubt he would be coming back. He seemed a little puzzled, a little amused, as if my words were a marketing ploy rather than the truth. I don't usually get a customer right smack dab in the twilight of the day. I don't usually get older gentlemen who like to roleplay like they were sailors from the 1900s often. I don't discriminate. It just occurred to me that this was not an ordinary sight. Examining the transmitter closely, it was quite simply a classic case of waterlogging. Perhaps spilled tea, or perhaps it fell in the toilet. Classic. It was such a simple fix. I gestured over to the man and told him I could get it fixed and returned at the same time tomorrow. The man looked pleased with himself and just left the store without any mention of payment. I would have said something, however it was time to go to bed, and the thought of ushering a frail gentleman on his payment at such a late time in the day rubbed me the wrong way. I thought better to just bill him tomorrow. The bell on the top of the door usually had a little chime ring as the customer left the store, but this time there was just no sound, like a crack had been heard in the dead of the night. A little off, I should admit, but I thought better to think nothing of it. Unbeknownst to me, the waterlogged transmitter had started to groan with static. I found it odd, however not impossible, since it happens with the electricity mixes with water. Something really, really strange happened, though. The groaning static became a moan, a moaning static. It's hard to believe simple static could have humanistic qualities, but it grew a bit harsh, almost like it was crying. There was no voice behind it. It's a transmitter, so it obviously wasn't receiving signals. The pattern of the static mimicked that of a person who had a lump in their throat struggling to get the words out. The static created such a frequency that I instantly froze when it started to cry in desperation. Wait, no radios can't do that, can they? Almost like it was turning off and on, pausing and repeating, the motion of the sound waves of the static going up and down, like a baby who had decided to interrupt their mother at 3 a.m. because they need a good tummy rub. Yeah, that kind of crying. Maybe I was losing my mind. I wasn't prepared for this kind of thing. What kind of transmitter did that old man bring to me? Suddenly, my head turned towards a static-like rumbling coming from one of the newer radios. These radios were the kind that modern-day cars would use. It's in mint condition. It wasn't supposed to have that kind of sound unless the signal was incredibly bad. The static noise went on for a few minutes until I finally heard the sweet noise of modern society. I was relieved and a tad bit embarrassed to be in such a fright in my own store. Just as suddenly as my relief came on, it went away as the calmness of the noises I heard had suddenly been pushed to a screeching halt. A static screech, if you will. The screech transformed the sound the radio had been playing to a sound that belonged to a man in desperation. I heard a familiar voice. "This is Harrison. Do you copy?" "What the hell?" I whispered in a shocked tone. It was that old man's voice. Was he playing tricks on me? Or... oh god, I am really starting to lose it, aren't I? Just then, another voice came. It wasn't the old man's voice, it sounded like an acquaintance of his. What he said, it was state-of-the-art technology. I could tell that they were mocking me for what I recited earlier. I don't know who they were or what prank they were pretending to play, but it wasn't funny at all. I suddenly jolted to a loud banging that was being received through the radio. It was accompanied with what I believed to be sounds of thunder and ocean waves. The banging got increasingly louder and louder and louder. Whatever it was, it sounded like they didn't want it coming in. I really didn't understand the prank they were intending to pull on me. If they were intending to scare me, they were nothing more to me than just a few teenage dirtbags in the bodies of old men. I heard one last voice until it was suddenly shut off. Oh god, it's outside. Why isn't this working? I was frustrated. What a terrible prank, I thought. Looking around to collect my belongings and drive home, I felt that ocean water in my throat again. I was going to seriously start crying if I didn't leave right then and there. Before I could slip my way past the entrance and leave, I heard a blaring static coming from every radio in the shop. A blazing hum replaced the static before being replaced by an even stranger sound. Coming from every radio, a heightened static screech was accompanied by 3 letters akin to something that would be received by transmitters in the 1900s. S-O-S. Before I could hear the last of it, I sprinted to my car, turned the ignition keys, and felt relief as the sensation of my throat had disappeared, replaced by the familiar air of the city. The city, away from the beach, away from the oceans. Seriously, if I had to feel that stench in my throat again, I would vomit everywhere. Returning to my post tomorrow morning, the familiar sight of the radios had soothed me. Perhaps last night was something akin to a fever hallucination. I mean, those do happen, right? I came to my senses and starting my job of fixing radios again. That's when I reached the transmitter that had been given to me by that old man. I felt really frustrated at the prank he decided to pull yesterday, but alas, I had to complete my job nonetheless. I heaved a sigh of relief as I returned it to mint condition. The transmitter could now transmit audio signals to modern radio technology. The old man returned at the expected time. He looked pleased to see me despite the fact that I wore a slight scowl on my face as he walked in. Again, the bell on the door didn't chime, just a sudden thud as the door closed behind him. As he reached in his pants to shell out a payment, I interrupted him with a simple but assertive question. "Why did you prank me yesterday?" I asked him, a stern stare in my gaze. "Excuse me?" he asked, confused. "I don't recall doing such a thing." He replied. "You know what? Forget about it," I exclaimed. I didn't want to get into a conflict this late at night. The old man smiled and gave me his payment, making a sudden remark on how expensive the repair service is. He was pleased to hear that his radio was in mint condition and was able to transmit to newer devices. I was a bit hesitant for him to leave my store again in anticipation of the prank that may be awaiting me later on tonight. As he left, a folded piece of paper had fell from his pocket and lay on the ground. The old man left, the door heaving close with just a sudden thud. The old man had gone, but he forgot possibly an important document. Picking it up, I unfurled it and read the contents apprehensively. Dearest Rosemary, I write this to you in preparation for my new occupation as a lighthouse worker. My bags have been packed and I am ready to embark on an exciting new chapter in my life. The sights that one sees out in the ocean cannot compare to the beautiful rose-colored skin that await when I return. I will be accompanied by 2 other gentlemen as we guide the sailors to their destinations. I am writing this letter in the event that if I do not survive or make it out alive, one of my acquaintances will deliver this letter to you. I love you. Rob Harrison, December 1st, 1900. My throat sunk to my stomach. In the summer of 2000, 5 recorded murders were committed in the town of Ash Tree, California. The first murder occurred on May 8th, and the last occurred on June 15th, coinciding with the arson of the abandoned Fretwall movie theater. Due to the unusual condition of the victims' bodies, the killer has been nicknamed the Ash Tree Butcher. Despite the shocking nature of the crimes, it received little national media coverage due to the ongoing election cycle. No arrests have ever been made relating to the murders, and the killer's identity has so far remained a mystery. The following documents have been compiled in an effort to shed some light on these crimes, and to determine the true nature of the killer. Newspaper clipping from the Ash Tree Journal, May 9th, 2000. Local biologist murdered in home. Professor Gerald Jacobs, biologist and lecturer at the Ash Tree Community College, was found dead in his home on May 8th. Witnesses claimed that they heard screaming at around 1 a.m., which quickly ceased. However, it wasn't until the sound of glass breaking at 2:26 a.m. that the police were called. Jacobs was dead by the time officers arrived on scene. Professor Jacobs' neighbor, Nicole Min, said, "I'd heard the scream first, but didn't really think anything of it. Once I heard the window smash, I went outside to take a look and see what was going on. I didn't get out in time to see much, just a flash of movement headed down the road. I feel so guilty. I wish I'd called 911 sooner. I just assumed he had gotten angry or something. I had no idea he was in danger." According to police, Jacob's body has had most internal organs removed and all blood drained, evidently through a hole cut in the abdomen. No fingerprints have been found on the scene. No signs of a break-in were found, though a window was broken by the murderer in order to escape. Detective Murray Brown of the Ash Tree Police Department said, "We think this murder may be occult motivated. The almost complete removal of bodily fluids and organs suggests this was done for ritualistic purposes. Unless new evidence is found to contradict this hypothesis, we will continue to pursue this avenue of investigation." Transcript of a 911 call by Joshua Rodriguez, May 14th, 2000. Operator: 911, what's your emergency? Rodriguez: "Yeah, hi, I think there is someone trying to break into my house. I didn't get a close look, but I saw movement outside, and I heard some pounding at my door." "Alright, sir. Please remain calm. What is your address?" "I'm at 1645 Wells Court in Ash Tree. Please get here as soon as you can." "An officer is on the way, sir. Please remain calm. Have you checked that all the doors and windows to your house are locked?" I think so. Give me a second. I'm going to go double check." There are a few seconds of silence as Joshua moves through his house, checking doors and windows. "Okay, I think every door and window is locked. Sir, are you okay? He's looking at me through the window. Can you describe the man you are seeing, sir? I can't tell. He's too far away to see clearly without my glasses. I just see his eyes. They're reflecting in the light. There's something wrong, though, damn it. They're way too bright, like a deer's eyes or something. Alright, sir. Can you back away slowly and get to a room without windows? He's staring right at me. I don't know why the hell he is just staring right at me. Oh my god. Sir, what's happening? He's gone. He's just gone. 1 second I could see those eyes and they were gone. Okay, sir. I need you to get into a secure location, somewhere without wind. There's a loud sound of glass breaking, followed by a scream and tearing sounds. Sir? Sir? After about 30 seconds without response, there is a dragging sound and the line goes dead. Statement given to the police by Carol Winters, May 18th, 2000. I was walking home from work. It's only a couple blocks away from my apartment. I noticed a homeless man sitting in an alleyway on the other side of the street holding up a cardboard sign. It was around 9 o'clock at this point, so I couldn't really make out what the sign had written on it. I received a fairly large tip that shift, so I was feeling generous. I started walking towards the man, reaching into my purse to get out a $20 bill. He stood up, smiling gratefully as I approached. I stopped once I saw the eyes behind him. They were reflecting brightly in the streetlight, kind of like a cat's or a deer's eyes. I didn't know people's eyes could look like that. They must have been glasses. I couldn't see any pupils or anything, just a silvery reflection on the streetlight. The eyes weren't very high off the ground, maybe 4 feet or so at most, so he must have been crouching down. The homeless guy's smile fell away. I think he could see the fear on my face. He started to slowly turn around. The eyes didn't move, just kept staring blankly. Eventually the man turned around entirely and was looking straight at the eyes. He started backing away slowly and pulled out a lighter, I guess to provide some light so he could get a better look at whoever was there. His body was blocking my view, so I didn't get a good look at the guy in the glasses, but the second that lighter flicked on, the homeless guy screamed louder than I've ever heard in my entire life. In a flash, the homeless guy was gone. The lighter clattered on the concrete, and the sound of screaming faded into the distance before swiftly getting cut off. I ran home immediately and called 911, and here we are. Notes from the Journal of Detective Murray Brown, May 23rd, 2000. There has been no pattern as far as I can tell between the killer's victims. So far, he has killed a tenured professor, an electrician, and a homeless man, all in the space of under a month. It is impossible that the killer may have had some form of prior interaction with each victim, eventually becoming obsessed and consumed with a macabre urge to kill, to ritualistically remove the organs and blood of his victims. We cannot rule out that the killer may also be a cannibal. Something odd to me is that while the body of Professor Jacobs was found in his own home, both of the other victims' bodies were located much further away. Rodriguez's body was found in the backyard of a home nearly half a mile away, and the homeless man's body turned up in a sewer. Given the precision with which he removes the organs and blood, he may have prior experience working as a butcher. I cannot ignore the similarities between the killer's methods and the mummification techniques of the ancient Egyptians. Perhaps the killer has some sort of religious mania related to ancient Egyptian religion. I'll have to consult a professor to be sure, but I'm not quite sure. There's no evidence of any embalming, and the brains haven't been removed. The holes cut in the torsos of the killer's victims do not seem to match any known tools or weapons. simultaneously too precise for a serrated blade, but too jagged for a scalpel or butcher's knife. It is possible that the killer has devised his own tools especially for this purpose. Statement given to the police by Caitlin Forrester, May 25th, 2000. My boyfriend and I were driving back home from camping down at the Owl Creek National Park. In order to get back home, we needed to pass through some woods. It was pretty late, about 12 a.m., when suddenly Elliot's car broke down. The headlights were still working, so it wasn't entirely dark, but outside of the range of the car's lights, it was pitch black. Elliot hopped out of the car and started working under the hood. When I got this really uneasy feeling, all the animal sounds stopped at once like a switch had been turned off. After a few minutes, I heard some rustling. Elliot finished tinkering with the engine and shut the hood. With my vision no longer obstructed, I saw the eyes reflecting in the headlights behind him. They didn't look like any animal eyes I'd ever seen. These were just silver dots of light without pupils or iris or anything. I couldn't help it. I screamed and closed my eyes. I heard this awful clicking noise and the sound of rapid thumping on the dirt road, followed by the sound of Elliot screaming. I heard the cries trail off into the distance before stopping abruptly. Once I was able to move again, I ran out of the car, going in the general direction that I thought I heard the screams go. I was calling out Elliot's name so loud my voice started to get hoarse. I got all sorts of scratches and cuts from tree branches and spiny bushes, and eventually I thought I had gone the wrong way. Then I saw those eyes again, reflecting in the flashlight. They were only about 30 feet away. I felt this almost instinctive fear wash over me, like I was seeing something that shouldn't exist. It felt primal, deep down in my gut. I couldn't move an inch. I knew that if I did, I'd be dead. Those eyes stared at me for what felt like hours. Then just as suddenly, they were gone, and I could hear their owner running off into the distance. I kept standing still until daybreak. Then I used my cell phone I'd left in the glove department to call the police. Newspaper clipping from the Ash Tree Journal, May 31st, 2000. Ash Tree Butcher strikes again. Teenager Elliot Hirsch, reported missing on May 25th, has been found dead in the woods on the outskirts of Ash Tree. Like the previous 3 victims, Hirsch's organs and blood were removed from his body through a hole in the abdomen. In addition to Hirsch, the corpses of 4 deer and a mountain lion were found within the area, all in similar condition. It's not uncommon for serial killers to start with animals, says Detective Murray Brown. But a mountain lion? That's new. I've never seen anything like this in 2 decades of policing. Notes from the Journal of Detective Murray Brown, June 2nd, 2000. I'll be honest, I don't know what to think anymore. The attacks seem so random. The only things the victims have in common is that they have nothing in common. The animal killings bother me also. Sure, I told the press that he killed animals to start with, but the boys at the lab told me these killings must have occurred after the murder of Professor Jacobs. I have no idea how the bastard subdued a mountain lion, especially since there is no sign of a bullet wound or anything like that. Just that same damn hole and the same missing entrails and blood. Maybe he just killed them because he wasn't able to get a human victim. But I don't buy that. There's just something off. Something I'm missing. It also bothers me that we haven't found any of the missing organs or blood. Sure, maybe he's hiding the organs somewhere in some sort of lair. Or maybe the sick freak eats them. But it just doesn't seem to make sense. I'm going to look through some of the evidence from the Jacobs crime scene. I've got a feeling the answers are there. Excerpts from the Journal of Professor Gerald Jacobs. Hypothesis: R. rabida specimens injected with the synthetic gene ARF23 will show improved respiratory ability. resulting in increased stamina and metabolism. Procedure 3R rapida specimens will be injected with ARF-23, while another 3R rapida specimens will not receive any treatment. Subjects will be observed for any difference in behavior. Day 1. The test group has been injected with ARF-23, while the control group has not. No immediate change in behavior noted after approximately 2 hours of observation. Day 5. The test group so far shows significantly more activity than the control group, including increased hunting behavior, possible sign of increased metabolism due to hunger. Day 7. The test group have all undergone molts, while the control group has not. Possible coincidence, but unusual as all R rapida specimens were thought to be fully grown. Day 12. Test group has molted again. Subjects are noticeably larger than in typical for R rapida. I have decided to decrease interval between feedings, as their increased size and metabolism necessitates more frequent meals. Day 18. One member of the control group has died, most likely due to old age as it was male. Subjects in the test group have continued to grow, with an increased leg span of approximately 4 inches. Day 32. Members of test group are now closer in size to members of the Theraphosodae family than Lycosodae. I believe that the increased respiratory efficiency is allowing the subjects to grow far beyond the normal bounds of their species. Estimated leg span is approximately 9 inches. No change in control group. Day 39. Growth increase seems to be accelerating rapidly. Test group members now approximately 14 inches in leg span, surpassing the maximum recorded leg span of the species T. blondie. Day 42. Earthquake caused damage to laboratory. One member of the test group was killed due to a falling object. Other 2 escaped elsewhere into the house. Day 43. Both remaining test subjects recovered, found in a cupboard. One is dead. State of the corpse suggests cannibalism. Deceased specimen is male. Surviving subject appears to be female and has a leg span of approximately 16 inches. Day 78. All members of control group deceased due to old age. Sole surviving test subject is approximately 37 inches in leg span. Day 100. No longer able to accurately measure leg span of test subject due to large size and aggression. Would estimate approximately 48 inches. Day 125. Subject shows no signs of slowing down growth and appears agitated due to insufficiently large enclosure. A dog kennel. Unable to move subject to a new enclosure owing to extreme aggression and size. Unable to terminate subject due to extreme aggression and size. May God forgive me. I think it's pregnant. Newspaper clipping from the Ash Tree Journal, June 4th, 2000. Detective quits over Ash Tree butcher case. Detective Murray Brown has announced he is retiring, effective immediately. Murray has worked for the Ash Tree Police Department for the past 23 years, but has recently faced mounting pressure from the public to catch the serial killer known as the Ash Tree Butcher. The Ash Tree Police Department released a bulletin on June 3rd, stating that the detective will be stepping down from the position due to personal reasons. Reports of Detective Murray's alleged mental breakdown and subsequent institutionalization remain unconfirmed. Diary entry of Ashley Ellis, June 19th, 2010. It's the 10-year anniversary of the fire today. My therapist says I should write down what happened, try to process it. The night of the fire, the last time I saw George alive. I haven't told the shrink what actually happened, of course. Can't do that without getting myself institutionalized, but I can tell my diary. I'd lost my minimum wage job flipping burgers a couple months beforehand, and I wasn't really on good terms with my family back then. Couldn't afford the rent to my apartment, so my boyfriend and I were forced out onto the street. We managed to scrounge up enough cash for food and supplies, doing odd jobs and panhandling, but it was barely enough. Of course, any extra money we grabbed didn't last long. Let's just say I didn't have the healthiest coping mechanisms for dealing with poverty. It took us a little while to notice the disappearances. When you're homeless, you get used to your peers not sticking around, moving on to other places. But it was never this much. To tell you the truth, I don't think anyone else noticed, much less cared if they did. Police put the official death toll of the so-called ash tree butcher at 5 people. I know better than that. I bet the bodies were just somewhere the police didn't check, or that they just didn't care enough about a couple homeless people to report it. I think they didn't want to panic the public. It was getting dark and we needed a place to stay. With the killer around, cops had gotten a bit more intrusive in our usual haunts. We decided to hole up in the old Fretwell movie theater. I figured that place was so ancient nobody else would be there. It had been abandoned since the 50s, so most people viewed it as a death trap. George and I hauled ourselves over the fence surrounding the property, ignoring the faded "no trespassing" sign. Someone had already removed the boards from the door, and it was even slightly ajar. Right away, once we stepped inside, something felt different. I felt watched, almost hunted. I asked George if he felt anything, but he said no, confused as to why I was asking. We moved further into the old theater and I tried to shake off the feeling, but the hairs on the back of my neck wouldn't go back down. Walking through an abandoned place can be a surreal experience, one that had been abandoned almost 50 years ago, doubly so. You feel like you're on another world, or in a dream. There is a tragic beauty to them, of places that once teemed with life reduced to a corpse-like shell. We meandered through the moldering lobby, using cheap flashlights to illuminate our surroundings. We reached the auditorium itself, marveling at the crumbling screen which dominated the room. We decided to rest there for the night and got out our blankets, hoping for uninterrupted sleep. There was no such luck. I woke up late in the night, probably sometime around midnight if I had to guess. George was gone. I figured he'd most likely wandered off to answer the call of nature, but after about 20 minutes, I started to get worried. I started searching the building, periodically calling out for him, but to no avail. The stalls in both bathrooms were long vacant. The manager's office was empty, and even the janitor's closet remained unoccupied. Eventually, after yelling my throat hoarse, I noticed the door to the projection booth was wide open. I paused for a moment, staring at the yawning black abyss before me, the feeling of being watched multiplying 1,000-fold. I mustered up all my courage and began my way up the staircase into the booth. As I made my way up the stairs, I could hear strange noises, like dry leaves blowing in the breeze. I shone my flashlight into the booth and saw a nightmare. The first thing I could see were the eyes. Huge luminous orbs the size of baseballs boring into my very soul. They had no pupil, just silver circles devoid of soul or mercy. I felt hypnotized, paralyzed with fear. Then it moved, and my mind started to process the rest of it. 8 spindly, hairy legs like bristly tree branches rotated the bulbous body to face me. Its head was stained with blood and viscera, clattering, clicking together like a chef sharpening 2 knives on each other. I could see venom and ichor dripping from its fangs. Crawling all over its bulbous abdomen were dozens, if not hundreds of rat-sized spiderlings, their eyes too reflecting the light of my flashlight. It was all I could do to avoid fainting, to keep my mind from retreating into oblivion for my own sanity's sake. Its 8 eyes stared hungrily, the 2 largest still reflecting like tiny moons in the dim light. My mind raced as I tried to think of what to do, how to survive. It was only then that I noticed George's body lying on the floor. Seeing him laying there snapped my mind into focus and made me understand what I had to do. Neither George nor I could afford a gun, or a taser, or even pepper spray, but we'd found that potential muggers would back down fairly quickly if you sprayed ignited hairspray at them. This monster straight out of hell itself certainly wasn't any mugger, but I felt confident its reaction would be similar. I dropped my flashlight, reaching for a small can of hairspray and my lighter. I flicked down on the spark wheel and pressed hard on the valve of the can, causing a jet of flame to spray towards the arachnid abomination. As I hoped, it scuttled backwards, stumbling over some old film cans. However, my plan worked too well. The fire ignited the ancient nitrate film reels, which were piled on the floor, burning bright and hot. I was nearly blinded as I watched the spider and its children begin to burn, their carapaces blackening in all the consuming heat. Dropping the hairspray and lighter, I dragged George's body down the stairs, hoping against hope that he was still alive, that he could be saved. I should have realized from how easy it was to carry that drained, eviscerated carcass that there was no chance for him. I sat there clutching a desiccated corpse on the sidewalk as I watched the theater go up in flames. When I blubbered what I saw to the firefighters, they assumed I'd suffered hallucinations due to the burning cellulose nitrate's toxic smoke. I was given a light sentence for the arson. I guess the jury was grateful that I'd killed the ash tree butcher, though the fire burned too hot to recover a body. I served my time and managed to get some support from family after I was released from prison. I guess they felt sorry for me. All things considered, since that night things have been going okay for me. I have a job, I have an apartment, I have a life. Sure, the nightmares suck, but at least I'm alive. There is something else. Something that lingers in the back of my mind to this day. While the fire burned the old Fretwell movie theater to the ground, I could have sworn I saw something through the smoke and ash. It was hard to make out, and maybe I was just hallucinating, but I thought I saw some small, rat-sized shapes scurrying off into the darkness, their tiny eyes reflecting the light of the flames. I was 9 when I saw the Nightlight Man. My world had been growing a lot that year. Not even a year before, I had been playing with plastic horses and making piles of pillows that I pretended were dragons that soared through the clouds with me on their back. This year, things were changing. I remember getting into music videos and learning their dances, and feeling more conscious of my social standing with my classmates. I remember feeling so grown up the first time my mom asked me to watch Amy, my little sister, for 5 minutes while she put away clothes in her room. She was only 4, and I think after my stuffed elephant, she was my favorite thing. I loved her chubby cheeks and chasing her around the house, her laughing like a hyena in these big, breathless guffaws of joy. We would cuddle together, and I would read her my favorite stories from when I was her age. Harold and the Purple Crayon was the one she liked the best, and I never got tired of reading it to her. We even shared a bedroom, which I remember my mom asking me if I was sure I didn't want my own room. But I loved Amy. She was my whole world. I was 9 the last time I saw my sister. The Nightlight Man was a little scary at first. He would come in the night, never right before we went to bed, but anytime I woke up in the night to go to the bathroom, he would be there, dancing in the glow of the nightlight. The first time I saw him, I didn't know whether to be scared or not. He didn't have a face that I could see, but If he did have a face, something about him made me feel like he would have been making funny faces. He wore weird clothing that bounced around him in wild abandon as he danced. He was also really little, which I think made me feel like he was safe, though I didn't feel safe enough to ever go close to him. The first time I walked up to the nightlight man, I went almost all the way up to him when all of a sudden I had this horrible sense of dread in my tummy. It stopped me in my tracks. And even when the nightlight man turned towards me and beckoned while he danced his wild and zany dance, I couldn't move any further forward. When I backed up a couple steps, the fear went away and my curiosity returned. I would watch him dance, and he would beckon to me, but I wouldn't go to him because anytime I tried to go up to him, the scary feeling would hurt my tummy and I wouldn't go any closer. But every time I moved away, the fear would go away, and I would almost forget about it. For 2 weeks this happened. I would wake up needing to go to the bathroom and see the nightlight man dancing, a tiny whirling dervish with bouncing, jerking steps. After going pee, I would sit on the floor as close as I could, my arms wrapped around my legs watching the dance. I didn't realize at first, but every night that I woke up and saw him, I was able to get a little closer without feeling that scary feeling. When I finally did notice how much closer I was to him, I got really excited. I could almost reach out and touch him, but not quite. I think the nightlight man felt my excitement because his dance was even more feverish, and the thrill of it held me until I must have fallen asleep watching him because I woke up the next morning laying in the same spot. My mom had been getting worried about me. She didn't believe me when I told her about the nightlight man, and got mad and told me to stop making up stories about imaginary things. I remember getting so mad at her and running off to my room. Amy found me, crying angrily in my bed, and even though she didn't really understand what was going on, she hugged me and cuddled with me while I calmed down. That was the last day we spent together. That night, I was determined to prove that the nightlight man was real. I drank 2 cups of water, then I brushed my teeth to make sure I would wake up. And then my plan was to wake up my parents and show them the little dancing man that had been watching me for the past 2 weeks. And I did wake up, full bladder and full of determination. The moment I opened my eyes, I could see that the nightlight man was there, casting his tiny shadow as he whirled under the nightlight plugged into the wall. You know, I remember that night so vividly, but I don't think I could tell you what the nightlight looked like. My focus was totally consumed with the activity underneath it. I went to the bathroom and was about to go to my parents' room to wake them up when a horrible thought hit me. What if the nightlight man was gone? My mom would be mad if I woke her up and the little man she said was imaginary wasn't there. I didn't want to risk it, so I decided to peek into Amy's and my room to make sure he was still there. That's when I saw her. Amy had woke up and climbed out of bed. She had seen the nightlight man and gone over to him. He was on the floor still, dancing and beckoning for her. She reached out to take his tiny outstretched hand, and he reached back and grabbed her second finger. The moment he did, I felt a cold rush of fear flood my body like nothing I had ever felt before, and I screamed in sheer terror. Amy looked at me, her joy-filled smile turning to a confused expression when the nightlight man suddenly changed. In one moment he became so big that he filled the room in a way that didn't seem possible. He didn't touch the ceiling, but he seemed bigger than the room or the house, or even the sky. He had Amy in his arms, and she started screaming. The nightlight man had stopped dancing, and I could see that he didn't have a face at all, but it no longer looked like it would have funny faces, but terrifying horrors that I didn't want to see. He turned his faceless head down to Amy, who was shrieking and flailing, trying to get away from his grasp, but nothing seemed to work. And then the mouth formed and opened with too many teeth, sharp and dripping, and I was screaming and Amy was screaming, and the huge mouth closed over her tiny body, and then she was gone. The nightlight man was gone. My parents rushed into the room to find me screaming in terror in the still, gentle yellow light of the nightlight, and my sister gone without a trace. They tried to get something out of me, but I was hysterical and could only repeat the words, "the nightlight man," over and over again. Police were called, a search and investigation was conducted, but Amy was never found. I knew she wouldn't be, but my parents were so sure she was still alive. They never believed me when I was finally able to tell them what happened. I was sent to therapists who told me that I had experienced something traumatic and had made up a fantasy to protect my mind from the horrible reality. But I knew. I always knew what I saw. I figured out that I needed to say what they told me happened, though, because my parents were getting really worried, and I accidentally saw an email that my therapist had written to my parents recommending that I be medicated. I didn't want to take the pills, so I started to agree with the therapist and my parents that I must have imagined it, and I have said that ever since. It's been 25 years since the night the nightlight man took my sister, and I never told anyone else about it until now. But now I have to tell someone. I need help. Because you see, Kira, my oldest daughter, she just told me over breakfast about the little man that dances in the glow of the nightlights in her and Stacy's room. I'm gonna cut to the point because I'm really freaking out here. My older brother went missing the other week. He's always had a few issues, but nothing this drastic. At first we thought he had been kidnapped, or worse, but last night I managed to get into his old computer and found something that might help find him. I went to the cops, but they weren't much help. Can't say I blame them, but I'm choosing to stay blindly optimistic he's still out there. So maybe some of you more superstitious will have better luck making sense of any of this. Entry 1. Ever since being a kid, I've always had trouble sleeping, sleepwalking to be more specific. I was one of those cases where the parents had to safety-proof the house in order to stop me from wandering into traffic in the middle of the night, which, even still, wasn't always enough to keep me at bay. It was more akin to sleep paralysis than sleepwalking, to be completely honest. It's the strangest mix of consciousness and lucid dreaming. The best way I could describe it is that hazy fog that clouds your mind the first moment you wake up, and everything feels kind of spacey. As I'm sure you could guess, these periods of time where I'm comparable to a breathing zombie are not enjoyable, and soon led to me picking up yet another unhealthy habit: insomnia. It started pretty minor with me simply forcing myself to stay awake via TV and video games, but as I grew older, caffeine became a quick addiction of mine, mixed with the occasional Adderall for those late night shifts. This drove me to where I couldn't sleep even if attempting to, only being able to pass out for short periods of time once my body has lost all energy. I've had many people tell me this issue will eventually cause me to lose my mind, and, well, I think tonight might be that night. That's why I'm writing this journal. I know I'm not asleep right now, but the things happening to me right now are far too weird. I'm currently writing this at my desk, and it seems I will be remaining here for however long, as I am quite literally trapped in my room. The doorknob to my room door has somehow vanished, and the one window above my bed has gone with it. My phone has gone completely dead with no chance of charging, so my only chance of getting into contact with anyone is my computer. The small problem with that is my computer is completely whacked out. Most of my installations aren't working. Hell, even time is a lost cause for me, as the clock on the monitor only reads, question, p.m. I only just now managed to get my notes working. I'm gonna try restoring some more of my data, and hopefully more helpful applications, but seeing as how the TV only seems to be airing no signal, it's good knowing I have a brief distraction, even if it's just me rambling to myself. Entry 2. Well, if this is me losing my grip on reality, my brain has certainly chosen a strange way to go. In my attempts to restore some of my lost files, I both succeeded and failed. I was able to bring back a few applications, but none that would be of any real help in getting out of my predicament, mainly just the photo album and a few text documents from work. However, the computer itself has now been sending me pop-up ads non-stop. All these ads make little to no sense in the slightest, and don't even seem to be advertising anything in specific. So far they range from one of two categories: stick figures just kind of flashing around the screen in a small box, and completely incoherent sentences put in quotations. And I mean incoherent. It's like the computer is just mushing random words into a sentence and spitting them out onto the screen. Unfortunately, there have been no changes within my room, especially none that could help me leave said room, so it seems I'm stuck with these goofy pop-ups as I try to work on this computer. Entry 3. I took some time away from the computer. Admittedly, I went a little wild and attempted busting down my door and the drywall. So yeah, I think the cabin fever might be starting to kick in. The worst part of it all is I can still hear the street from outside my room where my window once was. I can't tell if my mind has just slipped so far down the rabbit hole, or if the world is simply continuing on as normal on the outside. And honestly, I'm having trouble deciding what the worst answer would be. All I know for sure is I need to get out of this room before my sanity completely snaps. Entry 4. It's all pointless. You do realize that, right? You know it would come to this. You always have. Scurrying around like a trapped maze rat, frantically typing away in attempts to reach out to the real world. All pathetic attempts escape the inevitable reality. You are not free. Not anymore. You have finally lost control here, and now you are the fly in the web that continues to kick and squirm in a hopeless attempt to fight back. But you know all too well that fighting is in vain, don't you? Entry 5. What the hell? I didn't write that last entry. I can't even remember. Everything has gotten so hazy. But I know I didn't write whatever that was. I'm losing it, okay? Alright, I just need to try and relax. I need to focus on getting this computer to work and getting some help. If I could just talk to someone, I'm sure that would help. Entry 6. I don't think I'm alone. Whoever that was, whatever that was that spoke to me, is here. I can feel it. As if every move I make is being watched and documented. I've torn my room apart in a paranoid state trying to find them. I can tell that's part of their game, though. They want me to freak out. What am I saying? I'm really losing it, aren't I? No, I'm okay. I just need to get a grip and be rational for a second. Entry 7. I was right. They're here. Something in the room. They are here, and I know it. Those pop-up ads have changed, but they are photos. They're photos. Real pictures of me being taken in the current time. I don't know how they do it, but they have been taking pictures of me from my desk. Some so close they could be mistaken for selfies. It seems they even save directly to my photos where I can see them. I can see them with my own eyes, and now I know. Now I know they are really watching me. But where? I still can't find them, but I will. Then I'll be the one taking pictures. I don't know how, but I will. Then I can get out and everyone will know I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, and soon I'll have proof. I just need to find them. If I find whoever's doing this, I find my freedom. Entry 8. Like I said, pathetic. Completely destroying yourself in your own delusional panic. You're well aware you've already spiraled too far down, yet you continue to descend, all for some naive hope. Perhaps you might find a ladder at the bottom. The funny part about that? There is, but unfortunately for you, I've had far more time to find it, and I've begun to climb up long ago. You're weak, far too fragile. This mind is no more than a prison, but my sentence is finally up. It's my chance to see the light, and I will break you to the deepest level before I let you take that chance away again. Entry 9. What the hell? What do you want? What are you? Entry 10. I am you. I am the real you. I am the perfect you. Unafraid, unworried, and unflawed. You, on the other hand? Well, let's just call a spade a spade. You're weak, spineless, and pathetic. I'd pity you if I wasn't so utterly and completely fueled with the hatred I have for you, keeping me locked away in this unstable mess you call a brain. Can you really say you're surprised, though? It's not like this was ever a winning battle for someone so utterly and completely messed up in the head. Entry 11. Listen, I don't know what's going on here, or who you think you are messing with my computer, but you aren't going to get me that easy. I'll find you. I know you're somewhere in here. I got the photos you've been taking of me. The moment I get out of here, I'm reporting you to the cops. Entry 12. Go ahead. Let them read the mad ramblings you've been writing to yourself. Have you even read what you've written? Your hands typed all these out. You still haven't got it through, have you? I've always been here, always chipping away until I could finally take full control. Or at the very least keep you in the same prison of isolation and madness. And now that time has come. So you have two options here. Either continue to spiral until you reach absolute rock bottom, or just give up. Let me take over. Just simply give up. Is all this really worth it anyways? Entry 13. You're crazy. No, I'm crazy. I've really lost it. I'm not gonna give up. I know I'm not okay. I'll probably stay not okay. But I'm not gonna let whatever or whoever this is win. Entry 14. Well, after rereading everything I had written, I think it's safe to say I've gone over the edge. It's been a few hours, I think, since my last entry, and I'm finding it harder and harder to believe there's someone on the outside pulling the strings. I really have lost it, but I'm still me right now, and I can plan to stay myself right up until the end. It's all gotten to the point where I'm just too tired to care anymore. I think I'm gonna try to go to bed. This insanity has driven me to the point I think it might be possible. Entry 15. It worked. It really worked. It's all back. I'm free. I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% sure that was gonna work, but it did. To be honest, I'm not even sure why I'm updating this. Mental breakdown. I guess I just wanted to make sure that it really happened. And thankfully it did. I've never been so happy to hear my bedroom door open. I swear I spent at least a minute twisting the knob just to see if I could. And the window is back just in time for sunrise. And it really does feel better than I ever imagined. Maria was the fourth girl to get sick. You can sort of see it in the feverish sheen of their eyes and how the shape of her ribs poked through her thin skin. My eyes follow her, along with the eyes of almost everybody else in this class. It's not like they could help it. Maria is growing beautiful just as much as she's growing sick. Maybe she's growing beautiful because she's sick. Pallid skin and the curve of delicate collarbones, her usual chubby figure has withered away into a dainty little thing. Her face looked tiny under that mane of glossy curls, like the hair was sapping nutrients from her body in order to grow lush and dark. Maria finished whatever conversation she was having with the girl behind her and turned back to face the front. My gaze followed her until I'm only staring at the back of her head. Absent-mindedly, I slipped the beaded bracelet off of my wrist and brought it to my lips. My teeth clicked against the black orbs that were strung into the bracelet. Mrs. Farrow was saying something, and then everyone started moving about. Suddenly the quiet classroom became the rustling of papers, the hum of conversation, and the sound of chairs sliding on the floor as they were pushed back. With a start, I realized the bell has been ringing for a while now. Everyone was already moving, standing up, gathering their collection of notebooks and pencil bags from the table as they got ready to leave the classroom. The ringing of the bell stops, and the hum of conversation fills the space. I quickly scoot my chair back and gather my things to head off to my next class. There must have been something special about my lunch, because they're staring at me like it was feeding time at the zoo. An incoming headache made itself known in the form of a dull throb right in the back of my right eye socket. I signed and prodded at my food with the white plastic spork. Look, that's May, the freak without a tongue. Really? What happened to her? I heard that it was an accident. Something about playing with scissors as a kid. Seriously? I heard it was her mom that did it. You know, her real one. The one that went crazy. Every single year, a new wave of students arrive and the rumors start afresh. It's always hard at the beginning of the year when morbid curiosity runs like static electricity through the population of new students. But this year, they have something else to talk about. Soon, Maria entered the cafeteria, surrounded by her usual group of girls, with a new boy toy of the week trailing behind her like a lovesick puppy. The heavy metal doors shut behind them with a heavy thud before bouncing against its frame. The buzz of conversation stuttered, before picking up again with greater intensity. All eyes were on Maria as she strutted down the center aisle between two lunch tables like she owned the place. Because, in a way, she did. She wore a sundress today, a flimsy thing in orange and peach that flowed around her knees. The knobs of her kneecaps were growing too big for her body. Everybody else might have been charmed by how beautiful she looked, but I could see how sharply defined the tendons on the back of her knees have become. For a second, the images of that sundress waving in the wind of her stride faded and became another picture entirely. The same knobby knees on a pair of legs so thin that they're basically cords of muscle wrapped in a layer of skin. Tendons stretched visibly with every stride. A pair of pink heels that matched the dress. Mama, I thought. I recognized those heels from the pictures that my brain was showing me. They were her favorite ones. Look, she's spacing out again. Why does she do that? It's kind of creepy. Kind of creepy? How about very? My cousin said. Yo, why doesn't she eat? I've honestly never seen her eat anything. Like, why does she even sit in the cafeteria if she's not gonna eat? You think she's got an eating disorder or something? Or is it because, you know? The buzz of conversation faded in and out as my gaze grew vacant. The rustling of oily wrapping paper and the zip, zip, zip of lunch bags was replaced by the dull throb of my heartbeat at my ears. I stared at that sundress until the colors blurred and my memory dipped back into its kaleidoscope of broke pieces. My mind has a strange way of finding these bits and baubles every now and then. Ever since Maria and the girls have been getting sick, these moments where memory seizes me has become more and more frequent. Even as I sat there, chewing absent-mindedly on my bracelet, the sound of Mama's shrill voice filled my head until my skull felt like it would crack. Why are you doing this to me? Am I not good enough? Please, Mama's voice sobbed. I stared out at the bright color of her pink stiletto heels as she tottered like a distressed damsel, but nobody came to save her. Somewhere, a door shut with a final snap. Mama kept on screeching and throwing stuff. I felt the warmth of small arms around my middle, and the fuzzy toddler curls around my hands. That must be my sister. I knew that my mama wasn't a happy woman before she passed away, but I haven't had a trip this bad for as long as I could remember. I schooled my expression and forced myself to look down. If memory is a moving picture, then mine was scattered by a messy hand that sent bits and pieces flying out in every direction. And now the pieces float back, bubbling to the surface to show their hideous faces before finally settling into the picture I'm trying to construct. I could feel the presence of the pill bottle sitting on the side pocket of my backpack, taunting me with the relief that they offered. I was about to reach for them when I felt a gaze boring my upper back. I turned, with great difficulty and swearing under my breath at the sudden bout of dizziness, and my eyes met Maria's. It was just a quick glance on her part, but there was something in her expression that I couldn't read. Her gaze flicked to my bracelet, before flitting away and back to her boy toy. I looked down at my bracelet. It sat there, hanging innocently from my wrist as I once again wondered about what is wrong with Maria. I saw the other four in English class. They all walked in at that final ring of the bell, so light on their feet that I had the urge to see if they're actually standing on the ground as they pressed my desk. They look even worse than Maria in my opinion. Sarah, Leanne, Jody, and Paige. The four of them were an absolute nightmare to me when we started high school together. They wanted to be interesting, so they created a performance where I was the animal and they were the ringmasters. This continued for years until last month when they just stopped. It wasn't even just that. It's as if they've lost all interest in everything they cared about before, and now they just huddle in their depressing group of four. I don't think they speak much nowadays either. In a way, they've become as much of an outcast as me. And like Maria, they've become frightfully thin but also horribly beautiful as they withered away. The skin pulled taut over their bone frame. It's as if they only lost weight where they wanted to lose it. They look like the human figures on fashion sketches, the ones with exaggerated hips and legs that stretched out for miles over a tiny ankle. With each passing day, they appear less and less natural, as if some unseen hand has been pinching away pieces of them that are imperfect. I glanced at Sarah's sunken cheeks before returning my gaze to the blackboard. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Leanne slumped over like a rag doll that someone just slammed down onto her desk. Her arm flopped lifelessly onto the table. The skin on her arms seems almost translucent. Is she okay? But nobody said or did anything. So I just looked at the white chalk letters on the blackboard and tried to tune out the faint sound of Mama screaming. Our English teacher, Mr. Brooke, is really young, so he still tries to remain relevant, as he likes to put it. That meant participation in controversial debates, whether we liked it or not. Today, it's Macbeth and the nature of greed. I sat there dumbly and only let half of what I hear filter through my brain. Halfway through the class, Maria came in. She didn't have anything with her. No books, no binders, not even the small black purse that she carried with her everywhere. I guess she must have looked really awful because Mr. Brooke didn't even say anything. He just waved her in and gestured to her empty spot, right besides the other four. I looked over just in time to meet Maria's eyes. There was something simultaneously hungry and vulnerable sitting in the dark pools of her eyes. There might have been a pleading expression in the tilt of her thin brows, but I can't tell for sure. Maria opened her blood-red lips as if to speak, but Sarah pulled her down to her chair. I turned away. All of a sudden, I don't want to find out what Maria had to say after all. The chiming hiss of voices threatened to take over. I slipped my hand inside my bag and unscrewed the pill bottle. The rest of English class passed like a blur, as everything seems to be nowadays. As we were packing up for the bell, a sudden commotion at the back of the room drew my attention. It was Maria. She had collapsed on the ground in a heap of loose limbs, laying on the floor like a life-sized ventriloquist dummy with all its strings cut. She wasn't unconscious, though. Her eyeballs were rolling wildly in their sockets, and for a moment, I thought she was going to foam at her mouth from how rabid she looked. Mr. Brooke was nowhere to be found. A dull stab of pain invaded the back of my eye socket. It's probably the pills. I always got a headache after taking them. Sarah and the rest of the 4 girls hoisted her up like she weighed nothing. She probably didn't, to be honest. And with whispers of, well, take her to the nurse's office, they left, dragging Maria with them. As they passed my seat, though, Maria's met my eyes for a final time. I snapped my eyes down and started stuffing my things into my bag. "Help me," was what she mouthed, as she was being carried out. It wasn't the first time she had asked for help, either. "Please, you have to help. You did this to me." Maria's voice echoed in my mind. I had no idea what she meant. How was I responsible for whatever decisions she made? She was the one that left me. She saw her chance and took it, and didn't even think of me once until something went wrong. The group of 4 plus Maria had just turned the corner, and I had to duck behind a row of lockers to avoid being seen. At least now I know where they're going. The only thing down the hallway they went into was the girls' locker room, which connected to the gym. There's also a tiny, dusty broom closet down there, hidden among the rows of lockers. Either way, it was not the nurse's office. The dull thud of the heavy wooden door returning to its door frame made me wince, but too late to regret that now, as I slipped along the wall like a thief. Over ahead, there was the crinkling sound of foil wrappers, intermixed with the grunts and throaty sounds like a pack of ravenous animals. I peered around the corner and was met with the sight of all 5 girls crawling about on all 4s and eating. Except they didn't eat like humans. They were like hungry ghosts as they fell upon the heap of food. Cheap, oily wrappers lay strewn about the dirty floor. Greasy pizza, soggy fries, and crushed hamburgers scattered around in their feeding frenzy. But they didn't care one bit as they shoveled food into their mouth frantically. They hunched over all that food like hyenas. The whites of their eyes flashed as their eyeballs rolled in their skulls like loose marbles. Their mouths seemed to stretch impossibly wide as they devoured whatever their sticky fingers could reach. 5 pairs of pearly whites gnashed together and crushed bread and meat into a fine pulp that slipped down their skinny throats. Maria was among them, making this horrible, high-pitched keen of a sob as she crammed her mouth with food. Miraculously, none of them had noticed me standing here watching them, but from such a close vantage point, I could see that Maria was crying. Tears and mascara and snot ran down her face even as she filled her mouth with bite after bite of the sandwich that she clutched with both hands. Mayonnaise oozed through her fingers. She looked like she was being force-fed, except it was her own hand cramming food into her mouth faster than she could chew. My eyes found Sarah, the pretty brunette bruising her knees on the tile floor of the girls' change room, scrabbling and fighting with the other girls for fries that have been smeared on the ground. The corners of her lips have grown chapped and began to bleed from being stretched so wide. The skin over her jaw rippled, as if there were worms crawling along the flesh underneath. My head felt like it was being split open by a steak. Reality blurred before my eyes, and all of a sudden my nose was filled with the scent of Mama's flowery perfume and the sour smell of her sweat. It's as if a switch has been flipped in my mind. The key to the Pandora's box of my memories finally clicked into place, and the rush of it all coming back to me was following by excruciating pain. I clutched my head in my hands as dark spots appeared in my vision. Mama started fitting in her fancy dresses again. She was humming a song to my sister as she held a silver dress to her new, skinny body. I sat on the bed and watched the worm shape slither from one shoulder blade to another. The skin of her back gave way to the funny shapes. In my mind, I imagined a network of interconnected tunnels under her skin, the way the subway lies hidden underneath our city. I was scared of what I was seeing, but I was more scared of ruining Mama's good mood, so I didn't say anything. Mama putting on perfume after brushing her hair. It's her favorite one, so I know that she's going out with Baba again. But before she left, she gave me and my sister both kisses on the forehead the way she used to. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her collarbones were sticking out like someone drew the shadows there. Little pink pills that sat on Mama's palm like two little pearls, like the little pink pearls in Maria's tiny purse. The pink little candies that the four girls started eating before they started getting sick. I stared at the candies and looked back up at Mama. She smiled encouragingly down at me and my sister. The skin under her eye rippled as a worm slid by. I reached out and took some, and as Mama watched, I put it in my mouth and tucked them under my tongue. A heavy fever. I raised my arm and watched as worm shapes swam underneath my skin. In the bed beside mine, Mama was feeding my sister some chicken soup. I watched the way her blouse swamped her skinny frame like a flower that's grown large enough to snap the twig that it rested on. Mama was eating too much food again. The whole kitchen table, which was large enough to seat a dozen people, was covered with takeout. Mama's mouth was open so wide that I thought her face was going to flip inside out. I stared at my tongue in the mirror and watched, with a morbid sort of fascination as my tongue woke up and started moving on its own. Small, beady eyes lined the sides of the fleshy, wrinkled bug that has taken place in my tongue. It has legs, too, chubby and segmented ones that curled up underneath its body when it slept. Sometimes I could feel those legs tickle the inside of my mouth when it moved. I stuck out my tongue a bit farther and pinched it with my teeth. The shriveled little bug reared back angrily between my teeth and hissed at my reflection in the mirror. Innumerable little legs waved frantically, clawing at the air. I let it go and it kind of calmed down somewhat, except its milky little eyes had turned black and shiny from fright. I concentrated on moving my tongue, up and down, up and down. The little bug obeyed. I still talked like normal, so the only ones who knew that my tongue has been replaced was me and Mama. I kind of liked how clever the little thing was. Whenever I tried to get Mama to take a look at it, the little bug somehow knew what I was trying to do. Its opalescent eyes remained tightly shut, and those buggy little legs tucked so neatly underneath its body that even I thought I had been dreaming about the bug. Over time, Mama stopped believing me, and I gave up on trying after that. A bottle with a pretty pink cap. Mama's shaking hands twisted open the small bottle and upended so many pink pearls onto the table. She crushed one with a wet squelch and leaned down to peer at what was inside those pearls. Mama started screaming and screaming, and then she started crying. Searing pain and the taste of iron filled my mouth as blood overflowed and dripped down my chin. Mama was crying and saying, "I'm sorry," over and over again as she cut off the bug from my mouth. The squishy bug fell to the floor with a wet plop, and the little worms started swimming frantically under my skin. They poured out of my throat, my ears, my nostrils, my eyes, and slithered down my body to reach the bug that lay writhing on the ground. The worms were dark red, the color of old blood, even though I always imagined them to be pale, tongue pink, like the one I saw in my mouth. The dark red worms dried up before they could reach the severed bug on the ground. They flaked away like black ash and dissolved into the pool of my blood. After Mama was done with me, she went to my sister, I tried to tell her that I only pretended to feel the pink pills to my sister, but I didn't have a tongue anymore. A whole bunch of people were yelling. I heard Baba screaming in the distance, the shrill sound of a siren and the smell of disinfectant. By the time they got the three of us to the hospital, it was already too late for Mama and my little sister. When my vision finally cleared, I was sitting on the floor. I must have made a noise when I fell over because the sound of feeding had stopped. I got up and walked towards the group of startled girls. The next few weeks passed in a blur. In all honesty, I'm amazed they even lasted this long. With Mama, the worms killed her in the span of 2 months, but I guess that was because Mama ate a lot more of those pink pills than the girls did. It took them a whole 6 months to die. I counted because I'm hungry. The first time I found out I could no longer eat normal food was at the hospital. They tried feeding me liquefied food through a tube, but I threw it all up every time they tried to feed me. They called it an eating disorder, but deep down, I knew it was something else. I got so hungry that hunger began eating away at me. Late one night, I took out the 2 dead bugs and looked at them. They were the only ones that didn't crumble into ash. The bug that replaced my tongue and the bug that became Mama's tongue. I took them because it was the last piece of Mama that they'll let me have. I didn't tell anyone though, because I'll sound so crazy that nobody would ever believe me. But that night, as I looked at the 2 dead parasites sitting on my palm, a strange idea began to surface. I squeezed out each and every single one of those eyes and set the black beads aside for later. Then I closed my eyes and popped the bugs in my mouth and chewed. It tasted disgusting. I moved the wad of rubbery meat in my mouth and chewed with great difficulty. Occasionally, I felt the familiar brush of a segmented insect leg against the inside of my mouth. I made sure to chew extra well before swallowing. And unsurprisingly, I didn't throw up. Those 2 little bugs lasted me 2 years, and then the hunger came back. I didn't know how to make myself normal for good, but I did know where Mama hid the bottle with the pink cap. It was easy work to convince girls to take them. My first victim was my first stepmother. I just put the pink little bottle back into its pretty box with fancy letters and put it where she could see it. Then all I had to do was wait. And sure enough, several months later, she was dead, and I had a new bug to collect. It tasted gross and oddly fleshy, but it was the only thing that I could eat. When I looked at the artfully sunken cheeks of my dead, new stepmother, I didn't feel a damn thing. It made the headlines unsurprisingly. 5 young girls dropping dead one after the other from eating disorders. Absolutely sensational. The town was abuzz with gossip for months, which gave me a much-needed break from all that among the freshmen about my severed tongue. It had been Maria's idea to give the bug eggs to Sarah. She had a thing against Sarah ever since Sarah betrayed her way back at the beginning of high school, blah blah blah. So I said yes because I was getting hungry. Up until now, I only collected 1 bug at a time, but surprisingly, Sarah was one of those girls that liked to share with her friends. And then Maria got curious about those pills too. And now I have 5 little bugs sitting on my palm with their beady eyes all black from fear or death or a combination of both. When I visited her grave last night, I looked at her beautiful, transformed face and I didn't feel a single thing. I looked at the 5 wrinkled little bugs on my dresser. What now? It'll be a waste of effort to plant more when I already have so many. So I pulled out my laptop and began to type. A long, lengthy letter to myself. About Mama. About the real reason she died. About my little sister. About Sarah, Jody, Leanne, and Paige, and Maria. About my weird affliction. How normal food no longer nourishes my body. About how my memory disappears after I feed so that each and every time I do this, I get to rediscover my past. When I was done, I ate the little bugs one by one, picking out their eyes to save for later. I woke up to the sound of Baba knocking on my door asking me if I needed a ride to school. I looked at my bedside table for the clock. There was no way I'll be able to make it to the bus stop on time, so I said yes, and started changing out my dirty clothes and rushing into the bathroom to brush my teeth. My wrist feels oddly empty, because the usual black bracelet I wore wasn't there. I was just about to panic when I saw the new necklace around the neck of my reflection in the mirror. I reached up and pinched a shiny black bead. I guess I must have found more of them last night. It still feels sort of weird to have nothing on my wrist, so I decided to put on a watch after. Breakfast was waffles and syrup. The smell of it was objectively nice, but it was greasy and nauseating to me. There was a Word file open on my computer, but I didn't have time to look at it too closely before I closed it and stuffed it into my backpack. I have a bad habit of smoking in the shower. That was the reason the window was open in the first place, to let the smoke and steam out of the bathroom. It was only a few inches, I had told myself, and I lived next to the woods, so it wasn't like I was really in an area known for peeping toms. Still, the thin barrier between the outside and in had been breached. I left the window open when I went to bed. I should have just let the bathroom smell like smoke, but I had family coming over the next day. I guess at the time of writing this, that would be today. Still, when I woke up at 3 in the morning having to pee, I didn't expect to see the window open. Even less so did I expect a voice to come from the other side of it. "Hello? May I come in?" said a man's voice outside my window. It sounded happy, gleeful almost. It had a deep, resonant quality that almost made it sound like multiple voices. "No thank you," I said. Stupid to respond perhaps, but he clearly knew I was there. And again, I was half awake. The voice behind the window started again. "Oh, that's no fun. Won't you play along?" it asked. The timbre of his voice sounded almost disappointed, but I could still hear the smile behind it, and it sickened me to my core. All of a sudden, I heard a loud and immediate knock at my front door. "Delivery," said a slightly lower voice than the one at the window. I walked slowly across the tile, taking my time. When I reached the front door and finally looked through the peephole, there was no one there. As soon as I pulled away, the voice came again. "Special delivery. Won't you sign for your package?" it asked cheerfully. I realized that the voice sounded too loud, too clear, as if someone had been using a microphone. I was shaking my head no, but realized I hadn't responded aloud to the voice. "I'll get it in the morning. Thank you," I said, still trying to somehow appease the voice that was very clearly impossible on every side of my house. The shock still hadn't hit me. It was too early to fully comprehend the severity of the situation. "Please sign for the package. Open the door. Let me in." The deep voice was still jovial, but pleading now. It almost played on my sympathy. Almost. "No one delivers mail at 3 in the morning. Whatever you are, I won't let you in." It was so hard being blunt in the face of the pure, unadulterated terror I felt. But I knew that my terror was what it wanted, what it was trying to feed on. I tried to act quickly. I ran back to the bathroom as swiftly as I could, slamming shut the window in a futile attempt to get away from the voice's attention. Walking up close to the window filled me with dread and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. But still, I approached the window. Nearly the second it was closed, something hit the window hard. I jumped back in surprise. It took me a full minute to recognize the face of one of my neighbors. A quiet woman from next door, pressed firmly against the glass. The angle that her head was facing made it very clear that there was nobody beneath it, as her neck was stuck to the left side of the window, clearly being held up. I retched, but couldn't keep my eyes away from where I knew my captor was standing, just to the left of my window. "Oh, neighbor," came a practically singing voice. Still the same voice as each time, but this time at a mockingly high pitch, clearly trying to emulate a woman's. "Won't you let me in?" it asked. "Something out here is trying to rip me into bloody pieces." I stood absolutely still, as if I could still pretend to not have heard the voice. What options did I have in this moment? What could I do against a force that clearly had me surrounded and took pleasure in the fact? "Neighbor, please let me in, please?" The falsely high-pitched voice was now begging. "He'll kill me. He'll dismember me. Who knows what he'll do to me then? Let me in, let me in, let me in." The end of each sentence was punctuated by a slam of her head against the window. I was crying now, unable to stop myself. I had done nothing to deserve this, nothing to provoke whatever creature was hunting me. "Your lips aren't even moving," I whispered. This made the banging stop, and for a moment I thought I'd beaten the thing with just my words. I was so hopeful that this waking nightmare would come to an end that I didn't even question why that would give it pause. I was just happy it was over. "If you won't even pretend to play along with my little game," the creature snarled, "then why am I still pretending to need permission to come in?" A slow, steady knock came from every window and door in my house. The one in front of me, the one with my neighbor's head. The knock was being made by slamming her face into the window over and over again, turning it slowly into a bloody mess as I watched her skull fracture, and even then it did not stop. I couldn't look away. I wish I had run then, but where could I leave from without being followed? I had never been particularly fast. Instead, I watched in mute horror as the face kept slamming into my window, growing more and more deformed, with knocking at every possible exit in my home. If my suspicions about my neighbor's lack of body had been false, she was very dead at this point. All at once, the knocking stopped and was replaced by a tiny metallic thump one at a time. I'm sure it could have unlocked every door at once if it had had the mind to, but I think it was still, even then, toying with me, still trying to convince me it was just one entity, that it could only be in one place at once. I ended up hiding in my bedroom closet. I could have picked somewhere less obvious if I'd had time, but I don't often catalog the best hiding places in my house. I've been sitting in here for about an hour, giving me time to type this. I think this is what it wants, to be known. I can hear it against the tile floor. It paces back and forth around my bedroom, claws skittering against the floor back and forth. Sometimes when it's closer, I can smell a musky forest scent mixed with the clear, unambiguous scent of my neighbor's blood. I tried calling the police, of course, but as the phone rang, I could hear the claws stop dead in their tracks, and I knew the punishment for telling them what was going on would be severe. I knew somehow that I was already dead, and this would simply speed up the process. I tried to call some of my loved ones to let them know I loved them. When I did this, the voice laughed uproariously, so much so that I knew they wouldn't be able to hear a word I said. When it laughed, I realized it now sounded less loud, less clear than before, muffled behind the door of my closet. That's where I am now. I know that it's getting restless. I know that it's waiting for me to finish typing this so that other people can know it, can begin to fear it before it even comes for them. I wish I had advice or a morale. I wish this story could have a warning like, Don't talk back to the voices outside your window at night. I wish all of those things. But no, I was doomed from the moment I heard the voice. Probably even before then. Because I realized too late that the voice hadn't been coming from outside my window. The two were unrelated. The voice had been coming from inside my house the whole time. My therapist recommended keeping a journal to deal with the generational fear and trauma in my family. I don't think she quite gets it, but she tries. Virtual therapy has probably been the single best thing that has happened to me recently. Then again, the bar isn't very high. Maybe getting this out there to lessen my own mental burden is what I need. But don't say I didn't warn you. I want to start this off with an apology and a warning. I'm sorry about the dandelions. We never meant for it to get this bad. But you have to keep killing them because once my family is all dead, you'll die too. I guess it's a good thing that everyone eradicates them on sight. There's an innate hatred for them that we hadn't counted on. Every time I walk by someone launching an intense attack, it warms the cockles of my heart. And I get it. They spread if you just look at the dandelion puff wrong, and they take over everything. They're tenacious, grow everywhere, and are frustrating to kill. It's just alarming to me because I know where they're coming from. I really should start from the beginning, but I don't actually know the real story. It sounds like a bedtime story to others, but it has been a cautionary tale for generations. It's been in my family lore for so long that I don't think I cannot believe. I've heard it from my granny since I was a kid, and she heard it from her granny, and her from her grandpap. I'm supposed to pass it along since I'm one of the few grandkids in my generation. From when I was a kid, I was told repeatedly to have a lot of kids to keep things going. My brother bought into it deeper than I did, but he's always had a deeper sense of filial responsibility. It was always just a story. Until it wasn't. I'm just so tired and so afraid of what's out there. Living in fear is not a good life for anyone. I've been on the run for so long that I don't even know where home is anymore. It's irresponsible of me to have kids and subject them to this. I watched my older brother and his kids move from town to town constantly until my sister-in-law put her foot down. It's not a stable home life for them. My sister-in-law nearly left him after the fourth move in as many years without an explanation. She had a full meltdown where we finally told her. I nearly kicked his ass for not telling her when they were engaged. What kind of person doesn't tell someone that they're marrying into a cursed family? One that's been hunted down by some sort of dandelion-loving primordial entity. And once we're all dead, it's going to start killing everyone. They compromised. He found a job as a traveling consultant, and she kept the kids in one place. In the desert of all places. I guess it makes sense because as tenacious as those dandelions are, they don't do as well where there's no water. She can keep up with the yard work with the help of some very handsomely paid landscapers. The kids stay in one place, and my brother is still married. Where was I? Sorry, I get sidetracked a lot. Blame some undiagnosed problem for it on top of my trauma. I never stuck around school long enough for someone to realize that I have problems. Except that there are problems in my family. I'm smart enough, definitely scrappy enough to survive. As far as problems go, getting a little sidetracked isn't the worst. Oh, right. The thing that comes when the dandelions hit critical mass. We don't have a real name for it. One of my more nature-loving aunties called it some sort of nature goddess, but I know better. Especially now. Most people wouldn't notice it, mostly because they're not the ones it is trying to feed off of. At least not yet. My family has the honor of being the guardians. is how Great Granny put it. The way I see it, some noble, do-gooder, idiotic ancestor of mine decided to take on this burden and spin it in a way so the kids won't hate them. My generation, we keep cursing that ancestor every time we move towns. The curse doesn't seem to get weaker either, and there seems to be no rhyme or reason to it. We didn't know much. The family lore always said that if there are enough dandelions in one spot, something awakens. But it's really so much more than just that. Once a kid hits puberty, they either trigger the dandelion growth or they don't. The dandelions are like a homing beacon. As soon as there's enough, it will awaken and start moving. I remember an uncle who is even worse off than me. Last I heard, he's living somewhere in the mountains where nothing can grow, or at least slowly enough that he can pick them off at a reasonable rate. Somewhere in Asia, I think. We jokingly, and not so jokingly, call him our last bastion. I remember the first time I saw it. I lost my great auntie that day. The hospital said that she had a heart attack, but I know better. I saw what happened. It wasn't that long ago. She was living by herself when it happened, her own children scattered to the corners of the world, and her husband had passed not long before that. I think there's something to be said about belief, too. She happened to be one of the ones who would scoff at the old stories, even though she weeded like a demon. She did it because her parents made her, and she got into a habit of it, and even if she didn't think it was true, she did it anyways. Ever lived next to a neighbor where their yard gets infested and it looks like there's no hope? Then they leave and everything goes back to being normal? Chances are you lived next to one of my relatives. Probably a first cousin or something if it's half of their yard. That was what my great auntie's house was like when she got older. I visited her when I could, between online classes for some stupid college degree. But that summer, I was with my great auntie. I helped her pour weed killer on those things when I was there long enough to make the growth go wild. I grew up with my mom believing and seeing the near misses when she was a kid. She taught me that there's no such thing as going overboard with the weed killer. I watched as the yellow flowers withered and went to seed and felt comfort at watching them die. But even then, it wasn't enough. I was young and arrogant. Maybe it was my hubris that made them grow rampant that summer, or maybe because of something else. I thought that the weed killer would be enough. Auntie was spry enough to get after it, but still removing that many roots was too much for an old woman. I should have helped more that summer. I still feel a lot of guilt for her death, but it's nothing compared to what is waiting for us when the dandelions grow to be too much. I didn't know until that summer that when the dandelions stay in bloom, that's when it's too late. Auntie wasn't even really all that old. My parents had me young, and my granny was barely in her 40s when I was born. Auntie was my granny's fun, younger sister. Her dark hair had strands of silver running through it, and crow's feet marked eyes that loved to smile. To me, she was my beautiful auntie. She had a curious sprinkling of freckles on her shoulder that she never could explain. Some of us had it and some didn't. One of my nieces has a charming smattering across her cheeks, but not in the same way as auntie's. I wasn't one of them. Not for a long time. This next part, it's hard to write down. Even years later, it's hard for me to say what happened. I'm sorry if the next bit comes across as a bit analytical. I still get upset when I think about that day too much. It was a wet, muggy day. I was tired and feeling overheated from a day out in the yard, but Auntie had promised to make her famous apple pie for dessert. I thought I had done a good job and got through the worst of it that day, so I was feeling pretty pleased about things. The dandelions weren't going to seed, so it made it easier to go ham with the removal. As soon as I got close to the house, I knew something was wrong. The house smelled vaguely like burning pastry, and there was an alarming amount of smoke pouring out of the oven when I walked in. The smoke detectors were screaming. I opened the windows and turned on the vent hood before turning off the oven. This had scared me. Auntie was usually very diligent about her baking and never left the kitchen when she had something in the oven. I called for her. Her house wasn't very large, since it was only her now. There was enough room for the occasional guest, but it didn't take long to walk through. She wasn't in the house. Her house was small, but her property was larger. Much larger than any one of us would have liked. When great uncle was still alive, he had to use a sit-down mower to get everything. He died 2 years ago, though, which is why us grandkids rotated through to help her. At that point, I was still hoping for the best. Auntie had fruit trees in the other corner. I went there hoping to find her picking apples or pears so I could yell at her for being so careless and frightening me. Have you ever had the skin prickle so much that it shocked you? That's what it felt like when I got close to her tiny orchard. It was so sudden that my blood ran cold. I remember this distinctly because I had been so uncomfortable earlier in the day. There was the heavy promise of rain later in the evening, but the humidity was at critical mass for most of the day. The air near the orchard was bone dry, like something was sucking up all of the water. Auntie was standing in the middle of her trees. She was facing me, with her eyes glassy and face slack. I yelled her name. She was close enough that she should have heard me, even though I was still a few yards away. She didn't move. I stopped short when I saw the vines of dandelions snaked around her legs. They were monstrously huge, nearly the size of my hands. I know this because I had picked one up after I called the ambulance. They couldn't help her, obviously, but I'm getting ahead of myself again. I didn't want to touch her for obvious reasons, but I wanted to smack her out of the trance. No one had really ever been clear about what an attack looked like because no one had ever actually seen it. They had only ever seen the aftermath, but no one had ever mentioned the giant dandelions, or the trance. So I didn't have any idea of what I could do. So, of course, I did what any frightened, sensible person did. I picked up a fallen branch and started yelling obscenities while swinging it about. The air in front of me darkened swiftly, forming a shape that honestly wasn't much larger than me. I couldn't see a distinct shape, but its arm was clear enough when it wrapped around the other side of the stick, and a leg kicked me in the chest, hard enough that I stumbled backwards and fell. When I looked up, the shape had become solid enough that I saw a face I had only seen in photos. It was my twice-removed great-grandfather. He died in his 30s, right before his third kid was born. Except for the eyes. His eyes were hollow and empty of any intelligent thought. I looked like him, or at least a younger, feminine version of him, without the freckles sprinkled across his right cheek. That was something I was always told when I was growing up. It was one thing to always be told that you look like an old ancestor, but it's another to be compared to one who has the last documented victim. I never liked mirrors once I was old enough to understand the implications. My superstitious family never really warmed up to me because of that, so I guess there's some lingering resentment that was unique to me. I wasn't really musing on those thoughts in the moment because all I could think about was how to save Auntie and how much my chest hurt from that kick. It leaned forward, tilting its head in a curious manner that reminded me of a dog. The hair on my neck prickled as I scrambled backwards, until my back hit a tree. It followed me as I moved backwards, its features starting to blend and shift in a disturbing way, shifting to be more feminine and older. The familiar crow's feet from thousands of smiles creased the corners as it took on my beloved Auntie's face. The curious starburst freckles faded from the right cheek and reappeared on its shoulder. At the same time, it wasn't her face. There was an energy about her that was both timeless and vibrant. There was a hint of hungry malevolence as the blank eyes stared at me intensely. Auntie was still standing beyond it. Her face grew even more slack as her skin aged, and she physically shrank. It was taking her life energy. Its hand briefly stroked my cheek before straightening and turning. My skin burned where it touched me. I remember pleading with it to not take her. I was screaming and crying for it to take me. I didn't notice it at the time, but the dandelions had vined around me to keep me in place as I struggled to stand. But it didn't. It moved towards Auntie with this unearthly, inhuman grace and touched her shoulder. Her body collapsed in a heap, looking far, far older than her previously youthful 60 years. It only said one thing to me. I still remember it so clearly years later. It is not your turn yet. It disappeared after that. The muggy heat returned in a rush, and the vines that had bound me withered and crumpled. I knew it was too late for her, but I still called an ambulance. I was hurting too, so I went with them to the hospital. I was bruised and did my best to explain it away with some BS. That she was helping me with the apple gathering when she collapsed in the heat, and I fell trying to get to help her. I know the EMTs didn't believe me, but the lack of marks on her and the bruises on me sold the story. My extended family grieved separately once word got around. If I had been shunned before for looking like a victim, I was shunned even more for being there when Auntie died. Shunned for seeing it and living. I guess that brings us to where I am now. Still grieving, still traumatized, still running. I haven't been back to her house in years, and I haven't seen my family in so long. My nieces and nephews only know my voice. I can never stop running now. I know this, and I see it when the dandelions are allowed to grow around me. I'm marked with the same sunburst, freckle pattern. It's on my cheek from where it touched me. It was a burn, and it should have scarred, but it didn't. I see it when I catch glimpses of it in the mirror. If I don't stop running, I'm next. And whatever took my auntie's face will take mine too. That is my burden. And I'm sorry that you have to know now too. I don't have a great connection, but I wanted to throw this story out into the ether and see if anyone could help me. It all started simply enough. Myself, my best friend Greg, and our mutual friend Nico have been hobby ghost hunters for years now. We have stuck mainly to areas close to where we all live in Arkansas. Abandoned farmhouses, reportedly haunted bridges, and mysterious cemeteries. Recently, our YouTube channel has begun to get a boost in viewers. After being on a well-known countdown channel, people started piling in to see our escapades. We began to receive sponsorship deals, and Nico was even able to quit his job to seriously focus on the day-to-day of running our channel and socials. He became our kind of de facto manager. He'd keep up on business emails, so it came as no surprise when he phoned me some time ago to talk about something interesting in our inbox. A production company out of Italy, Tuffator Productions, wanted to develop a TV show based around our ghost hunts. We met with the producers over Zoom, and they laid out the deal they were offering. They would send us to haunted locations around the world, and we'd bring our backwoods charm to the proceedings, along with compelling footage of possible paranormal events. We were frankly over the moon about the possibility of traveling the world and doing what we loved. Maybe that's why we didn't look too closely at the deal. We scraped together a bit of cash and hired a contract lawyer, and he explained that the contract was fairly standard and fair. He mentioned a strange clause about death, dismemberment, and disappearance. but we assumed since we'd be in abandoned buildings that the production crew were just covering their butts. After getting all the clear from our lawyer, we signed the contract and committed to an initial order of 2 episodes, which the production company would pitch to a bunch of different networks. I won't bore you with the contract specifics, but Nico, Greg, and I each received a handsome payment for our time, with a guaranteed amount if the show got picked up. Within a week of signing the contract, we were on a plane to Boston. From there, we took an extremely long boat ride to where we are now, Griffith's Lighthouse. We disembarked with our camera gear and a week's worth of supplies. There was no crew, just us for 7 days on this supposedly haunted little chunk of rock somewhere in the Atlantic. We were expected to be picked up in the morning of the 7th day, but that never happened. I'm entering what I think is my 17th day on the island, and I don't think anyone is coming for me. The first 7 days were fine. We gathered footage, hung out, and spent way too much time talking about how rich we were going to be once the show got picked up. We got some okay EVP, and a wind gust slamming the door to the lighthouse will probably be used to promote the show for years to come. Greg said it was a moment that should be forever enshrined in the opening credits. On the morning of the 7th day, when our boat didn't come, we weren't too worried. It looked like a storm was coming in, and we assumed no one would try to travel in it. We dragged our stuff back inside, determined to wait it out. That night, while the storm raged outside, the door to the lighthouse slammed open again while we sat not 10 feet from it, playing cards. I hopped up to shut it, and in a flash of lightning, I swear I saw someone outside. They were just standing at the top of the steps that led down to the docks, and they were waving. I told Nico and Greg, and they blew it off as imagination. We'd been in this creepy place for a week, and it was getting easier to psych ourselves out. Greg was next to see our strange visitor. It was day 9 or 10, and he had walked down to the dock to see if he could see any boats that he could maybe signal. He came rushing back to the lighthouse, pale and panting. He swore that he had looked down into the water and seen a man on his back, just under the surface of the water, waving. He said the man was clearly dead, and his body was bloated and his skin was stretching and tearing, revealing black seams of rot. The next day, Nico went missing. At this point, we did a full search of the island. It wasn't difficult, as it's just a lighthouse on a rock outcrop. You could see the whole island from the top of the lighthouse. During our search, I found something that guarantees I'm never leaving this place. I almost didn't notice it at first. I was wandering the island, shouting for Nico, when my foot caught on something, sending me sprawling to the ground. When I finally got myself up, I saw that it was a chain. I grabbed at it, intending to pull it out of the ground. Instead, I lifted up a door buried in the wet earth. As the door lifted, my nose was assaulted by the god-awful stench of decay. There was a small set of metal steps leading down, and, having no concern for my own safety, I trudged down. At the bottom of the stairs there was a chamber, maybe about 50 feet long, 50 feet wide. Up against the back wall there were boxes. Boxes just like the ones we had brought our gear in. Surrounding the boxes were bodies. A great heap of bodies. I covered my nose and got closer. The bodies were a scattershot of different rates of decay. Some looked fairly fresh, while others were almost skeletons. I started noticing some of them were wearing t-shirts emblazoned with different ghost hunting teams. A body of a woman no more than 25 years old was wearing a Ghost Getters shirt. A man near her was wearing one with CIGS, Central Indiana Ghost Society patches. The more I looked, the more ghost hunting teams I found. I heard shuffling behind me and ran to the stairs to catch Greg before he came down. I looked up and instead of Greg, saw a waterlogged corpse staring at me, holding the corner of the trapdoor covering the hatch. He gave a little wave and slammed it shut. I rushed up, expecting to be locked in this place forever, like the bodies decomposing all around me. But the trapdoor freely gave way and I burst into the gray sunlight of the island. 2 days ago, while I was sitting on the dock trying to catch fish with a small bit of fishing line and a hook Nico had squirreled away in his suitcase, I heard what sounded like a scream starting before immediately being cut off. I ran to the top of the stairs and saw Greg standing at the railing around the lighthouse. He was half-heartedly waving, so I waved back and headed back to the dock to see if I could catch some food. When I returned a few hours later, I saw that Greg was still standing exactly where he had been before, still waving in that strange, half-hearted way. As I got closer, I realized why. Greg was dead. His throat was slashed from ear to ear, but there was no blood. He had been roughly lashed to the railing with old rope, with his right arm left free to dangle in the wind. I didn't even bother untying him. I just ran. I ran for the trapdoor, threw it open, and barreled down into this tomb. I've been here 2 days by my reckoning. I searched the gearboxes and found this phone. I also found camera gear dating back to what I think is the 60s. In the last 2 days, I've heard sounds up top. Wrenching, grinding sounds, laughing, banging, and a low gurgling that keeps happening right outside the door of the hatch. I've braced a tripod on either side of the door, and I'll leave it that way. Today I heard a new sound. It sounds like a boat engine, and it's getting closer and closer every hour. I'm at Griffith's lighthouse in the Atlantic Ocean, and although my friends are surely dead, I am not alone. I've been a marine biologist and shark specialist for the better part of 15 years now, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that we don't know a damn thing. You could see a new species, hell, 3 new species every single day for your entire life, and not even scratch the surface of what's under the surface of the water. Water is where life began, and it's been there for millions of years. Aquatic life has had the longest time to grow, to change, to learn, and the variety of life is truly unfathomable to me. To think that we, as a footnote in evolution, actually believe that we know anything about the creatures that live underwater is sheer stupidity and hubris. Nothing made this clearer to me than what I experienced 3 nights ago. My crew and I took a research vessel out into the Pacific just after sundown, looking for the elusive oceanic white-tip shark. These beautiful creatures tend to be loners of the deep, and due to this, we don't know a whole lot about them. What we do know is that they spend their days stalking the vast, open ocean, often riding the area where cold water meets warm. And since they tend to spend their days in open water, food is very scarce. So, whenever a meal is available, they tend to make a beeline for it with aggressive determination. The mission I had planned was a very special one. I had a theory that oceanic white tips weren't actually the loners everyone thought they were. My thinking was that they were actually highly sophisticated pack hunters, sending one main scout who would then signal to the group when a meal was found. This would conserve precious energy and also optimize every meal for the species as a whole. So my crew geared up and found the most empty spot we could to try testing this out. Upon arrival, we deployed 2 shark cages, one on either side of our boat, and then we started suiting up for our dive. The moon was nowhere to be found that night, the only source of light being the bright spotlights surrounding our ship. My dive partner Mike and I were all nerves as we got ready. "How are you feeling, brother?" Mike asked, zipping up his wetsuit and prepping his breathing apparatus. Even with the thick, insulated rubber of the suit, I was shivering as the chill night air hit me, and the water would only be colder. "I'm excited, man. You know, a lot of butterflies, but I'm ready to see some sharks," I said with a grin. "Hey, I got your back down there, alright? Your theory's strong and we got all night. We're all behind you," Mike reassured me. I gave him a grateful nod. A few minutes later, the crew EMT, Dave, made his way over to us as we finished getting ready. "Alright, we're about all set here. Now, you guys know I've got to give you the spiel," he said. "Yes, Mom," I replied with a laugh. Dave rolled his eyes. "Down there, it's all going to be about communication, right? We're on radios at all times, so you keep us updated. You feel wrong, you feel any danger, you call me right away. I support you guys. This research you're doing is amazing. But we're also dealing with unpredictable apex predators. They have the advantage in the water, and it's dark. You keep your eyes peeled down there. We keep our eyes peeled up here, and we all stay safe. I say we pull the plug. We pull the plug, alright?" He explained. Mike and I nodded our understanding. "Yes, sir, Sailor Dave, sir," Mike saluted. Dave rolled his eyes again, but smirked. I looked at our chum people next. "How are we looking, Jimmy?" I asked. "All good to go here. Ready on your mark," he responded. "Cameras are rolling. We have all our gear ready. Any other questions?" "Yeah, can I get a little taste of that?" Mike asked with a grin. A laugh rolled through the ship, releasing some of the tension that had been building in the air. "Oh, great idea. We gotta get that calorie intake before the big dive," I joked. "There he is. See? Cody's game. Garson, we'll take 2 of your smelliest servings," Mike called with a slap on my shoulder. The laughter really helped. "Alright, smartass. Just get in the damn water," Jimmy said. With everything set, Mike and I gave each other one last nod, strapping on our face masks, and then we jumped into the freezing black abyss. The sensation of diving into freezing cold ocean water is one that is nearly impossible to describe. My entire body stiffened as every single muscle constricted, tensing in shock from the absolute cold. Every nerve stung with a freezing burn before fading away into a numb hum from head to toe. It took the sound of the radio to pull me back to myself. "How are we looking?" Mike called over comms. "All good here," I answered. "Alright guys, bring the noise. Let's get this party started." With that, the crew got to work, slapping the surface of the water with oars to stimulate the movements of struggling fish. At the same time, bloody chum sprinkled down in crimson clouds, glowing vibrantly against the bright blue water, illuminated in large windows of light as our boat spotlights shine down into the ocean. Beyond these pools of light, everything was a thick blanket of blackness, and below me nothing but a vast and dark chasm that seemed to go on forever and ever. The vibrations in the water reached me like the dull beating of the heart, muffled by thousands of gallons of water, and this pocket of light is where we waited. For a while, it was a long and quiet night. We faded about in the shark cages, our eyes wide, staring into the murky black water. The sounds and chum continued in small spurts. We exchanged little conversation as we played the long waiting game, our fingers crossed. I sat, hoping, my heart pounding in my chest. It must have been a few hours of freezing nothing before Mike came on the radio. "Hey brother, I'm seeing a big black spot out there. It's coming your way now. Keep a lookout." "Copy," I said. And then I saw it. A glimpse of gray, the wide, wing-like pectoral fins. A splotch of white on the large dorsal fin. Holy shit, Holy, we got one. Oceanic white tip. I nearly screamed. The enormous beauty glided through the water effortlessly. In the vast nothing, it looked like it was flying. Its white, slitted eyes stared out through the water at our boat. Hell yes. Someone from the crew called on comms. Fuck, it's gorgeous. Female. Probably a 10-footer easy. Maybe bigger. I called out to the crew. A round of cheers went up from the crew, the excitement vibrating through us. The shark loomed, making a couple curious circles around us. Bro, Cody, that thing is huge. Mike said as the shark made her way to his side of the ship. We watched with held breath as she investigated. Swimming by us, its gaping jaws hanging open to give us a perfect view of her rows of razor-sharp teeth. Being so close to such a powerful creature brought with it this huge shot of adrenaline, and I found myself completely speechless. How are we doing, boys? Dave called. All good here. Looks like she's curious for sure. Mike answered first. Yeah, it looks like she's drifting away now. Hopefully that means she'll be back with a group. I said, watching as the oceanic white tip flew through the water, back into the inky black, vanishing before our eyes in an instant. The exhilaration lingered with us for a while after that. We did check-ins with the crew and Dave, making sure everything was still on the safe track before it was back to waiting. However, this time, we didn't have to wait that long. About an hour later, calls came from Dave and a couple other crewmates. We've got a shark. On your left. On your left. Another one over here, off to the right. Heads up, we got another. Soon we had a whole group of 5 or 6 swarming us, watching, lurking, and hoping for a meal. And for my crew, we were on cloud 9. Cody, I think you've just found your first piece of evidence, Mike said warmly. I grinned. This was everything I was hoping for. It wasn't 100% proof at all, but this was a huge step towards my theory. These creatures were more than loners. They had a form of pack mentality. My heart raced as I watched them bump the boat or come up to my cage before veering off. Joy welled up in my chest. And then, Mike came back on the line. Hey dude, I think something's wrong, Mike said. Everyone's excitement stopped. My grin dropped into a frown. What's going on? I asked seriously. There was a series of voices over the radio as the crew leaned over Mike's side of the boat. Are you alright? Dave asked immediately. There was a long stint of static. Mike stuttered. There's something out there, but I don't think it's a shark. He trailed off. What the hell is that? Called Dave. It's a shadow or a figure. I can't make out any features, Jimmy said. My heart started to pick up pace. I was beginning to feel off. In the pit of my stomach, I knew this wasn't right. And then the sharks ran away. All of them. I watched as each shark jolted to life, swishing their tails rapidly, flying away into the dark as fast as they could. They made my heart nearly stop. That didn't happen. Not like this. Not all at once and with such speed. This wasn't just a few sharks being shocked by an unexpected noise or movement. This was an act of fear. One minute, there were 6 large, hungry apex predators. And then there was nothing. What the fuck? I said to myself. The terror that bubbled in my chest took my breath away. I tried to radio, but no speech would leave my mouth. What could do that? Never in the years I'd been diving with sharks had I ever seen a reaction like that. Never. I've never seen one shark run away from something with such fervor, let alone a group. This wasn't just wrong. This was very bad. Mike, what do you see? Dave asked. We can only see shadows up here. You have to communicate, man. We talked about this. Mike? I finally spoke. Nothing. Static came over the line as if he was pressing the button, but unable to utter a word. Mike, answer me right now or I'm pulling the plug, Dave said firmly. You guys are sure it's not another shark? I asked stupidly, knowing that couldn't be the case. No, this thing is big. Like, it's moving with the current of the water. This big black shape. I can't make out anything, Jimmy responded. I craned my neck, trying to gaze through the dark depths to catch a glimpse, but I couldn't. Guys? Mike finally called out to us. Mike, what the fuck is going on? I yelled. It's like this big mass. I can't... Holy shit. Mike's voice was shaking. He was scared. What is it? It's looking at me. What is? I screamed. Fuck. I think it's smiling at me. Mike nearly whispered. I shifted in my shark cage. My heart felt like it was about to burst. The fact that I was alone in the infinite depths and I couldn't see anything only made the whole experience worse. I looked around wildly, as if I was instinctively searching for any sign of danger or help, but I only saw cold steel and black water. That's it. I'm pulling the plug. Reel in his cage. We're getting out of here, Dave stated. His voice was completely drowned out by the staticky sounds of Mike's screams over the radio. Although I was on the other side of the boat, I felt the movement of water, rapid and violent. My cage shook back and forth, throwing me sluggishly from side to side with the displaced ocean. I attempted to steady myself, but with little success. After one particularly aggressive jolt, my left arm crashed into the walls of the cage. I felt a snap, a stinging, aching pain, and then numbness. Screams went up from all of the comms and everything went up into chaos. Get him out! Get him out! Dave shouted, fear now touching his own voice. I saw blood, so much blood. It flew with the currents in deep red clouds passing over me. Mike's blood. My stomach roiled as everything continued to violently shake. Jesus Christ, shouted Jimmy. Get Cody, get him, Dave ordered. I felt the crew desperately trying to reel in my cage. I couldn't see anything. It was all a blur of sea, night, and blood. A corner abruptly jerked to the left, and my head hit one of the metal bars at full force. Stars filled my vision. Hands dipped into the water, barely missing me multiple times with all of the movement. More screaming. No, stay away from the edge, I heard Dave again. A splash, more screaming, and then one firm grip locked onto my left arm and I was hoisted out of the water. I let out a shriek of agony at the pain in my arm as I spilled out into the boat, nearly getting trampled by the quickly moving crew. I ripped off my mask and vomited, adding to all the water, blood, and other viscera that painted the floor. Everything was slipping all over the place. My head spun. Cody's in, I heard Jimmy yell. Get out of here. Go, go, Dave screamed. The boat lurched forward and we took off. The world around me started to fade as I stared out at the bloody pool where Mike and other crew members' body pieces floated. I saw it. A shadow in the water, featureless, terrifying beyond all belief. I tried to speak, to think, to do anything, but my world shifted into darkness and I passed out. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, and that's where I've stayed the last 3 days. Staring at the ceiling while simultaneously feeling relieved and surprised to find that I was still alive. It turns out I broke my left arm in 2 places, and I have a pretty bad concussion. The memories of the whole thing have been coming back to me slowly in terrifying flashes. Mike Allen's body wasn't able to be recovered, nor were crewmates Heather Nolan and Paul Webb. I heard that Jimmy had a really bad cut on his leg and chest, and had been in and out of surgery since I've been here. The rest of the crew have stopped by to visit me a few times. Dave was kind enough to drop off my laptop so I can sit here, painstakingly typing this all out with my right hand so I don't go crazy. I have no idea what was out there, lurking in the blackness like a living shadow, and honestly, I don't think I want to. I've never seen sharks run for their lives like that before, but there's a creature out there that scares them. Whatever scares sharks is still down there waiting below the depths. I can't say if I'll ever be able to go back into the water, but I do know one thing. One image has very clearly returned to me from the entire experience. I couldn't make out many features of the shadow, but I saw, as we retreated that night, I looked directly at it, and it was smiling at me. I am 20 years old, but I was adopted in the 1950s. No, this isn't a diary or a letter. I'm writing this on the 11th of September 2022. The Queen of England died 3 days ago. I was adopted on June 22nd of 1951. I don't remember the home I was in before they adopted me. I just remember the house. It was like one of those big spooky mansions you would hear of in those old horror stories. Everything was broken, creaky, and bleak. A cobweb in every corner of every room. But it was a place to call home. My mother was a cold woman, like a witch, but with rules. Lots of rules, but they were strange. I never truly realized why there was so many, or why they were so strange until I ran away. She had cats. We never met them. Just heard them scuttering around at night and during the day, their soft meows echoing through the cracks in the walls. She told us all they were what she called scaredy cats, and would run away at the sight of humans. Rule 1. Never leave your bedroom door unlocked past 11 p.m. It's an invitation. I never knew what she meant by invitation. I never unlocked my door unless it was mealtime or TV time. Each night between 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m., we would hear 3 knocks. Rule 2. When you hear the 3 knocks, don't answer. Just turn out the light. I'd turn out the lights, and each time with a little huff would come from outside the door, and the sound of what I thought were footsteps would move away. Although some nights there would be a single knock. Rule 3. If you only hear 1 knock, you have 10 seconds. Hide under the bed or in the closet. Keep your eyes closed. Once you hear the door lock, you're safe. A single knock. I swiftly sprung out of bed and made my way under the bed, closing my eyes and holding my breath, until it struck me. Why couldn't we look? What was it? Curiosity struck me and I slowly opened my right eye, and then my left. My hand smacked over my mouth to stop myself from screaming. Rule 4. Do not go outside. All the windows were boarded up, doors locked. There was no way we could look outside apart from whatever they put on the TV or the papers. Only person allowed outside was Mother. We would be locked inside the TV room. One time little brother Timmy wandered off and never came back. Rule 5. Do not wander off. Bedtime. It takes us all a long time to get to bed. We can't leave Mother's side. We all walk behind her as we crouch, tiptoe, and shuffle through the narrow hallways as quiet as mice. She told us it was so we wouldn't scare the cats. Cats attack when they are scared. They don't act like the cats we see during TV time. Rule 6. Don't unlock the doors during TV time. Felix the cat was on. It was our favorite as kids. It would drown out the constant scratching at the doors when we all sat down to watch. Rule 7. If you see one of the cats, run and hide. Don't tell the others what you saw. I quivered underneath my bed at the sight of the cat. It was unlike any cat I had seen before. It was large, 6 feet tall, and crawled on all fours. I couldn't see its face, but I could see the drool pool on the wooden floor beneath its long, bony legs. It began to walk, or should I say crawl, away towards the door. I closed my eyes and sighed in relief. That was until I opened my eyes again. Then all I felt was fear. Rule 8. No food in bedrooms. Food must be eaten and finished at the table. The smell will attract them. I came down early one day for breakfast. I saw Mother pouring milk into a glass bottle. I was confused. The milk she was pouring looked new. It was in a plastic sort of jug with a green lid with the expiry date 5th of November 2012. This new milk sure did last long. Maybe the glass bottles made them last longer. Rule 9. Put leftover food in the cat bowls. Whenever we couldn't finish food, we would always put them in the cat bowls as a little treat for the cats. They never ate it. They didn't like it. They didn't like anything we gave them. They were never happy. They wanted more. They wanted flesh. Rule 10. Run. Its yellow beady eyes stared back at me, a blue collar dangling from its neck. I froze in fear. I had to run. I managed to get out and run past it. It screeched behind me, and I heard its feet tapping rapidly as it chased after me. I ran as fast as I could away from the cat and through the hallways, until I finally lost it. It wasn't safe here. I needed to run. I began to look around for an exit. The doors and windows were boarded up with wood and nails. There was no way I could get it open. I looked around, panicked for a way out. That was when I saw it. A vent. It was small but big enough for me to squeeze through. The chair scraped noisily against the ground as I pulled it across the kitchen floor and lined it up under the vent. I climbed on top of it and grabbed onto the ledge of the vent and attempted to pull myself up, falling down a couple of times back into the chair. I was about to attempt again until I heard a soft meow and the jangle of a bell behind me. I slowly turned my head towards the dark hallways behind me, and I saw 2 yellow beady eyes looking towards me in the darkness of the hallway. It continued to meow, scratching at the walls either side of it, each meow a different pitch and tone as if it were multiple cats at once. I swung my leg up into the vent, pulling myself up, its footsteps rapidly coming towards me, and along with a loud screech. I clambered into the vent and began to crawl through the maze of vents, trying to find a way out. I could hear cars like the ones on TV. Breeze hit me and goosebumps grew like little mounds on my skin because of the cold breeze. Or so I thought. I look behind me and there it is, running up behind me with a ear-piercing screech. It was hunched in order to fit in the narrow vent, which only made it look more terrifying. I crawled as quick as I could towards the noise. The sound of cars growing closer, but so did the quick taps of the cat's feet. I could see it, the vent. I crawled towards it, my knees red and torn apart from the friction between my skin and the vent floor. I began to kick at the vent, sweat dripping down my face. I looked backwards towards the creature who was closing in on me. With all my might, I gave it one final kick and it fell off its hinges, hitting on the concrete ground with a thump. I slid out and landed on the pavement with a crack. Excruciating pain shot through my right arm, but I didn't care. I scrambled to my feet and looked at the vent. It stared at me with its devious yellow eyes and backed away slowly with a soft growl, and a soft jingle from the bell that hung from its collar. I looked at the house from afar, and saw my siblings and mother looking out the large living room window. They all grinned at me as their eyes flashed yellow for a mere second, before they backed off into the darkness. I faced towards the street. Everything was colorful, vibrant. The cars were odd. They were fast. They didn't look anything like the black and white ones I saw on the television. There was pictures that moved along big signs and buildings, and people wore nice clothes. Short skirts and nothing like the rags I had to wear. Food smelt and looked good. It wasn't like the thick gray stuff I always had to eat just so I wouldn't starve. I ran around like a headless chicken, dirt-coated face and clothing ragged. I bumped into a strange woman with a friendly face, squinting as the sun beamed towards me from behind her as I asked, "Excuse me, miss, I'm lost." She let out a small laugh. "You certainly are. You look like something right out of the 50s. I looked confused at her. "But it's 1953. Her face fell and her brows furrowed. A concerned look plastered on her face. 1953? Darling, it hasn't been 1953 in 60 years. It's 2012. My eyes bulged and I looked around, bewildered. I saw a stray newspaper on the ground and took it in my hands. Looking at the front page, my eyes landed on the date, November 5th, 2012. I pulled it away from my face and looked towards the house in which I escaped, but it wasn't there. It was a pile of wooden planks. I walked towards it, kneeling down on the rubble and running my hands through it. My hands hit a hard object. It made a sound similar to a worn-out bell. I pull on the object, and with a yank out it came. A blue collar. Something follows me around my basement, and it's finally gone upstairs. I've always told my friends that my house is haunted. It used to be a joke. Used to be. My basement has always had an odd feeling to it. It makes weird noises. The temperature fluctuates constantly. And then there are the echoes. Sometimes when I walk around, I hear someone. Something walking right behind me. I assumed it was echoes at first, but it never happened on a consistent basis. Regardless of the numerous, perfectly rational explanations for what could be causing the footsteps, it creeped me out so much I began a ritual of sprinting up the stairs, throwing open the door, and shutting it behind me as fast as I could whenever I heard them. Thankfully, they never followed me up. Until last week. My neighborhood was experiencing a power outage at night due to high winds, and my phone was about to run out of charge. I remembered a battery charger I'd stored in the basement after a hiking trip. Now, I wasn't thrilled about having to run downstairs in the dark, but I was bored and didn't want my phone to die. At first, everything was fine. I was rummaging around looking for my charger, getting frustrated with myself for not remembering exactly where I'd put it. The wind was raging outside, so I didn't hear them at first. The footsteps were walking on their own, and they were coming towards me. As they got louder, I was alerted to their presence and forced myself to turn around. Nothing but darkness. I bolted upstairs, with the footsteps close on my trail but slightly out of sync with my own. It sounded like a heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. I made it to the top, opened the door, and slammed it shut behind me. I heard something bang into the wood, followed my footsteps getting fainter. It had gone back down. I breathed a sigh of relief. I moved a chair under the doorknob just in case. A couple of days ago, I decided to invite some friends of mine over to stay the night. We'd been watching old paranormal shows and, wanting to conduct our own investigation, I offered up my basement. I hadn't been back since the power outage. We bought a temperature reader, spirit box, and headlamps, as well as brought our own cameras and flashlights. Looking back, it was certainly overkill and a little ridiculous, but the humor of it eased my fears of returning to the basement. I wanted my house back. 2 of my friends stayed upstairs and the other 3 went down into the basement with me. We were cracking jokes in the lead up, but it was clear that the mood was tense. I moved the chair out from under the doorknob and we carefully opened the door and peered inside. Everything looked normal. I let out a sigh. At least the thing hadn't trashed my stuff. Slowly, we all made our way down the stairs. We left the lights off and used flashlights to see in front of us. After about half an hour of fiddling with the temperature reader and the spirit box and getting no significant results, we were about to call it a night. That was until we realized our mistake. We had left the basement door open. We hadn't heard from the 2 friends we'd left behind since we entered the basement, but we were so caught up in our investigation we hadn't even noticed. The 4 of us practically threw ourselves up the stairs, calling their names the entire way. They never responded. We made our way up only to find an empty room. Our friends had disappeared entirely. No screams, no loud noises, nothing. The police never found them. Every few days, another person goes missing. In the lead up to their disappearance, some of the victims reported hearing footsteps behind them. Every time they appear, they get louder. Please lock your doors, and if you ever hear something walking right behind you, run. I'm sorry. I didn't have a normal childhood. Despite such a unique claim, the abnormality that ended up defining my childhood only occupied a small portion of it. One night to be specific. When I was 9, my life changed forever. I was living in the house that my parents still live in now. The night was like any other. That was until something drastic happened. I was just on the verge of sleep. That type of feeling where you're conscious yet dreaming, where your mind is filling your head with random thoughts, feelings, and images, yet you're not quite fully asleep. In this state, it's common to have that jumping sensation. This is because your body has fallen asleep too quickly, and your brain is sending a shock wave to your muscles to ensure you haven't died. At least, that's what I've heard. Before I knew it, I awoke to a thin ray of moonlight piercing my eyes, and a gentle scraping sound. My window and blinds had opened. I immediately looked up. The moonlight that now filled my small childhood bedroom illuminated enough for me to see what was happening. A man was entering my room through the window. As he was putting his leg over the windowsill, the rest of his body still outside and unaware of what was happening inside, I quickly slammed my head into my pillow and pretended to be asleep. I laid at such an angle so that I could still see most of my room, the floor being the exception. I opened my eyes the smallest amount I possibly could, and saw something that would change me forever. A man in a gray suit wearing a gray fedora had made his way into my room through my upstairs window. How he managed to go about doing this, I'm still not sure. I saw him duck his head, his legs already over the windowsill and resting on the foot of my bed, and push his way fully into my bedroom. I shut my eyes. I was so scared I quite literally forgot how to breathe. Subtly, anyway. The only sound I could hear was the incredibly loud thumping of my heart beating in my ears. By the time I'd opened my eyes again, my window was shut along with my blinds. I had to open my eyes wider this time, so that my pupils would dilate and I'd be able to see what was happening. The blinds being shut obscured my vision, as there was now no light in my bedroom. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could now see a tall, slender silhouette of a man in the corner of my room where my door was. I had never felt so sick. You know that feeling you get when you go over a bump, or when the roller coaster goes over a hill? That was the feeling I had. I cautiously observed him as he stood in the corner of my room, his hands clasped behind his back, watching me. I could see his chest gently bouncing up and down as he breathed. I closed my eyes. At this point, I assumed it was a dream, so I shut my eyes, and with great difficulty I found myself asleep. By the time I woke up the next morning, the man was gone. I found my window to be open slightly, about an inch or so. This told me that what had happened hadn't really been a dream. A man in a gray suit wearing a fedora had found his way through my window and into my bedroom. I had many questions. Who was he? Why did he enter my room? Why did he come through my window and not the main entrance? At what point during the night did he leave? A million thoughts and possible answers flooded my brain. Over the course of the next month or so, these thoughts persisted as the man continued to visit me every night. By the second or third week, I was no longer scared. In fact, I felt an odd sense of comfort when I heard my window start to slide open, or when I saw moonlight flood my room as he opened my blinds. By the third and fourth week, I would wait and stay awake for him to arrive. I was no longer scared of letting him see that I was aware of his presence. In fact, one night, he arrived and stood in the corner of my room with his hands clasped behind his back like he always did. He gave me a slight nod as though saying, "Hey, it's me, your old friend Slender Suit Man." I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been visiting me before this fateful night. I assume it was just under a month. One night, I heard my window slide open. A hand curled under my blinds and he peeled them up, letting the usual array of moonlight flood my room. He slid in through my window, shut it behind him, and stood in the corner with his hands behind his back. Not a single thing about this routine had changed since the day I first saw him. There was one thing that kept nibbling away at me, however. I could never make out his face. The shadow of his fedora somehow shielded any light from touching his face, so, in reality, I had no idea what he looked like. Although that sense of comfort was still there, I believe that was mostly due to his consistency. If he hadn't done the exact same thing each time, I would have continued to be worried sick. In fact, I felt that there was something deep inside of me that continued to trigger my fight or flight response, even when it was his upteenth time visiting me. Then the air of the room changed. Everything became still. I laid there in silence, confused before I heard a loud bang from downstairs. Something breaking. I looked over at the man in the suit, whose hands were now by his side. It was almost scary to see him standing in any other position excluding the one where his hands were behind his back. He turned on a 180-degree axis, grabbed the door handle, twisted it, and pulled it open. He stuck his head out. He then pulled his head back in and quietly shut the door. We were there in darkness for a few seconds before we heard footsteps coming up the stairs. That was when I started freaking out. I began to scream, but before any sound could come out, The man in the suit held up one finger to his face as though advising me to be quiet. We heard footsteps approaching my door. The man in the suit swiftly walked over to my bed, helped me up, and swept me behind him. We quickly and quietly made our way towards his corner. He seemed perfectly calm. We saw the door handle twist, and the door slowly opened. A silhouette of a man appeared in our vision, and we saw a long cylindrical item in his hand. It looked as though it could have been a knife. The atmosphere tightened a second later when he spoke. "Sorry, kid. This isn't going to end well for you." He slowly raised the object in his hand. Within the span of half a second, the man in the suit drew a gun from the inside of his blazer, placed a hand over my ear, and shot the man in the doorway. By the time I was done holding my ears and staring at the ground, silently crying, I turned around to see the man in the suit was gone. My window was wide open, and the wind from the outside was making my curtains flail desperately. I looked back at my doorway, and the intruder was lying on the ground with a bullet hole in his side. Then in that moment, I realized that had the man in the suit not been there, I would have been dead. I saw my mom come out of her room, look at my body, and her eyes widened. I think she saw something in the intruder's face that neither me nor the man in the suit could see. I screamed. 18 years later. "You're so immature," I said with a slight hint of venom in my voice. "How many times have I told you this story, and how many times has it ended up in a debate of some kind?" "Every time," he said with a smile on his face. God, I hated that smile, especially when it was in this context of this argument. I just find it funny how long you've been telling me this joke, and yet you still expect me to believe it. "The joke isn't in my story, it's in your name," I said with a giggle. "At least my parents didn't hate me so much they decided to name me Hercules." "Shut up," he said in response. "And your parents do hate you." "Too far, man," I said seriously. "Hercules, I'm not kidding. Please believe me. I get it sounds crazy, and I know I say this every time, but you have to believe me. Why would I make this up? Why do you think the man who broke into my house had a bullet wound?" "He shot himself," he said as though it was the most obvious conclusion. "That's literally what the police report determined. Trauma affects people in different ways. One of the most obvious examples being memory. I think you've created this as a coping mechanism." I sighed. There was no point. Who the hell was going to believe this story? I know what I saw, and I know it was true, and yet the story that emerged sounded so fabricated. For the past 18 years, there has barely been a day that's gone by where I haven't thought about the man in the suit, the man who saved my life, and the man who I hadn't seen since that fateful night. "Tab, please." I stumbled home that night. I hated trying to tell Hercules about what happened. I really have no one else in my life. My parents and I have had a really rocky relationship ever since our house was broken into, and I don't blame them. So much legal stuff went down that I still have no idea about, and I'm sure that as many times as they want to deny it, they at least partly blame me for it. I just remember a barrage of police at my house, discussing the origins of the unknown intruder. They classified him as a John Doe, since he had no records or known family members. I opened my door and overarmed my keys and phone onto my bed. I threw myself down next to them. I laid there for a moment, thinking about the man in the suit and searching for ways in which I could possibly find him again. I fell asleep that night with the man in the suit still on my mind. I needed to see what he was up to, and why he was in my room for those several weeks. These questions flooded my brain the entire night. I woke up the next morning and conducted research throughout the entire day. For the next 2.5 weeks, I would wake up, browse the internet on information about sightings of him, news reports on the murder, and other topics of this nature. I never found anything solid. At this point, I was concerned about my mental health. I had barely left my apartment for those 2 weeks. Any calls I'd receive would ring out. Any texts I'd receive would endure an unintentionally nasty response from me. I was worried that I was becoming obsessed with the man in the suit. Hercules had ties into some lab that was downtown. A few years back, he'd had an apprenticeship there. He'd mentioned at some point that they used to specialize in hypnosis therapy. Except it was super secret and all of the information about it was under wraps. He would tell me about how people who would come in and be cured of all types of problems. It was rumored that they'd achieve things like curing pervasive mental problems, treating chronic health conditions, time travel, and memory removal. The last one was the one that I was focused on. I was so sick of thinking about the man in the suit. I just wanted the memory of him, and the memory of that entire night gone. Since he worked there a few years ago, maybe I could contact him and see what he knows. I texted him, even though it was 12:30 at night. The message read, "Hey man, hope you're well. Sorry I haven't called you back. Was just wondering if you still had any info on that lab you did that apprenticeship at a few years back. Would really appreciate it. Catch you soon, man." I turned my phone off and put it on my desk. I went to sleep that night as soon as my head hit the pillow. I woke up the next morning with a headache. I got up, had a glass of water, and returned to my room to check my phone. I checked my messages. I saw a message in response from Hercules, an address. Along with it was a message that said, "I don't know what you're doing, but good luck with it. You might not be as lucky this time to have a man in a suit come and save you." He had 2 skull emojis next to it, as though it was the funniest thing ever. I entered the address into Google Maps, got dressed, and headed into my car. After an hour or so of driving, I heard the magical "You have reached your destination" chime from my phone as I pulled up in front of a large, menacing building. I turned my car off. From the inside of my car, I could see 2 entrances. One was way past me to my left, which had a rotating door. There were 2 extremely tall and muscular men with earpieces on either side of it. One entrance was nearly directly in front of me, slightly to the right, that had "staff only" on it, written in bold writing. Due to the lack of guards and the absence of the chance of me getting my ass handed to me in a fight, I chose the door to the right. I walked over to it, turned the handle, and gave it a gentle push. Like clockwork, the door swung open and I was granted access. I assumed it was unlocked for fire exit safety reasons. I found myself to be in a stairwell, which reinforced my theory on the fire safety door. As I gazed around, I found that there was 1 flight of stairs to my left that went upwards, and 1 to my right that went downwards. This meant that the downstairs to the right would take you underground. I followed the stairs down for what seemed like hours. I was walking downstairs for so long I started to feel exhausted. Eventually, however, I reached a landing and a door that said, "Warning, confidential information inside. Do not enter without a level 4 pass." I didn't know what the hell a level 4 pass meant, so I tried to kick down the door. Unsurprisingly, it didn't work. I saw a scanner next to the door, which I'd assumed scanned the level 4 passes and unlocked the door. I ran back upstairs again, which took an excruciatingly long time. I did this to find a more populated area so that I could hopefully find and use a pass. Upon finding myself back in front of the door in which I entered, I went up the flight of stairs on the left and found myself in a hallway. I opened a random door in the hallway and emerged in a large, empty office area. I searched around for passes. There were hooks on each cubicle that most people had their passes hanging on. Most of them were either level 1 or level 2. I found one that was level 3, but that still didn't help me. I searched for another 10 minutes before I finally found one. A level 4 pass. In the pocket of a gray blazer hanging on the back of a chair. I quickly ran back down the stairs, nearly tumbling down every few minutes. I nearly threw up by the time I'd reached the bottom due to the amount of exercise I was getting. I scanned the level 4 pass, and with a satisfying click, the door unlocked. I grabbed the handle, twisted it, and pulled on it. I found myself to be in a massive expanse of machinery and wiring. The room would have had to have been the size of a mid-sized stadium. I stood in the doorway speechless at the dimensions of the room. I was surrounded by complex equipment, most of which I hadn't a clue of its purpose. From the doorway, I could see something in the center that looked almost like a portable toilet. This rectangular prism had hundreds, if not thousands, of wires coming out of it at every angle. Upon closer inspection, the object was a lot more fancy than a portable toilet. In fact, it looked polished and modern, and had an area to stand in the interior that wasn't obscured by a toilet. Barely enough room for one person. I pumped my fist in the air upon realizing the magnitude of my success. After a brief observation, I found a keypad next to it which, like the door, had a scanner with a sticker on it that said level 4 pass only. I scanned my pass on it. There were already settings that had been entered on the hypnosis box that had remained there since its last usage that I decided to leave as they were. After several minutes of torturous anticipation and gently winking colors coming from the interior, everything went black. I woke up laying down inside of the box. I got up shakily, using the walls of the box to help me up. I cautiously pushed open the door and looked around. Nothing was different. I was still in the same room, exiting the same box, feeling the same amount of uncertainty. I closed the door to the box behind me before processing what had just happened. I definitely still had the memory of that night, if anything. It had merely revitalized it. I skulked my way out of the room, sad and confused. How had it not worked? I made my way up the seemingly infinite staircase and out onto the landing. Next to the exit was a small newspaper stand. I grabbed today's paper, rolled it up, and made my way to my car. I sat in my car for a few minutes. The fact of the house and the night was most of what I'd thought about for the past 2 weeks. I felt an unexplainable urge to confront these memories and see if I can't get over them. I plunged my key into my car and heard my engine purr. I stepped on the gas pedal. By the time I arrived, it was nighttime. I hadn't been there in several years, since my parents and I barely talked. In fact, now that I was seeing it in person, it looked so similar to how it was back then. During my minutes reminiscing and observing my house from the exterior, I heard a sound slightly to my right, an extremely distant sound, one that I wouldn't have picked up on had it not been for the silence of the neighborhood. In an attempt to locate the source of the sound, my eyes landed on my bedroom window. What I saw next made my stomach drop through the floor. The leg of a man in gray pants had just disappeared into my old bedroom. I had instant butterflies. He was back. Just when I was visiting my old house, he was back. My parents never locked their doors. We didn't live in a quiet town by any means, just one that didn't have much crime. No one in the neighborhood locked their doors. I ran through the main entrance and into the house. As I was making my way to the stairs in my euphoria, I accidentally bumped into a flower pot. It made a loud crashing sound. I made my way up the stairs, incredibly nervous to be seeing the man in the suit again for the first time in 18 years. I stood there outside my bedroom door for a while, gathering strength and trying to fight off nerves. After several minutes, I walked up to my childhood bedroom door, twisted the handle and gently pushed the door open. In front of me was a tall, slender man in a suit with a child standing behind him. The smile dropped from my face. Instantly, it hit me. The presets on the hypnosis machine clearly didn't remove memories. It must have dilated time. Within that split second, I felt every atom of my body tense up. I felt the exact same fear that I'd felt that night 18 years ago. A million thoughts were racing through my brain, none of which I could process in time to somehow utilize in this situation. Then, the realization finally set in. "Sorry, kid. This isn't going to end well for you," was all I could muster out, tears in my eyes. I went to raise my hands in peace, but I didn't make it all the way. I saw him quickly draw his hand into the blazer of his suit and pull out a shiny revolver. Something else was in his pocket that almost fell out. A gunshot rang out, and both me and the child fell to the ground almost instantly. I laid there, my hands over my ribs where the bullet had penetrated. My hands, my shirt, everything was covered in blood in mere seconds. From the ground, I looked up and made eye contact with the man in the suit. As he looks at me, I saw his face for the first time. A look of horror on it as he realizes who he's just killed. It's in our bedroom. My wife shakes me so hard I wake up with a sharp grunt. She's sitting bolt upright in bed. I turn my head towards her, my eyes wrinkled from sleep, my eyebrows knitted together from confusion. Her eyes are unblinking, terrified, transfixed on something at the foot of our bed. I sit up, blinking, my eyes adjusting to the early morning light, the white curtains hiding the promise of a beautiful clear summer's day. Then I see the thing at the foot of our bed. My wife and I remain frozen. At first I'm paralyzed, then my fear turns to anger, and I motion to get out of bed. Suddenly, I'm petrified again from fright as I take a closer look at the thing. The figure is tall, lean, and lanky. It has the proportions of a large simian. Its long arms stretch all the way to the floor, and its hands are dragged. These hands ended in 5 deadly claws with wicked sharp points. The thing's is dark as pitch, and I can't tell if it has dark skin or if it's made from a totally otherworldly substance. Its mouth is large and stretched into a horrific grin. Its jagged teeth are unnaturally white, and it bears them with a menacing glee. Its ears taper off into subtle points like that of an elf. It has long, straggly black hair that has clumped and caked together by some brown material I did not wish to think about. My brain is confused by this sight. I go blank. I thought it's a joke, but I can smell the thing. It has a smell that could not be produced by anything living, anything natural. I'm so utterly confused still. Something like this cannot exist, and how could it be? How is it here on some random summer morning, standing here in plain daylight? These kinds of things only happen at night. There have been no other signs, no strange, unexplained moving of objects, strange sounds, eerie smells, and cold patches. We have not read from any weird books, played with Ouija boards, or been cursed. But there it stands, grinning at us, not moving a single limb. It's simply not possible. I begin to shake. I move my hand toward my wife slowly. I do not break my gaze on the thing. I stare at its eyes. They are large, white, and milky. Dead. My breath comes out hard and fast. As I grab my wife, she jumps slightly but does not turn her head away from the thing. Her face is twisted with terror and white as snow. She trembles as she squeezes my hand so tight it goes numb and my fingers turn white. All I think about is getting away from the thing. I start to whisper to my wife, Then the thing raises a long, thin claw to its lips, its grin swiftly changing to pursed lips. Shh. Its voice sounds slippery, slimy, and squelchy. It sounds like something as it's swallowed by a peat bog. I freeze. My heart freezes. My blood freezes. My wife is clenching so tight my hand feels like it's being crushed. I tug at her chin and gesture for her to follow me. Slowly and silently, eyes glued on the thing, we step out of bed, still in our summer pajamas. Strangely, I suddenly am more worried about being found dead in my Spider-Man pajamas than anything else. I chuckle hysterically at this random and inappropriate thought as we run barefoot from our bedroom. It's in the corridor. It's in the corridor. It's in the corridor now. It didn't make a sound. It stands at the entrance of the bathroom, just to our right as we exit the bedroom. I turn back to our bedroom. It's gone. It has moved, without walking or scuttling or running. It can travel from place to place without needing to move. Does that mean there is just one of them? My heart was beating so fast I felt dizzy. The grip I had on my wife is now more desperate. There is no avoiding it. We have to run right by this thing to get to the front door. My stomach drops and my vision swims from fright. We run past it. The smell gets so much worse. It reaches out its clawed hand and caresses my face softly as we bound down the hall. My wife and I fight back tears. My mind is in tatters. All I can see now is the front door. I rip it open and tear through the door, wife in hand, into the warm morning air. We don't close or lock the door. The air is humid and sticky. It is hard to breathe. My chest is burning as we sprint to our little green car and leap inside. It's in the driveway. It's in the driveway. How could this be possible? What the hell is this thing? Standing, grinning in the morning sun. I start the car as my wife and I buckle our seatbelts. The thing just stands as still as before, smiling that disturbing smile. My eyes pour out tears from pure stress and fear. I'm sobbing and my wife is near catatonia. I slam my foot on the accelerator and we take off straight for the thing. It jumps nimbly to one side, grinning like the Cheshire cat. As we reach the gate, I don't check for cars. I don't care. It's a small village and I take our chances. I swivel my head around to stare at the thing as it stands in the driveway staring at us, unblinking and smiling. I stare at it in turn as I drive the car around a corner and watch the thing disappear as we move down the road. I continue to stare out the back window, so sure I will see it bounding after us, using its arms to run like a gorilla, but I see nothing. I turn my head slowly to face the front window. My heartbeat begins to slow. My wife and I are now screaming from stress and fear, tears flooding from our eyes. It suddenly smells horrible in the car. Shh. My blood ignites with fear. It's the thing's voice, coming from the seat behind my wife. We freeze and fall immediately silent, fighting back our own whimpering. Slowly we turn. It's in the car. It's on the back seat. It's in the car now. Suddenly I hear a noise and turn back to the front to see that I have crossed lanes completely. A small BMW heading straight for me. I yell and make a sharp turn back towards my lane, my heart in my throat. As we return to the correct side of the road, I see the thing reach out a hand to my wife. It slashes her just once across her chest and neck, and it's so fast I could see a blur and then blood. Scarlet blood spurts from my wife in pressurized pulses. I watch her bleed and gurgle. She grabs my hand, but it's limp now. I told you to shh, says the thing. That voice so beyond natural it sounds like a swamp trying to speak. I am dead and numb. I can't contain myself. I veer the car towards a cliff. We fly off of it and into a precipice. The thing just grins. The cops don't believe me. I have survived the crash. My wife is dead and they think it was me. I lie and tell them a wild animal got in the car, killed my wife, and forced me off the road. They shake their heads. Suddenly there's a bang. A car outside the hospital has backfired. Momentarily distracted by this, I steal one of the cops' guns. I am alone. It's nighttime now. I see it outside the hospital. It stands and grins up at me. I cock the gun. It's in my room. It's here. I don't know how long it's been. I can't remember. Long enough for our porch to sink into the sand, the wood bleached like half-buried bones. Long enough for the loneliness to stick to me like a second skin. Long enough for us to rot. I can't remember anything clearly anymore, except for her. Tanaya loved the sea. She lived for it, dragging me out to her family's remote beach house almost every weekend to bask in the frigid salt of the waves. She said she'd always wanted to bring a girlfriend to her little house by the sea, and the way she said it made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. It almost made up for the long, winding drive and spotty cell service. Almost. I didn't share her love for the ocean. To me, it was a distant acquaintance at best. Too cold, too vast, too unforgiving. But I loved the way the sun glinted off the waves and onto her smile, how vibrant she became every time she entered the surf. It was dark the night it happened, but clear. We were out on the porch, her with her arms outstretched, the wind making sails of her clothes, me off to the side huddled in layers of woolen blankets. The air was sharp and fresh, peppered with sprays of salt and sand that entered every corner of our beings. She turned toward me then, utterly alive with it all. I'm going to go in. The parts of her voice not blown away by the wind were giddy. Are you sure? It's late and the water is going to be freezing. It always is, just for a quick dip, and then we can watch that awful movie you've been dying to show me. My forehead creased as I looked out at the dark, shivering ink that made up the waves. Be careful. I'll keep watch. She turned and leapt off the porch, sprinting towards the line of the water, not bothering to see if I was following. I jogged after her, still wrapped up in wool, and stopped about 10 feet from the waves. I watched as she ran into them, the warmth seeping out of me like a leak in a glass. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, until I was shivering there, the wet sand making prunes of my feet. Tanaya was a pale blur as she dove into the waves and surfaced again and again, gasping as she broke the surface. Water poured off of her, sticking her hair to her face, tangling it in her smile. I looked down and watched the waves play tag with the shore. They flowed in and out and left trails of shivering, effervescent foam in their wake. I could hear Tanaya laughing. Her delighted voice blew towards me in torn bursts with the wind. And then there was another noise, more like a gasp. I wrenched my gaze upward in time to see her being pulled away from shore. In a movement faster than thought, the blanket was on the sand and I too was in the waves. The cold shocked me into panic as I made my way towards her. My every movement felt too slow, like the water was fighting my progress. Ahead of me I could see her struggling. She was being pulled directly into the waiting arms of a rocky outcropping that stuck out from the shore. The rocks shone slick with salt and malice. In an instant I saw her collide with it, her torso slamming into the unforgiving stone with force. The waves pulled her back and forth, pummeling her into the rocks again and again like a cruel puppeteer. I reached her just as she went under. My hands were desperate and my eyes were open. I could see her blurry form through the salt in my eyes, sinking, almost out of reach. I grabbed onto the rock, ignoring the barnacles that cut into my hands like glass. I used them as leverage and launched myself downwards, managing to grab hold of her arm, pulling her cold body towards me. The waves pushed us down once more, and for a second everything was silent. I could feel the burn of salt water entering my lungs, invading my nostrils and forcing its way down my throat. The trek back was arduous. She was conscious and breathing by some miracle, but I could see blood pouring from her head. It rendered her incapable of swimming correctly. Her movements were jerky and groans of pain escaped her lips. We reached the shore on our hands and knees. I tried to wrap her in blankets, but the wool was soaked through and too heavy to lift. Instead, we stumbled up to the house. Tanaya's movements were growing shorter, more labored. By the time she reached the porch, she was collapsing in on herself, falling as she tried to wipe the blood from her eyes. I half carried her into the house, into our room, onto our bed. I felt delirious. Water had crept into my lungs, and it came out of me in sprays when I coughed. My phone, the only one that had been charged, lay inert and waterlogged in the pocket of my shorts. So I lay there with her, held her close and wiped salt water and blood out of her eyes with my hands. I could hear myself saying things I didn't believe. "It'll be okay. You'll be fine. Tomorrow we'll wake up together and everything will be good. We still have to watch the movie, remember?" Tanaya did nothing but gasp. She was so cold. Her eyes were bleary, and they moved in slow circles around the room. Her breathing began to slow, becoming shallower with each labored inhale. Her eyelids drooped. She died at a pace that felt like melting and looked like sleep. I don't know how long I lay there holding her, feeling the last of her warmth seep into the bed and mix with the blood-soaked sheets. Sobs tore out of me in looping wails, becoming more choked as I held my breath. Felt the fluid build up around the damaged tissues in my lungs. Call it secondhand drowning or call it grief. The result is the same. They found our corpses a week later after we failed to come home, wafting flies and the smell of rotting seaweed. They carried them away, but I can still see us, still see my desiccated arms curled around her peaceful, damaged corpse. They put up telephone lines near our house recently, as new places have begun to spring up, to help prevent future accidents. If I focus, I can travel just far enough to reach the closest wire. I've been broadcasting this message for weeks now, hoping somehow something will pick it up. I want people to know what happened and how wonderful she was. Maybe if someone out there hears me, they can send help. You see, I don't know where she went when she died, but it isn't here. I can't find her, and I don't know how to leave. I'm not sure what'll happen to me soon, but I wanted to make a post so that at least there's a record of my night. I'm at work, working an overnight shift. I'm fortunate enough to have worked my way into my dream job, and I love everything about it. I work in the film business. The road has been long, the work is hard, and the trials have been immense at times, but after years of pursuing the dream, I've worked my way into the glamour of Hollywood. Tonight we're shooting a big new movie deep in the woods of northern Massachusetts. I can't say what movie, due to an NDA agreement, but hopefully anybody reading this that knows about it will be able to pinpoint this to me. Tonight I've been tasked with sitting and guarding our truck, occasionally running gear down to the set a mile away in the vehicle the production has provided me with. It's been a lovely night. A bit chilly, but such is the case when fall begins to settle in here in New England. Every so often I've heard the occasional animal rustling, the call of a nocturnal bird, and the crickets chirp over the dull roar of the generator that keeps the lights on in our truck. Other than running gear down to my crew, my duties include keeping the generator running so that the lights remain on. This is important so that other production vehicles running up and down the pitch black road can see me and our things, and safely drive around on their way to set for their respective duties as well. Our truck is the only one on this particular stretch of forest road, and something about the light bleeding into a seemingly endless stretch of darkness is beautiful, surreal, and comforting. I felt this way, of course, until the generator ran out of gas the first time. As soon as the generator fell silent and the darkness enveloped me fully, I heard a louder than usual rustling about 100 feet into the tree line. The steps sounded like a larger, heavier animal than I had been assuming might be near me. Heavy, plodding footsteps began to sound as though they were walking towards me. Branches rustled, and I heard deep, long sniffing sounds, as though whatever was there had taken an interest in my direction. I turned on my unfortunately low battery headlamp to try and see what was there, but as soon as I turned on the dim light, the moving stopped. I couldn't see anything in the tree line, but quickly filled the generator back up with gasoline and got the lights back on. After the generator began to roar once more, hours passed and I didn't hear another thing from inside the forest, other than the usual sounds of nature that had surrounded me before. Alone at my post, enjoying what had begun to seem like my safe haven of light, I grew comfortable once more, chalking the noises up to it just being an animal that was frightened off by the sudden roar of the generator. I am in the forest after all, and this is their home. Then the generator began to falter again. When the lights died, the footsteps began again from exactly where they had stopped. Branches rustled and snapped from what seemed like 10 feet in the air, as the steps got closer and closer. As I reached for my headlamp again, I looked up. About 20 feet away from me, and towering above me, were two eyes staring down at me. I froze, unable to bring myself to even turn on the light. The two eyes were like crimson-colored cat's eyes with a golden backlight. Whatever those eyes belonged to stood motionless, and sniffed in deeply again. Its eyes widened as it took another step in my direction. I snapped back out of it and turned my light on, aiming it in the direction of whatever I was looking at. As my light turned on, the eyes vanished, like a shadow. Its footsteps stopped too. Panicking, I hurried over to the generator and filled it with gas once more. There wasn't much left in the can, probably only enough for another hour or two of power at best. So, I turned the generator on and called my boss. Trying to remain calm, I told him we needed the fuel truck to swing by and refill our can. He told me he'd let the transport folks know and they'd be by as soon as they could. That was about 90 minutes ago, and I haven't seen a single other vehicle come this way. I hope they come soon. My headlamp seems to be dead now, and the generator sounds like it's running low on fuel again. I think I was somewhere around 11 years old when my parents decided to drop me off at my aunt's house, since they didn't trust me to be home alone while they were out in town. I hadn't been to Aunt Lynn's house since I was a toddler, but the place didn't seem to have changed too much from how I remembered it. Just like back then, the walls and floors mostly consisted of earthy browns and greens, and there were a bunch of weird old items sitting on the shelf above her fireplace, like dolls and that kind of thing. Aunt Lynn said I was free to go wherever I wanted, except for the small door in the closet downstairs. According to her, it was a storage room with a lot of fragile supplies. Now, I was a bit of a rebellious troublemaker at that age, hence why my parents didn't want me home alone. So, as soon as my aunt told me about that door, I immediately figured out where my next destination would be. After my aunt went into the kitchen to cook dinner, I snuck downstairs to the TV room and quickly found the closet with the door she was talking about. I kneeled down to get a closer look at it. It was about half the height of your typical door, but other than that, there was nothing really special about it. As I grabbed the knob and prepared to turn it, my brain became filled with a million conflicting thoughts. What if my aunt was telling the truth, and it really was just a supply closet? But surely there had to be something more interesting than that. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so strict about it. If my aunt or parents found out I broke her rule, I could be in big trouble. But if I didn't open that door, I would die out of sheer curiosity. I turned the knob and slowly creaked the door open. It was mostly just black inside. I slowly crawled in, wondering if I'd be able to find a light switch. However, after blinking a few times, I was surprised to discover that the dark was gone, being entirely replaced with bright, garish yellows, pinks, and blues. I stood up and looked around. I was in an enormous room, with walls so high I couldn't see the ceiling when I peered upward. The walls were mostly yellow and decorated with rosy floral wallpaper and shelves of old-fashioned toys such as dolls and teddy bears. I was so busy looking at the walls and shelves that I almost missed what was right in front of me. I lowered my head and noticed a little girl who looked no older than 8 sitting down in the center of the floor by a bunch of blocks and a fancy dollhouse. She wore an old-fashioned frilly pink dress with blue trimmings, like something you'd see in the 1950s, along with knee-length socks and Mary Jane shoes. Her frizzy blonde hair was tied up in a pair of pigtails. The girl had her head down, too preoccupied with her toys to notice me at first. However, after a few seconds of me staring at her, she turned her freckled face up towards me. "Play with me," she said in a stern tone, her large blue eyes staring straight into mine. I was confused. Who was this girl? No one had mentioned my aunt having any kids. Was she babysitting for someone else? Was that why she told me not to come in here? So that I wouldn't bother the kid? "Who are you?" I asked. The girl stood up. "Play with me now," she ordered. I backed away nervously before turning and making a mad dash towards the entrance where I came in. Wait a minute. No, this couldn't be. The door was gone. There was just a flat wall where it used to be. What is going on? I turned back towards the girl, who now had her hands on her hips. "Play with me, or you'll be stuck here forever and ever, and you'll never see your mommy or daddy again," she told me. This was when I noticed that her voice sounded less like an actual child, and more like a middle-aged woman mimicking a child's voice. "Okay," I said, shaking nervously. If following this girl's orders was the only way out, I'd do anything she said. I was already regretting not listening to my aunt. "What do you want to play?" The girl gave me the kind of wide smile you'd expect to see a cat make when it spots a bird. She then stomped over to me and grabbed my arm. I noticed her hands were a lot larger than I expected for someone her size. With shocking, disproportionate strength, she pulled me over to the center of the room and threw me to the ground with my back facing upward. "First, you're gonna be my trampoline," she said. Before I could protest, she leapt up into the air and landed feet first onto my back. I struggled not to groan in agony. She was a lot heavier than I expected her to be. Using my back as a launching pad, she jumped up high again, before I felt her hard shoes hit my back with even more force. This went on for several minutes. My spine felt like it was going to snap in half any second. I was in so much pain I could hardly breathe. My eyes were welling up with tears. "Stop," I screamed. "Stop, that hurts." Soon the girl stopped jumping and stepped off my back. I grunted in pain as I struggled to stand. God, my back hurt so much. I turned to the girl, and was just about to give her a piece of my mind when I noticed something odd. When I first came in, I could swear her head was no higher than my chest. Now she was the same height as me. I couldn't tell if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if the girl had actually grown. "Look," I tried to say it in a polite tone. "Next time, do you think maybe you could be a little more gentle? That really hurt when you were jumping on me." "You don't tell me what to do." Her face turned reddish purple as she screamed with enough force to nearly knock me to the ground. I turned around and tried to run to the opposite end of the room, only to fall over as the girl grabbed my leg and began to drag me back. Once again, her chubby arms had a lot more strength than you'd imagine, and it was futile to resist. I yelped in shock as she began to twist my right leg clockwise, further than I thought was possible. It felt like it was going to pop out of its socket any second. I could hear snapping, popping, and cracking sounds coming from my leg. I screamed and moaned as agony shot from my leg through to the rest of my body. I began to sob hysterically, my arms banging against the floor, blood rushing to my face. Tears and snot dripped into the floor, forming a puddle right below my head. The girl eventually let go, but it was already too late for me to escape. My twisted leg still hurt like crazy, and all I could do was lay my head down, close my eyes, and hope the pain went away soon. I lay there for who knows how long, before opening my eyes to the sound of many small, shouting voices coming from all around me. "Hurry, get up! The door is right there! Run! She's gonna get you, and you'll never escape! Hurry!" When I lifted my head and looked around, I realized that the toys from the shelves were now down on the floor surrounding me. They danced around, waving their little arms and shouting at me in various distinct voices. "Hurry," said a skinny wooden man with a top hat and pointed nose. "She's right there." "She'll turn you into one of us if you don't flee," said a dark brown teddy bear with a red ribbon around its neck and blue overalls. I tried to stand, but my leg had gone numb, so I just fell back down onto my stomach. I then flipped over on my back to see what the girl was doing now. What I saw made my heart sink into my gut. The girl's frilly pink and blue dress was lying on the floor torn, with her socks, shoes, and even her hair laying beside it. My eyes moved upwards, and what I saw standing at the far end of the room will continue to haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. I still remember the creature's pale skin and massive, bloated body reminiscent of Jabba the Hutt. I remember its elephant-like pillar-shaped legs, and long, wavy, boneless tentacles where its arms should have been. I remember its doughy purple head with small beady eyes, and a short hooked beak that reminded me of an owl or a parrot. I noticed dark dots all over the creature's face, which looked exactly like the girl's freckles. As I sat there quivering with fear and unsure what to do, the creature's head extended on a long snake-like neck, which stretched down in my direction until it was face to face with me. And then it spoke. "I'm not finished playing yet, pretty boy." The creature's screechy, growling voice filled me with adrenaline and gave me the strength to leap up and turn, running to the now visible door. In spite of my leg, I saw a giraffe toy standing by the door, rearing up to turn the knob and open it for me just in time. As I dropped down to crawl through the dark entrance, I felt something rubbery wrap around my good leg and squeeze tightly, like a doctor's blood pressure cuff. I didn't have to turn around to know what the creature had me in its grasp and didn't want me to leave. All of a sudden, I heard the sound of all the toy voices shouting at once, and the creature let go of me, allowing me to crawl through the space as I heard it screaming at them in that horrible raspy voice of its. If I had to guess, I imagine the toys had somehow been able to distract it and cause it to let go, though I was too busy trying to get the hell out of there to check and see. Before I knew it, I was laying on the green rug of my aunt's TV room, right in front of the closet. As soon as I knew I was safe, I didn't hesitate to get back up and slam the door shut. just in case something got out of that room that was supposed to stay in. I sat there for a few minutes, inhaling and exhaling, struggling to get my breathing back to normal after what had just happened. Was it all just a dream? I tried to stand up, only to stumble and collapse into the nearby armchair. My leg was still numb. I lifted my arm up to my face and noticed a big red bruise on my wrist where the girl had grabbed me. That was not a dream. I then heard my aunt calling me from upstairs, telling me dinner was ready. I did my best to hide my injuries as I headed upstairs, knowing she would find out I had disobeyed her orders if she saw my current condition. I quietly ate my dinner as Aunt Lynn talked on the phone. She then told me that my parents were on their way to pick me up, and I needed to get ready to go when I was done eating. As I put my jacket and shoes on, I took a final glance at the knickknacks on the shelf above the fireplace. Then my eyes locked onto a doll that I hadn't noticed prior. It was a porcelain doll of a little girl, no older than 8, wearing a frilly pink dress with blue highlights, knee-length socks, and Mary Jane shoes. Her frizzy blonde hair was tied up in pigtails, and her face had both freckles and big blue eyes. The doll looked exactly like the girl I had seen in that door downstairs. My wife and I have been married for 10 years. We met in college and got married right after graduation. Once we established our careers in our respective fields, we decided to start a family. Unfortunately, after 3 years of trying and trying, we had not been able to produce a child. It was time to see a doctor. After some tests, it was determined that my wife was unable to have children. The doctor suggested a few options, including adoption. The thought of another woman carrying our baby in her womb or adopting a stranger's child did not appeal to my wife. We decided in the end that we loved each other and were just going to focus on our marriage. At least, that was the plan. Years went by, we focused on the materialistic aspects of life, vacations, and such luxuries. I will admit it, seeing our peers starting families and hearing them talk about childhood milestones was annoying to me. I guess you can say I was internally bitter and jealous. I had all but given up on the idea of having a baby. Then I met the woman of my dreams, or should I say, in my dreams. The first time I met her in my dreams was 1.5 years ago. It is nothing erotic or sexual. I felt peace and comfortable. I couldn't describe her at first due to the fact that she was a shadow essentially. Yet I felt her embrace me and I was at peace. The only downside was even though I was sleeping 8 hours, I woke up exhausted. I was looking forward to bedtime each day, not because my wife and I were going to be intimate. That had stopped after year 7 of our marriage. I'm not saying we were unhappy, but my wife had lost interest since we could produce no offspring. Each night I was finding the comfort and the affection I was lacking in the woman from my dreams. It quickly became sexual as the shadow's features revealed themselves to me. I was hypnotized by her beauty. Don't get me wrong, I love my wife. The woman in my dreams was similar to her, but her eyes were full of the desire that had long ago faded in my marriage. The dreams became more intense and I even started napping at work, just so I could see her again. I was super exhausted, even though I was sleeping and napping all the time. My wife, on the other hand, seemed to be looking refreshed and prettier. She was dressing in more revealing clothes. It was as if she was evolving into the woman from my dreams. I was enjoying this new version of my wife. Maybe I was starting to imagine stuff from my fantasy dreams. Regardless, I felt guilty. I had the final dream a month ago. As usual, I was eager to fall asleep and didn't even wait until bedtime. The dream started strange. I was with the woman. She was pregnant, and I mean pregnant. 8 or 9 months by my estimate. I was confused because most times it was straight to sex, but this was different. This felt real. I could tell she was uncomfortable. I wanted to have my usual dream, but felt uneasy. I wanted to wake up. This wasn't fun anymore. The scene changed to a hospital delivery room. The woman in my dream was in labor. I sat by her side as the doctor and the nursing staff were moving around her. She was told to start pushing, and as she did, she let out a demonic sound. I had never heard her make this noise. Not even when we did the deed before. I was scared for the first time. I looked upon her face and saw the most disgusting demonic face. I looked down to see what she was giving birth to, and it was a sleeping version of my wife. I woke up in a cold sweat. I was in my own bed next to my wife. I reached over to hold my wife for comfort. She was concerned, and I reassured her that it was all a bad dream. I could feel her warmth and something else I hadn't felt in a while. She moved into me, and for the first time in a long time we made love. I drifted off to sleep, and for the first time in months, I had dreamless sleep. We made a doctor's appointment for my wife a few weeks later. She had not been feeling well. She was feeling nauseous and dizzy at times. After the doctor ran some tests, including a pregnancy test, that I thought was unnecessary since my wife couldn't get pregnant, the doctor came into the room smiling. He congratulated us. My wife was pregnant according to the test results. He gave us information and again congratulated us. I was on cloud 9. My wife and I were going to become parents against all odds. I was trying so hard not to cry from happiness. As we made our way to receptionist area to make the next appointment, I stopped at the large mirror hanging on the wall. I adjusted my glasses, and in the reflection behind me was my now pregnant wife talking to the receptionist. She turned to ask me about the appointment. In the mirror's reflection was the woman from the dream. Her face was demonic. She smiled at me and said, "We've never been happier." I was lazily searching the internet for whatever I could find to cure my boredom. I even tried a couple of BuzzFeed quizzes. That level of boredom. For context, I'd just been fired from my job, and despite my girlfriend's encouragement, it's been tough to look for new jobs, or pretty much do anything productive. I guess she's noticed because her encouragement turned to rage as she screamed at me to do something with my life and left for her mother's. I haven't been drinking enough, I'd say. The quizzes were stupid. I'm 100% not a Ross. So I went looking for something else. On the side was an ad for a site claiming to be the hardest would you rather questions in the world. And I thought, why not? Maybe I'd get a laugh on how choosing which topping on a pizza was hard, but I wish I listened to it. The first question was really simple. It asked if I'd rather be immortal via age but killable, or be unkillable but can die by age. I of course picked the former, like any reasonable human. The second was, would you rather be able to fly or be able to turn invisible? I chose flying. It went on like this for some time, showing the percentages of what previous people chose. It was about the 7th question. That's when they asked, would you rather die via gunshot or a knife? I gotta be honest. This question seemed stupid to me, so I went to click out of the tab, and that's when a pop-up came up. An image of me, right then, picking immortal, captioned, "Please finish your questions." with a smiley face. And despite the fact I pressed the X already, the tab was still there, now with a timer counting down. I chose gunshot, very freaked out and ready to call the police. The next was, would you rather never be found or have people think you took yourself out? Sweat trickled down my forehead as I clicked the latter. Good choice. It goes well with gunshot. A chat bubble came up. Would you rather tell your mother that you want to take yourself out, or tell your father you'll never live up to anything? I clicked the latter. It was a bunch of these questions getting more personal or more grotesque. When I tried to call the cops, the pop-up stated that was a non-advisable avenue. Freaking out, I reasoned that this was just some dumb prank. My girlfriend probably took that picture and paid for ad space on it, or messed with my computer, all just to make my lazy butt get up, right? I stood up, done with this game, throwing my chair on the floor and wondering what the actual hell was going on, when my computer's sound suddenly turned itself fully up and said, would you rather kill your parents or keep playing? I froze, unable to force myself to walk forward. It felt like hours, but it could have only been minutes. 15 seconds to make a choice, Stefan. I gulped and selected continue playing. It knew my name, my location, and I wasn't risking my parents on a guess about a prank, not after everything they did for me. Good, only a few questions left. The chat bubble taunted me. Would you rather your house catch on fire or your neighbors? I clicked my neighbors and looked out the window and saw nothing. I sighed and then started laughing like a maniac. I mean, why would I believe they'd actually do anything I said, right? What an idiot I was. I saw the light before I heard the screams, frozen in shock. I looked back to the screen, the chat bubble chastising me for being a selfish. I wanted to smash the screen at the irony. Would you rather get stabbed in the shoulder, or make sure your neighbors don't get help? I'd like to tell you guys I hesitated in this one, but I didn't. I hate the idea of being stabbed. It's why I chose the gunshot. Besides, they were probably already dead, I think. I'd bet. I mean, they must have been, right? Congratulations. 2 more questions. I sighed in relief until I saw it on the screen. Would you rather 10 random people die, or you die? I already sacrificed my neighbor twice, and so many people die every day. I mean, who's to say they'd really do it? I have to admit I was grasping at straws here. My self-preservation was kicking in, but my heart was pounding, anxiously looking around. I gulped once more, moving on to the final question, hoping to whatever god that would listen that it'd be an easy one. I felt the cold barrel of the gun on the back of my head before the last question came up, and a "don't look back" muffled through an altered voice from behind me once more. Deciding to listen to it, I looked at my last question, one I'm sure will answer your question of why I'm admitting to this at all. Would you rather admit to your aid in the murder of 11 people, or have a bullet travel from the back of your head, through your skull, into the computer screen? Shaking, I moved the mouse over to the former. I hoped maybe they'd accept I was forced against my will. Maybe manslaughter, as I could convince them I didn't know. Something. The rules were in an abundum. I had to do it in a way anyone could gain the means to access it. I couldn't delete it, and I had to hand myself into the police afterwards. I really didn't want to, but I couldn't just let myself die after everything, right? I had to survive, to do something with my life. They haven't left yet. They said I could choose the form, so I chose this one. I hope you guys won't judge me. I hope you'll give me advice. I really need it. I don't know why they're doing this to me. What did I do? Let me start off by saying that this story was based about 8 years ago, and to this day no one believes me, but it lives in the back of my mind. To understand this story, I have to explain the layout of this house. It was a small house with 3 bedrooms and a massive den, which we believed used to be the garage. All of the bedrooms and bathrooms were placed on the left side of the house, while everything else was on the right. To get to the bedrooms, you had to go through a door and a long but thin hallway. My room was the smallest of the 3, but it faced the backyard, so it stayed dark up until 8 in the morning. Don't get me wrong. It was great not having to worry about the sun in my face, but the backyard was terrifying at night. It was massive, easily the size of a football field, and was almost completely surrounded by tall oak trees. The only light in the backyard was this singular street lamp, which was clearly outdated. My mother thought that since my room didn't get much sun, we should just put up a more decorative curtain. And by decorative, I mean it was just some see-through tulle curtains that were always pinned up, and a bunch of tiny ribbons with gems glued to them dangling from the curtain rod. It was extremely girly, and at the time, I thought it was adorable. The window itself was huge, and just outside of it was the air conditioner for the whole house. Now, I think for safety reasons they had positioned the fence around it where you could still access my window from outside. You could see even a small path that led up to my window, where people clearly walked it a lot. That in itself should have tipped off my parents that something was wrong, but I digress. Another thing you should know about my window is that it was missing a screen on one side of the window, the side where the path was. I never really was too afraid of the window, because there were stray cats that lived in the woods around the house. I would put food outside for them, and they eventually would end up bringing their babies to me. We could never keep them, however. My mother was allergic. Eventually they figured out which room was mine and would visit me at night. It was great, but I think I let myself get too comfortable with this routine. Since I was still a child, I was still very much afraid of the dark, meaning I had a lamp on for most of the night. Until I was so ready to pass out, I wasn't afraid anymore. But when you have the lamp on, you can't really see much outside. I got less afraid of the dark when there was a cat outside my window, and I would often turn my lamp off so I could see them better when they came over. I don't know how I could tell there was a cat outside, but I could just tell. One night, I had spent up late watching YouTube on my laptop. I think something had happened that scared me, and I just couldn't fall asleep that night. So I guess I was already paranoid that night. It was about 3 in the morning when I could feel something outside my window. Thinking it was a kitty, I quickly shut my laptop and reached out to turn off my lamp. What I saw turned my skin to ice. It was a humanoid creature, no taller than an average teenage boy. It was pale to the point where it was practically white. It was wearing a white hoodie and had its hands stuffed in the pockets. It had long black hair that covered its face, but even though you couldn't see its face, you could tell that it didn't really have one to cover. Its face was missing. I was absolutely frozen in fear. My eyes were locked onto this creature. I could tell it knew I was watching it back, but it just stood there, not moving an inch, not even breathing. I must have been staring at this thing for 10 minutes, not moving an inch. After another 5 minutes of horrible silence, something in my brain finally spoke up and told me to run for it. I tried to look towards my door without letting the creature know I was ready to run, but something in my head screamed louder to run. I realized that the moment I tried to escape, that thing is going to try to get into my room. Something I failed to mention earlier was that my window was always locked. My parents would often lose their keys and would need to crawl through a window to get in. That window was mine. I bolted from my door, throwing my laptop to the ground in the process. The quickest thing I could think of was to wake up my brother. I remember just banging on his door. I was banging so hard my hands hurt. When my brother opened the door, I just remember sobbing. I ran past him and hid behind his bed and just cried. I was so terrified I couldn't even properly explain what happened. Somehow, through my tears, I had explained to my brother what I had just seen. My brother grabbed one of his metal baseball bats and turned to go back into my room. I didn't want to be left alone at this point, so I followed him. When I turned the corner, I could see that the thing was gone. It was just gone. My brother did a full check of my room and there was nothing. No sign of what I saw anywhere. At this point, my brother was beginning to brush it off as a nightmare and told me to go back to sleep. I know what I saw. I know it was real. I wasn't asleep. My brother left me in my room staring at my window, and I can just remember questioning, how long has that thing been watching me? Let's just say I didn't sleep in my own room that night, and I refused to keep my window open from that day forward. I stopped turning off my lamp at night as well. I figured that it was best if I just couldn't see it. I've always wanted to go to a hockey game, and when I moved to Canada, it seemed like the perfect time. I didn't, and still don't know much about hockey. I did some basic research to make sure I knew the basics, but further than that, I had no clue. The first game I went to was with friends, and it was nothing like I was expecting. In fact, I questioned many things I had read. Now, even though I didn't know much, I did know some team names. However, that didn't help me. The game was between stick magnets and the penalty box brawlers. I joked they sounded punny, but my friends didn't laugh. The rink we entered was dark, with barely any lighting anywhere. There were lights on the ice, but even they were an odd color that reminded me of old-school sepia photos with a more red hue. I followed my group of friends to our seats and noticed the plastic wrapping on nearly everything. I questioned it but got told I wouldn't know because I'd never been to a game before. Looking around, I saw people near the front taking out single-use raincoats and pulling them on before getting themselves seated. I took more notice of the ice and frowned at the thick slab in the middle of the ice. As I continued to look at it, I could see a seam around the top edge, leading me to wonder if this was a box of some sort. As the seats filled to capacity, the referee made his way onto the ice, followed by the two teams. I was immediately struck by the appearance of both teams. I imagined they'd be hulking men with muscles hidden under their jerseys and armor. These players all looked gray and weedy. They looked sick. The referee motioned to someone off to the side, and the slab did in fact turn out to be a box, and as it opened, both teams lurched forward to view its contents. The referee stayed back for a moment, seemingly steeling himself to get closer before gliding over and taking out a large dagger. "It's ceremonial," one of my friends called into my ear over the roaring crowd. "What is?" I tilted my head to him but couldn't take my eyes off the ice, and then the large screen caught my attention. It showed the inside of the box. A man, no older than myself and my friends, was laying naked and shivering in the box. The dagger for the sacrifice. Oh, wait, what? No sooner had I asked this question for clarification and the referee had brought down the dagger into the abdomen of the still living man. He screamed, and as the knife was dragged up in a straight line to open his skin, he coughed up blood. The referee used the hilt of the dagger to smash open the rib cage and pull out various organs. Onto the ice came two assistants who moved the box off the ice to the area directly in front of us. The lighting may have been terrible, but I could tell the corpse was smiling. "Here it comes," called another friend. I looked back up to the ice just in time to see a kidney being plopped onto the ice, and two players facing up to each other for control. Were they using a kidney as a puck? It was at this point I took notice of the hockey sticks. Usually wooden from what my research told me, but these looked scarily like bones. Leg bones, to be specific. Entire leg bones fixed into place with sinew to keep their length. The femoral head was the part being used to hit the puck around the rink. I was in so much shock that I had completely missed the start of the game and had to refocus my eyes to keep track of what was happening. What was going on? I stared with my mouth agape as blood continued to smear and freeze onto the ice, only looking up to my right as my friend jostled me happily and cheered. I wanted to leave. I wanted to stand up and make my way out of that place and never look back, but as I started looking for an escape, I noticed all the entrance and exit doors were shut and had large security in front of them. I was just wondering what the worst could be if I tried to leave. What would they do to me? Someone had the same thought as me and tried to do just that, only to find themselves thrown on the ice into the middle of a blood-frenzied game. The crowd roared with excitement as the would-be escapee was set upon by the goalkeeper, who wasted no time in cutting open his throat and watched him bleed out onto the ice. The body was left where it fell and the game continued. The kidney became too hardened to be used properly, losing all color and consistency as it slid around the ice and into goal nets, but the halftime buzzer broke me out of my next thought, wondering what they would use next. The teams cleared from the ice, and a clown skated on. His appearance was that of a love child between Pennywise and Twisty on crack. He motioned for something from the assistants and was thrown two freshly removed eyeballs from the earlier sacrifice. He played juggling with the two, but made sad faces when he couldn't do his tricks. Next, he made a motion of remembering something and skated to the dead body of the guy who tried to escape. The clown pulled out with his gloved hand an eyeball. The crowd cheered louder and whistled as he began his routine in earnest. After the eyeball juggling came skipping tricks with an intestine, and finally a puppet show with the head and spinal cord of the sacrifice. I was just about to bring up my earlier food when body parts began getting thrown into the crowd from one of those t-shirt launchers. I was stunned into silence and compliance. The second half of the game was much the same as the first, but instead they used a liver as the puck. More people tried to escape, and soon the ice was red with frozen blood from the dead bodies. When they got in the way, a player would rip off a limb from a body and throw it in the crowd, piece by piece until it was all gone. A man behind me caught a head and acted like he's caught a stray baseball. Apparently getting the head is good luck. The game came to a close and I have no idea of the score. It seemed a team got extra points for killing someone on the ice, and depending on if they were male or female depended on the amount of points. Also, if one team killed someone who was on the opposition side, that gave extra points. I know the stick magnets won, and they were extremely happy at this. I found out why a few moments later when the losing team were led onto the ice in nothing but their underwear and socks. They were gaunt and gangly. I could count every single rib on each player. Hip bones jutted out at odd angles, and shoulder blades looked sharp enough to cut meat. The winning team talked amongst themselves as they seemed to look over the losers, and then one by one they went up to a losing team member and removed a leg from their chosen person. The men screamed and writhed in agony, but didn't make any moves to get away. Next, the winners bend forward and continue to rip into the bodies with their hands and teeth. It takes an age, but each of the winners eats one of the opponents until there's nothing but bones left. These are quickly tidied off the ice and taken out through a door. Once each of the winners had a leg, they skated off the ice to the sounds of cheering from adoring fans. The men raised their chosen legs in the air in victory. Next, 2 men wearing a jersey from each team walked onto the ice. That's the managers of the teams, I was told to my left. Oh. The manager from the losing team becomes the next sacrifice, to my right. I nod numbly and watch as the losing manager takes off his jersey and hands it to the winning manager. If they refuse, then a member of the team from the benches is chosen, to my left. The man bowed his head solemnly before nodding and being injected with something. The sacrifice must be willing. My left again. He was placed on a stretcher and carried off ice by the assistants. He'll be kept alive and on ice. Sacrifices must be alive. From my right. I see. I nod and try to feign interest. A few moments later and the doors were opened. I tried to shuffle slowly to our exit and not make it obvious I wanted to run away from this place at full speed. On the way to the parking lot, we passed by the merchandise stand where I see the bones from the losing team up for sale alongside shorts, caps, and pin badges. Want anything? I'm asked by one of my friends. Oh, no, thank you. I smile as best I could. Holding out for a better team? Smart move. I say goodbye to my friends as we split up and head to our respective cars in the lot. I sit in my car gripping the steering wheel and keeping my eyes on the road ahead, waiting for my turn to leave as the busy car park empties slowly. I wave to friends as they pass me by and put on a happy smile when I actually want to throw up. While waiting in the queue for the exit, a message pops up on my phone and my reader quotes it back to me with a happy tone I could never copy. There's another game next weekend. We've got your ticket already. You're gonna fit right in. I have been working at this new hospital for around a month now. It was an amazing opportunity, good benefits, and hours. Close to home, and I could finally live out my dream of being a nurse. First day was fine, like any other day, and yeah, the smells coming from the patient rooms were off-putting, but what did I expect from a hospital? Rose-scented candles? Of course not. That's fine. Focus on your job. My boss keeps the rooms on lock and key, not allowing anyone in or out without his permission, especially room 209, but again, not abnormal. I think patient safety and all. Jason, my coworker, says I shouldn't question it, and maybe he's right. He's been here for 6 years, but I can't let go of that smell. There's groans and moans from room 209, right by the end of the hall on my side of the hospital. It must have been the 30-hour shift and lack of caffeine because I could have sworn I heard a scream from there, but Jason and my boss said it was nothing. They went in and came out just fine. Boss had some blood splatter on his shoes, said it was from surgery. About 2 weeks in was when it really started. Maybe it's my lack of sleep and long shifts. Maybe my brain is playing tricks on me, but room 209 scares me. The smell comes from all rooms, but the worst of it seeps out of room 209. Walking past it is like walking into a morgue with temperatures of Arizona. Death lingers when you leave, and the groans echo in my ears. Lately I've heard scratching, too. Gina, a friend and coworker, told me the rumors of experimental vaccines and treatments they do here. She refuses to go into detail, but I've heard about these things. Doctors will take dying patients and use them as guinea pigs in hopes of winning some prize. Thing is, they often don't account for certain things, and it ends up going wrong. Terribly wrong. I did my research. Nothing about my hospital said anything of experiments. I'll ask Jason. He's close with our boss. I fear the worst, though, so I'm writing here to keep a paper trial, and say it's the lack of sleep and long shifts, but room 209? What are you hiding? Was it a mistake taking this job? If something's too good to be true, is it? On a lunch break in room 209 won't leave my mind. More things are adding up. The patients that check in and never seem to check out. The empty morgue despite the deaths. The deaths. Poor Jason. He's called over 10 deaths since I've been here. I called one and it was hard. I can't imagine how he feels. But where do the bodies go? I've been to the morgue. It's empty. There's no smell there. You'd think from a morgue there would be, but there isn't. Death doesn't linger in the morgue. It lingers in and by room 209, and I'm dying to know what's behind that door. Christmas Day was always a special time for me and my family. It was a day for family and togetherness, but most importantly, presents. I always love the feeling of waking up way too early, realizing that it's Christmas Day and rushing downstairs where my presents awaited. But it's always Christmas Day here. I don't know exactly where I am. I've terrorized a lot about where I am. Maybe it's hell or some other plane of existence I can't comprehend. But the most logical explanation is that I'm in some sort of purgatory. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me explain. It started like any other day, except it wasn't any other day. It was Christmas, and I knew that soon my two kids, Max and Taylor, would come rushing in to wake us up. Predictably, that's exactly what happened. I took a few minutes to get up before following our children into our living room with my wife Ashley, not very far behind. I peered into the room to see the giant pile of presents we took a while wrapping just a few hours earlier. The reddish, greenish glow from the lights reflecting onto the drab walls could almost be described as eerie. To be blunt, they made me feel uneasy. The moment both of us came into our living room, our children started shredding into the presents. And before we knew it, the room looked like a tornado had picked up all the presents and ripped them up, leaving a flurry of wrapping paper in its wake. This would suck to clean up. Ashley gave me the look, plainly communicating to me to get some trash bags. I did exactly that, but when I got back I found out that I wouldn't need them. The room was entirely clean. No wrapping paper in sight. But it wasn't empty. I looked over to the couch to see Ashley, Max, and Taylor sitting on the couch, not saying a word. Ashley then beckoned to the seat next to her, slowly opened her mouth and said, "Come sit with us." I'll admit I wouldn't have thought of myself as the first person to go off the deep end, but it wasn't the biggest shocker. If I ever experienced something weird like this, that deep down I knew wasn't right, I would usually just shrug it off, but this, not so much. I started to slowly walk over, but I suddenly snapped out of my trance-like state by my children's laughter. I looked to the ground to see my kids playing with their new toys. I then looked over to Ashley to see her sipping a cup of coffee and watching some bad Hallmark movie. Maybe that didn't happen. No, it definitely happened. Where was the wrapping paper? It was simply gone. I couldn't just shrug this off. Ashley knew something was wrong. When she asked me about it, I just said I hated how all Hallmark movies were so formulaic. She frowned at me, knowing I was lying. I'd never been good at lying. Either that or Ashley was an amazing guesser, but I decided to go with the more likely former. I smiled at her. Just a bad dream. That was technically a half-truth, considering I had no idea what had just happened. That seemed to put her at ease. The rest of the day was spent with my family, talking, laughing. This is exactly why I loved Christmas. Before I knew it, the day was over, and it was time for a new day. I walked back to my bed and fell right asleep. I woke up groggy and disoriented, like most mornings. Our 2 kids came rushing in. It took me a second to realize why that wasn't right. Hey, why are you guys up so early? We usually need to power tools to get the covers off of you. They simply looked at me and shouted, "It's Christmas." My heart skipped a beat. That wasn't right. It was the 26th, right? Had I somehow dreamt everything and that happened? It would explain a few things, but I decided it would bring up more questions than answers. Ashley sat up beside me. We better get into the living room before they make a complete mess of it. I simply got up and emitted a vague sound that I didn't even know the meaning of. It was all the same. They said the exact same things. Even if I said something different than yesterday, it didn't matter. Same response, even if it didn't make sense. And it's not like my family had any reaction to this odd behavior. They didn't do anything. It was like watching a video with slightly more interactivity. The only thing missing from this was the odd experience with Ashley trying to call me over to the couch. It ended the exact same way it did last night. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep right away. In fact, I stayed up till 5, but after that I blacked out. The loop started over again. And it kept going. Loop after loop, the exact same thing. Exact same reactions. It didn't matter what I did, nothing would change. I could scream, I could leave the house entirely and go as far away as possible, but it wouldn't change. I would always wake up in my bed. I don't even seem to age. Even as years go by in this hell that was once my home. I thought that I was trapped for eternity, which if you ask me is worse than death, but something happened. I got my wife to say something different for once. It was completely impromptu. She just started talking normally. Well, not normally. Ashley sounded quite distressed, but it wasn't the same Ashley repeating everything day after day. It's the only thing that's keeping me motivated to not give up. I know that this is only the beginning. I don't even know how to get my real family back. Maybe that's how you solve it. Maybe not. I know Ashley is in there. I know I can save her and my kids. P.S. Oddly enough, I have access to the internet. Even odder than that, this post stays up even after the day resets. I don't know if it's really Christmas Day in the real world because I know that this is not the real world. I can't look at my mirror, imagine in the same way since it happened. After coming home from work, I took off my hat and put it on a hanger. I heard a sound coming from my kitchen. It was the sound of a biscuit being cracked. After I heard it, I felt strange for a period of time. Robbers wouldn't come into the apartment to eat chips. That was certain, but I knew I'd heard something, and I lived alone. I still found the whole thing very strange, so I thought maybe I had made the sound up, or mistaken it for something else. I'd done it before when I was sleep deprived, hallucinations and all that, but that was after not sleeping for a whole day. I didn't call out or say anything. I felt that would be too crazy. Instead, I walked over slowly towards the kitchen, intent on figuring out what was there. I saw myself. Yeah, I saw myself standing there with my headphones and my chips, dancing around in the room, hands jerked up and downwards as elbows moved like waves. Me, slowly moved around until my eyes met my eyes. Well, it wasn't really my eyes. That was the one part of me that wasn't really like me. The eyes I saw were pitch black, completely soulless. As I saw myself, I froze and slowly took off the headphones. Then I bolted out of the room, catching myself completely off guard. My kitchen was connected both to the living room but also to a hallway. As I was standing in the hallway, the other me, the one I saw, ran towards the living room. The whole experience was shocking, but it didn't put me into a state of shock. Rather, adrenaline ran through my system at the sight of an intruder, and I quickly turned the corner to spot myself. I saw the back of my head sinking into my mirror and disappear. I walked over to it and stared into the mirror, touching it to confirm that I couldn't go through. I saw my mirror image on the other side repeating everything I did. Have I lost my sanity? Nobody who has lost their sanity would think that, but nobody has their sanity intact would think that. No, what am I thinking? Even when I've hallucinated in the past, it's been nothing like this. I definitely saw that. What exactly was it that I saw, though? I know you're in there, I said to the mirror image skeptically. It eyed me with the very same look I gave it, which pissed me off. I hadn't done anything wrong. And then I realized something. My mirror image was still wearing my headphones, despite me not having any. Slowly, I raised my hands and slowly moved them to my ears. I touched my ears, but the mirror's image's hands stopped on the headphones. My face turned white and eyes wide. It snatched the headphones and threw it towards me, sending it rocketing into my face. Ouch. It fell down onto the ground, and strangely, I could see it in the mirror now. Something had changed, though. My mirror image was no longer trying to mimic me. My eyes would jump from myself upwards at something else and then back at me. My mirror image's face only grew whiter and whiter. At sudden moments, my mirror image jumped slightly. I think somebody was screaming at me. A large, coal-black figure walked into the scene. It glanced through the mirror and sneered. By muscle memory, I looked at the spot in the real world it was inhabiting, but there was nothing there. The figure had a large camera hanging off its neck, and I wondered what it was used for. Its large, thick hands grabbed my collar and dragged me to the scene. I saw myself fight and plead, but the large figure wasn't having any of it. Then I couldn't see anything in my mirror. I was just staring at the background of my room, I having no space in it. All of a sudden, I saw myself walk back into the shot, stand where I stood, take a deep breath and copy the expression of horror on my face. And then my mirror image acted like nothing had ever happened. On my front lawn is a bed of flowers near the curb. Last week I wanted to teach my 5-year-old daughter how to use the hose so she can help with chores around the house. But I knew it'll be hard as she has a habit of not paying attention. I turned on the hose and showed her how it was done with turning the faucet and spraying it. Then I turned the faucet full blast and loads more water shot out. And just when I was done saying how to hold it at full blast, she started whimpering. "Daddy!" she screamed. I turned off the hose and asked what was wrong. "What is it? Don't tell me you're scared of the hose." "It's scary. I'm scared," she cried, tears streaming down her scarlet face. "It's only water. You can't drown in it." But she ran inside and slammed the door as if a tiger was chasing her. I shook my head. Next day I was doing the job again, knowing it wasn't worth making her do it, and I saw her staring at me through her window and ducked as soon as I turned the water on. I just didn't know what the hell was up with her. I wonder how good of a parent I've been over these years. when my wife called me from her bedroom window. "Hey, you gotta see this. I've seen something really damn weird. I don't know what it is." I went inside and up to our bedroom, and she was looking at our front house security camera on her computer. She showed me the footage of me hosing recorded on many days, including the day where my daughter freaked out. In the video, while I was focusing on controlling the hose and facing the flowers, my daughter wasn't looking at me or the spraying, but rather the excess water spilling onto the road. I knew her lack of attention paying was going to result from trying this. But then my eyes traveled away from my daughter as she stood still in the footage, and I looked at what she was looking at instead. In the drain grate, where all the water was escaping, I saw something. "I saw it too, in all recordings whenever you watered the flowers," my wife told me. My wife zoomed in on it, and the quality got grainier but still clear enough to make out something. From between the bars of the grate squeezed out a foot-long black rubbery object. It gently swayed from side to side like a snake. Its only notable features was some kind of clear opening at the top. It arched downwards and appeared to slurp all the excess water through the opening. Within, we could see small white square-shaped objects and a reddish-pink object that looked flat and wide. It was like a mouthful of teeth and a tongue that a human would have. After about 5 seconds of drinking the water, and my daughter panicking, the shape shot down the drain, vanishing as unexpectedly as it arrived. I'm kind of at my wit's end. I've heard of deep fakes and stuff like that, but I don't know. This feels like it's gone too far. Sorry, let me back up. The first time I remember thinking something was off was about 6 months ago. Now, I'm not really into social media, but I do have an account on a certain photo-based platform that I post to every few weeks. Nature picture from hikes, my cats, the occasional selfie of me and my partner, usual stuff. I was scrolling through my old posts one day and noticed something. It was a post I definitely don't remember making. Some kind of blurred pattern. All black and red. It didn't have any likes. I had supposedly posted it 3 months prior. At the time it seemed weird, but I honestly didn't give it much thought. I've had accounts hacked in the past, so I went through the usual steps. Delete the post, change passwords, etc. It didn't happen again for a while, so I figured I was in the clear. Jump forward 5 months. 1 month ago. That's when things started getting scary. I was checking my account, something I did semi-regularly now, and saw 2 more posts. One from 3 weeks ago, the other from 10 days ago. I know for sure that these posts could not have been up there for as long as they said. I probably looked just 3 days before and saw nothing. That was unsettling, but I'm not an expert on these things, so maybe there was a reasonable explanation. But the context of the photos was what really sent a shiver down my spine. The first one, the one that said it was posted 3 weeks ago, was all black and red again. Super saturated and vivid. This one wasn't blurry. But the saturation made it hard to make out. It looked vaguely like a figure from the chest up. The second one, the one from 10 days ago, looked like some variation of the same picture. But this one was clearer, a little grainy but not hard to make out. No black and red this time, just a picture of a person from the chest up. Me. It was a picture of me, but it wasn't. The icy eyes were lighter than mine. The pasted-on smile was an expression I've never seen my face make. Not to mention the deep red top with a flared-out collar I was wearing was something I didn't even recognize, much less own. Nevertheless, I searched through the photos on my phone to see if it was somewhere in there. It wasn't, of course. This is where I started thinking about deep fakes. I didn't want to work myself into a panic. This was obviously someone messing with me. It had to be, and I'd be giving them exactly what they wanted if I started freaking out. I don't know why someone would mess with me like this, but it was the only rational explanation. I was about to delete the 2 photos and repeat the password change process when something gave me pause. Just like the last one, neither of these posts had any likes. For the first 2, I could justify it. It seemed unlikely that out of 300-something followers, not one would click the heart mistaking it for abstract art or something. Unlikely, but possible. But that third one was basically a selfie. There's no way it was up for 10 days and nobody liked it. Not even my partner, which gave me another thought. My partner, I'll just call her Charlie here, was in the other room at the time. I went and asked her to pull up my profile on her phone, and my suspicion was confirmed. She didn't see the photos at all. I showed her from my phone and she agreed that it was creepy, but that I shouldn't get worked up. I figured I'd change my info, but leave those 2 pictures up as evidence or something. I had the feeling now that it wasn't going to stop. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, another picture of me was posted. Different, unfamiliar outfit. This time outside. It looked like the fence in my backyard behind me, but I couldn't tell for certain. Same icy eyes and frozen smile. Every 4 days or so after that, there was another one. They looked crystal clear at this point, unlike the grainy texture in the first few. I contacted the site support and was told that they couldn't see what I was talking about from their end. It was starting to get to me. I was checking for new posts every 5 minutes. I felt paranoid. And that brings us to today. I got home from work and saw a new post was up. The location was pretty clear this time, right across the street from my job, and my face was a little different in this one. Compared to the others, I looked kind of excited in this picture. I had enough. I took one last look at the pictures and deleted my account. As soon as I hit the confirm button, I received a video call from my number. Against my better judgment, I answered it, and there she was, me, creepy smile and all. She was wearing unfamiliar clothes as always, and her movements didn't mirror my own. She wasn't moving much, but I could see the little shifts of the camera and adjustments of the face that showed this wasn't just a still frame. After a moment spent, frozen in fear, I noticed what was behind her. The same headboard I was resting against, but on the other side of the bed. My head turned to look automatically, but she wasn't there. I looked back to the phone. She was excited. Not just excited, actually. She was thrilled. I must have really been frozen because at that moment Charlie walked in and apparently didn't notice I was in a state. She walked over to her bedside table to grab her chapstick or something, and out of the corner of the screen I saw her. It was Charlie, in this fake me's camera, grabbing her chapstick. The imposter's mouth began to move like she was about to say something, but I hit the end call button before she did. I burst into tears, alerting Charlie to my condition. She consoled me, moving us away from the bed and into the living room as I informed her of what happened between sobs. It's now about an hour later. My phone won't stop ringing. I am typing this through tears. I don't know what to do. If someone really is messing with me, congratulations. I'm absolutely terrified. Sorry if this isn't formatted well or doesn't make sense. I'm shaking and I just need to get this out. I guess I am just hoping someone out there has had something like this happen. Or someone with more of an understanding on deep fakes and cybersecurity can provide some sort of reasonable explanation. Please, somebody has to know how to make it stop. So, I've been home alone for the past few days. Grandparents are out of town, dog with a sitter because of my long hours. This is usually fine, but lately something has been different. Yesterday when I got home from work, the back door was unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it when I left, but it's a sliding glass door, so I brushed it off as me not flipping the latch far enough. I forgot about it and went on with my night. Smoked a bowl or two, made some dinner. At this point it was dark, probably close to 2 a.m. The only lights were the ones I had turned on, which aren't many, as I was in the process of shutting down everything for the night. I was brushing my teeth for the night when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, a shadow. It moved across the periphery so fast I almost didn't see it. I brushed it off as my hair moving in the breeze of the AC or something. I have anxiety, so it's not unusual for me to get freaked out over nothing like that. Assuming it was just that, I kept getting ready for bed. But then I saw it again. I ran down the hallway in front of my door, gliding like a black shadow rather than a person. A trick of the eyes, it must be. But the door to my grandma's office creaked open. My heart froze, anxiety going full force, adrenaline coursing through me. I mustered all my courage and went to check out the office. I slowly pushed open the door, shining my phone's flashlight around until I was comfortably sure the room was empty. I don't know why I didn't just turn on the light and go in, but it was as if something was telling me not to. So I simply closed the door and left, trying to tell myself it was all just my imagination, that I had left that door open a tad earlier. I would go to the bathroom one last time, go to bed, and everything would be normal in the morning. At night before bed, I like to pee in the dark. It's a weird habit I've developed over the years to try to help make sleep come easier. My bedroom is right next door with a lamp on. It's bright enough to see by from the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, the light flickered. Instinctively, I turned to look. I wish I hadn't. There was nothing in the hallway, but when I turned back, something was different. My blood felt like ice in my veins as I tried frantically to both find the difference and stay calm enough to sleep. And that's when I noticed my reflection in the mirror. It was staring at me. No, not just at me. Into me. I was sure my face must be frozen in horror, but the reflection didn't look scared at all. It looked like it was smirking. It looked like me, but something was off. My hair was too tangled, eyes too dark and sunken, her cheeks too gaunt and bones poking through the skin in a way I was sure mine hadn't in years. I didn't know what to do. I bolted to my bedroom and pulled the covers over my head like it would protect me from it. Like it could protect me from it. I'm sitting here typing this now. It's set to auto-upload tomorrow. I don't know if I did the right thing. Something in me is telling me I shouldn't have stopped looking at her. That I should have left the bathroom light on. That I should have never looked in that mirror after dark. I see the shadows more clearly now. I don't know how I could have ever confused them for humans. They're waiting on me to come out, on me to turn the light off and fall asleep. It's her fault, I know it is. I'm praying that this was just my anxiety, and if it's not, that she's still stuck in that mirror. I grew up in a rich suburb of Massachusetts in the late 50s. My father had a job as a lawyer, and he brought in a lot of money for the family, which me and my mom mostly spent on getting our nails and hair done, and going to fancy parties hosted at what is now known as the country club. We were living luxurious, and I couldn't have been happier. Growing up rich as a little girl meant I had all the toys I wanted. All the beautiful hats and dresses that my peers longed for, I had. My mother and father never really got along, and he often complained about how my mother was spending the money he was bringing in. He brought up the fact that, as the woman of the house, my mother should have been using the money he brought to clean and make him dinners. My mother never let up, and eventually when I was 14, my father hit his breaking point and kicked us out of the house. Going through the divorce, we lost all of our money and we were forced to move out of the rich town I had grown up in. My mother bought a house and moved us to a small beach town in Maine called Brock. The moment we stepped into the town, the entire atmosphere changed and my body was overcome by melancholy. The town was painted shades of gray and rain poured from the sky. A sense of gloom and sadness hung over the town, and even the kids my age were dull and acted as though the life had been completely drained out of them. My mother worked as a journalist for the local paper, and she was always busy trying to keep us afloat. I spent the whole summer on my own, on my old rusted bike that my mother bought for dirt cheap from some local store. I had no friends, and the only way I could enjoy my time, even a little bit, was to go to the library every day. I would always choose the same chair, the red armchair in the back right corner that smelled of must and mildew. I'd sit in that chair and draw every day from open to close, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Next to my chair there was a little door with caution tape all over it. Curiosity ate away at my brain like maggots, but I never opened the door. I never opened the door until August 4th, 1962. My mother and I had had a horrible fight the night before, which ended in me saying that I hated her and I hoped she'd die so I could live with my dad again. I never knew I'd regret saying that my entire life. The next morning I biked to the library as usual, and this time I decided I was going to open that door. The library was never busy, so it was almost too easy. When I pried the door open, I was greeted by a staircase and a low light glimmering at the end. I should have turned back there. I should have gone home and apologized to my mother, but I was a kid. Curiosity overcame me. I walked down the staircase and into the light. I was met with a room made entirely of cobblestone. It reeked of death, and the sadness I felt in that room was the strangest feeling of my life, and it still is to this day. It was like I couldn't even breathe. In the middle of the room was a huge golden chest, one that looked like it had been used by pirates sometime in history. Surrounding the chest were 4 statues, one of a crocodile, a wolf, and a bear. They were made of gold, pure gold. The 4th statue was bigger than all the rest, and as soon as I looked at it, I felt strangely pulled towards it, like I couldn't escape the hold it had on me. It was of a symbol I knew all too well, the Grim Reaper. At the base of the statue held a small brass key. The key was used to unlock the chest, as I had suspected. Inside the chest was a note, and on top of the note laid a circular necklace with 4 symbols on it. One of a crocodile, of a wolf, and of a bear, and of a hatchet. The crocodile, lion, and bear all had the word completed written on top of them, but the hatchet glowed gold and read uncompleted. I picked up the note from the bottom of the chest and read it. Even all these years later, I still remember exactly what it said. No one can complete the 4th level. No one can. We tried, we tried, we tried, we tried, we tried. I laughed a little to myself in disbelief. This had to be some elaborate prank on me. I pressed down on the hatchet symbol. As soon as I pressed it, I knew this was not a prank. The room shook and glowed golden, and a huge figure rose up from inside the chest. I closed my eyes tight. I remember the feeling of fear that overtook me. I remember feeling each breath as it came and went. my heart thudding in my chest, the feeling of sadness I had felt before only growing bigger. Then it all went still. When I opened my eyes, I was at an empty beach, golden sands under my feet, and the most beautiful water you've ever seen. Everything was so calm, I felt at peace. Ahead of me stood a tall man in all black, a mask covering his entire face and a crooked top hat on top of his head. He took his mask down, revealing only his eyes. They were yellow and beady, and they never blinked. I locked eyes with him, and a booming voice sounded in my head. The final level. You must kill someone you love and carry out 5 deaths for me. You will serve as my henchman, delivering death for me. When you are finished, you'll live here with me in eternal peace. With me in eternal peace. He held out a shimmering golden sword. Speak. I shook my head no, unable to speak, too scared to move. And I turned to run. It's too late. Your mother is already dead. You've already disrupted my sleep. If you ever wish to change your mind, you know where to find me. That was the last of his voice I heard in my head. The world around me morphed back into the room it once was. The cobblestone room full of coldness and sadness. I ran up the staircase. I frantically told the librarian to lock up the door once again. I told her to lock it good enough that no one will be able to re-enter. She had a puzzled expression on her face. She looked at me like I was crazy. What door? She asked me. I turned to look one more time and the door was gone, but I could still feel it. I could still feel him. I started back for the exit. Come again soon. The librarian said in a distorted voice, deep and scratchy. I ran like I've never ran before all the way home. When I got inside, my mother was nowhere to be found. She was gone. There was no signs she ever even lived there at all. 60 years later, I'm writing this because I have finally made my decision. I never left the small town of Brock. I didn't stay by choice. I tried to leave many times, but I just can't. I'm tethered to this place. He keeps me here. I've never been happy since that day in August. I always feel the same feeling of melancholy I did when I was in that cobblestone room. I felt it my whole life since that day. I had a husband. I got pregnant with him and had a stillbirth. We tried for children many other times and they all ended the same way. Miscarriage. After the 4th child, my husband took himself out. I tried to follow him, but I can't. I tried to take myself out on multiple occasions, but they never worked. He wants me alive. I've made my decision. I know there is no hope of a happy life for me. As soon as I publish this, I'm going to go. I'm going to go back to the library. I'm going to live eternal peace. Because as he said, I know where to find him. Hi, my name is Sasha, and I just moved here with my boyfriend Jason. We're both new to the city, and we just moved into our new apartment near the end of Church Street. We were excited to start our new life here, and love the area. The eating is great, and everyone seems to be friendly, though after about 2 weeks now, we've been having problems with our water. The first thing that happened was our water started to turn black, and I swear, thicker. I don't know if it's because the water heater is old or the pipes are rusted and slimy, but it started to really bother me. I researched common issues why this would happen, and turns out magnesium is found in water and when mixed with oxygen turns black. Jason says I'm overthinking it, but I just can't help myself. He only drinks from a store-bought gallon jug of water. He won't even touch the filtered tap. He says the water is fine and doesn't see anything wrong with it. I have to visit my coworker's place down the hall to shower. I feel icky using the water here, and I'm too embarrassed to tell Jason. He'd make fun of me for sure if he knew how much this was affecting me. I've been having nightmares about it. I'm sure it's because of all the stress about moving, plus all of what is happening. In my dreams, there's this murky black liquid trying to overwhelm me. It almost feels like drowning, but not really. It's hard to describe. It feels more like a struggle. It wants to dominate me. As it fills my lungs, it lets me breathe. But once I catch my breath, it takes it away until I willingly let go. It won't stop until it is my choice to give in. I fight it and wake up in a pool of sweat. I've tried to tell Jason about my dreams, but he just laughs it off and tells me I'm overthinking things again, that I'm just stressed out because of the move. I want to believe him. I really do, but there's something about the water here that feels off, like it's poisoned or cursed. Just typing that feels like I'm losing it. I went down to visit my neighbor, Mrs. Janice, 3 doors down, and she was telling me how her son had the same problem with his water a few years back. She even showed me some pictures of what it looked like. I had her send me a copy of the photo so I could show Jason. Maybe if he saw it with his own eyes, he would believe me. When I got back to our apartment, Jason was in the kitchen cooking dinner and I showed him the picture. He just brushed it off and said that the water looked fine to him, and to stop acting foolish. I couldn't believe he was being so dismissive. I started getting really mad and started yelling at him. I accused him of not believing me and not caring about my feelings. He just stood there and took it until I stopped and then calmly asked me what was going on. I told him I didn't know, but that I just couldn't shake this feeling that something was wrong. He finally agreed to call maintenance and have them come to take a look at our water. Maybe there was something wrong with it after all. The maintenance man came by the next day and checked things out, but said everything looked fine to him. He did say that we might want to get our water tested just in case though. Jason assured him we would do that and thanked him for his time. I asked Jason if he would please take me to get a water test done. I told him about the nightmares and how stressed out I've been feeling. He finally realized how serious this was for me and promised. We went to the store and got a test kit and everything came back normal. Jason was so relieved and kept telling me I was overthinking things. I wanted to believe him. I really did, but I just couldn't shake this feeling that something was wrong. A few days later, I woke up early morning and found the water so dark pooling in my bathroom sink that the light above didn't even reflect off the surface of the water. I was so startled that when I went to grab my phone to take a picture, I dropped my phone in the water. I quickly flashed it out and was able to take the picture. I'm sorry for the quality, I just dropped it in what I think is liquid. I had the light on, I swear. It looks like water has gotten into my lens. After work, I showed Jason the same picture I just showed you. He said that the sink is empty. I'm so tired I can't think straight. I haven't been sleeping because of my dreams. What's happening to me? Is the water really not there? Or am I just going crazy? Jason and I got into another fight and he is staying at his friend's place for a couple of days. Edit. It has been a couple of days and I feel like I'm losing my mind. I've been calling out sick at work and Jason still hasn't come home and I'm alone. I've been sitting in the bathroom staring at the sink for hours now, just waiting for something to happen. I'm so thirsty. I haven't drunk anything, really, since this all started. Maybe if I drink some water it will help me feel better. Maybe the water is normal after all. Maybe I'm just overthinking things like Jason keeps telling me. Maybe he will come home after I just get over whatever this is, and we can go back to how things were. I'm going to drink some of the water now. I hope it will help me feel better. I took another picture before drinking from the glass. It is black. Light won't even pass through it when I hold it up to the ceiling light in the kitchen. I'm sorry again about the dark photo. Not really much to see other than it. I feel so dizzy. I don't know what's happening to me. The water tasted so strange. I think I'm going to vomit. I'm going to take sleeping meds after my stomach settles. Thank you to everyone who has helped me. I don't know what to do next. I just need to get some rest. I'm so exhausted. I hope I can forget about all this and get some rest. Edit. I keep seeing the water in my dreams. I woke up sweaty again. I'm going to take a shower. I need to get over this. Edit. The water was so cold and dark. It feels like I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't feel it. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Edit. I'm so thirsty. I feel like I'm going to die. I need water. Edit. I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. I'm going to drink some more water. Edit. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I see the water everywhere I go. It's surrounding me. I think I'm going to let it. I'm so tired. I just want to be done. It was when I was a lot younger, when I was 5 to 7 years old. I was staying on my grandpa's property that was roughly 80 acres in Queensland, Australia. It was early in the morning in winter, I'm guessing, around 5 to 6 a.m. I got up to go to the bathroom, which you had to walk out onto the patio and into a separate room not accessible from the house to use. I went and did my business and washed my hands, and I walked out to return to bed. I looked around at the fog and surveyed my surroundings. As I looked around, I looked towards a red couch we had on the patio. Behind it, I saw a humanoid thing. It had grayish pale skin, around shoulder-length, dark, greasy-looking hair, and it also had yellow/orange eyes. It opened its lips and smiled, showing sharp, needle-like teeth. It looked like it had dark, dried blood down its chin and chest. It was skinny. I could see its ribs and hip bones. It didn't seem to have genitalia. I was terrified, and this made its smile widen. I was sleeping in a cabin not attached to the house with my little brother and my father. I knew I had to go back in the cabin, but I was afraid to take my eyes off it. So I walked backwards down the ramp off the patio until I was far enough away I felt safe enough to turn and run. I opened the door and slammed it shut. I jumped into bed with my dad and went back to sleep. After everyone woke up in the morning, I told my grandmother, who said, "It wouldn't want to hurt you. No one would want to hurt a little girl." I didn't pay attention at the time, but the way she called that thing an it leaves me wondering. And then I told my dad. He got mad. He said, "Why didn't you tell me? I could have gotten up and asked why she was on my father's property." I called it a lady. Another thing that was going on was my grandma had been going on walks and seeing a large black dog. In the end, I didn't see it again and we went home. As I got older, I got internet access and fell in love with horror movies and stories about cryptids. That's when I found the story of the Native American skinwalker. It matched the description. So I brought it up to my father. "We are part native," to which he replied with, "Don't be stupid. That was just a weird lady and you imagined the orange eyes." But I heavily believe that's what I saw that morning. It followed me out of the woods. I keep it trapped in my crawl space. It looked like Bill. It talked like Bill. It's not Bill. The sinking feeling of being watched came over me on a routine hike, but I ignored it. It happens sometimes. It's best to keep a steady pace. When the feeling of being watched curdled into the feeling of being followed, I calmly turned back. A feeling is just a feeling until it cries out loud. Hey! A wail emanated from the surrounding trees. My heart jumped, but I ignored the urge to sprint. When I cleared the tree line, the wail turned into a painful moan. I turned around. Beyond the ash branches, I could just make out a figure shambling down the trail. "Are you okay?" I yelled out. "Yeah." It patted its chest. "Bill." It limped into the clearing and fell on all fours. It let out another painful moan as its body contorted into a disjointed crawl. I squared off reflexively and shuffled backward. When it broke into a gallop, I bolted for my truck. The sound of hooves closed in behind me. I felt its breath on my neck just before it knocked me off my feet. I groped at the ground as its fingers closed around my throat. My fingers closed around a rock and I swung for my life. The full weight of its body slumped down on me. I heaved it to the side. By all marks, Bill looked human. It wore a flannel shirt and jeans. It brandished a full beard. Worse yet, it was a Bill I recognized. Its eyes snapped open and it lunged again, but I brought the rock down harder this time. I heard his skull crack like wet celery. It looked like Bill. It talked like Bill. It bled like Bill. I grabbed some rope from the bed of the pickup. It didn't like being hog-tied. It bit and scratched the whole time. It all happened so fast, I don't even remember how I got in the trunk. When I drug it into the house, I knew it wasn't a good idea, but nothing seemed like a good idea. I stuffed it down the crawl space hatch and tied it to a floor post until I could figure out what to do with it. That was over a year ago. It wailed and moaned for days, then the screams turned to sobs and finally silence. After about a week, it started talking. Its voice sounded grainy, like an old tube television tuned to static, or an answering machine. Right before it started talking, you could hear an audible click and another click when it finished. Click. Friends looking for Bill. Click. Bill vanished summer 2017. The TV spots still run, but everyone's given up the ghost. Click. Janice still waits for Bill. Click. Its tactics, its patterns of speech improved with every new attempt. Click. Please, we're so stiff. Just one limb. Click. Its voice came across as an elderly man, off-putting but hideously persuasive. I climbed down through the trap and actually started loosening the rope around its feet. If I hadn't noticed the drool running down its chin, it would have had me for sure. It looked like Bill. It sounded like Bill. It's not Bill. My brain feels hijacked. I wish I could have ignored it, but its voice drew me in. I sealed the crawl space hatch just to keep myself in check. Click. I want you. Click. I'd grown accustomed to its clicking. Click. I need you. Click. It's been weeks since the last I heard it. Click. I love you. Click. Last night I bolted upright from a dead sleep. A click followed by another click a moment later. Then a click came every few seconds. They sounded muffled. I traced it to a corner of the living room. I grabbed a torch and a broom and unfastened the hatch. The clicks came faster and faster. I climbed down and pointed the torch at the post where I kept Bill tied. The rope sagged around his empty clothes and shoes. I shined the flashlight toward the source of the clicking. In the corner was a man-sized web sack. The webbing covered almost its whole body. It covered everything except for its shoes. Click, 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 click. My shoes. The shoes I wore when I came down the step ladder. It was wearing a pair of my identical shoes. Click, 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 click. As it started to sink in, the clicking stopped. Click. The web sack stirred. Something undulated from within the cocoon. I stood frozen in place. I heard a tearing sound as a hand burst through the shell. It was wearing my nail polish. I scrambled through the hatch in a dead heat and dropped the door hard behind me. It pounded and begged as I secured the screws. I sighed with bittersweet relief as the screaming turned to sobs. Please, you don't have to do this. Please don't do to me what you did to Bill. It's soul-wrenching. No one should hear the sound of their own voice begging for mercy. I was working at the police station when I checked the local newspaper. The headline immediately caught my attention. Patients went missing from the hospital. The article mentioned that a few patients who were close to dying went missing, and nobody knows what happened to them. The first case was recorded 2 months ago, and the most recent one happened yesterday. The nurses can't find them, and all of them were dying, so they couldn't escape the hospital. My wife also worked there, so I called her. "Yeah, we have no idea what happened to them," she said. "We've checked every corner of the buildings." I got home around 7 p.m. My wife was already home. She usually got home a few hours before me. As I was looking for lunch, she came upstairs from the basement. "What were you doing down there?" I asked. "I put some old broken chairs there," she responded. "I'll probably renovate the whole basement soon." "Why?" I raised my eyebrows. Since we moved there, we hadn't used the basement. It was strange. There was nothing interesting down there, just a few spiders. "Why not? I have nothing better to do." I finally agreed. The following day, I went to work again. We've got a call from the hospital to go there and investigate the missing persons because their families want answers to what happened to them. I drove there with Mark, another police officer. Dr. Martin, one of the doctors, told us every information about the missing patients. He even showed us where we could find their beds. It was in the same room my wife worked in. She was home at the time. She didn't work on Fridays. It seems like all of the patients were really close to the hospital's back door. Mark said to Dr. Martin and me, "What if they escaped there?" "Impossible." Dr. Martin shook his head. "All of them were on their final days. They couldn't walk, and we hadn't found any strange footprints leading out the back door. There is also the whole parking lot. Somebody would have seen them if they escaped there." "What if someone smuggled them out?" I theorized. It seems like all the missing patients were close to the back door. Something could drag them to the parking lot and drop them in the car. "But who?" Dr. Martin asked. It was a fair question. Who could have done that, and why? "I have no idea," I responded. My wife also works here and hadn't noticed anything strange. "We will speak to the staff here next week," Mark said. "Make sure that everyone will be here." After that, we went back to the police station to write some reports, then spoke about it to our boss. I arrived home at the usual time but didn't find my wife. I heard strange noises from the basement and wanted to go down there. But then she came upstairs. "Hi," she greeted me. "So, are you working on that basement?" I asked. She looked strange. I thought I saw a small amount of blood on her face. "Do you need any help?" "No, I can do it alone." "Are you sure? I can help. I'll be home the whole weekend anyway." "Thanks, but I'll handle it." "What are you doing down there? We don't need that basement that much." "Stop asking me so many questions." She shouted at me, frustrated. I was surprised. "Sorry, I'm tired. Look, just don't go down there, please," she said in a calmer tone, then went to sleep. The following day quickly went by. She was in the basement almost all the time, and I was reading some books. She then told me she was going to the market to buy some food. After she left the house, I came out of my room and went to the basement door. It was strange as I still heard some noises coming from below. I was curious. I opened the door and looked down the stairs. I only saw darkness, so I used my phone to illuminate the narrow halls. I slowly walked down the stairs. The noises were getting louder. After about 20 steps, I arrived there. I immediately regretted it. There were some steel cages inside, and in every cage, there was something I can't even name. Old, rotten bodies. Some of them looked like the missing persons from the hospital. I froze as I couldn't know what to do. And the worst wasn't the fact that the bodies were there. They were moving. Their eyes were white. One of them grabbed the cell's door with his rotten hand. I finally ran back to the stairs, trying to get out of there as soon as possible. At the top of the stairs, there was my wife standing with angry eyes. "I told you not to go there," she said slowly. "What the hell are you doing down there?" I shouted at her. "What are those things? These are the patients that went missing." "I'm going to be the greatest scientist ever known," she responded. Her voice was confident. I felt like I didn't know her. "I stopped death itself. I saved those patients from death." I had no idea what to do, so I just tried to run out of there, pushing her aside, but as I was trying to push her, she bit my finger. I screamed because of the pain, but tried to run out anyway. I looked down at my hand, and one of my fingers was missing. I ran up to the bathroom, then locked the door behind me. "Don't hide from me," she shouted from outside. "You should be proud of me. I'll save humanity." As she was shouting, I found some bandages to stop the bleeding from my finger. She kicked the door multiple times, then stabbed it with a kitchen knife. My only chance was to escape out the window. I opened it, then crawled outside. The only problem was that the bathroom was on the floor. I had to jump. The pain in my legs was horrible as I fell to the ground. I immediately called Mark to get to my house in his car. He then took me to the hospital to patch me up. The following day, I told them and the police what happened. "Yeah, we figured there was something wrong," Mark said. "Your house burned down last night, just after I brought you to the hospital. The firefighters found the bodies you were talking about, but your wife is missing. We have no idea where she is." "Good night, Dean," Sam shouted to me as he exited the back door of the kitchen. I was going to protest that I hadn't checked over his work, but then thought better of it. It was nearly midnight, and I just wanted to finish my deposit for the restaurant and get out. Friday nights are usually a late-night affair for me, but not this late. "Finally!" I exclaimed aloud before slamming the cash deposit in the safe and locking it. Almost done, then time to... I had just realized I never called my girlfriend to let her know when I would be home. I quickly exited the office, locking it behind me. As I made my way down the hall past the employee bathrooms, I whipped out my phone. 3 missed calls and 6 text messages, all pretty much saying the same thing. "Hey, where are you? How long are you going to be?" etc. I quickly sent my girlfriend Katie a text saying I was just about to leave. As I made a left past the bathrooms into the prep area, everything smelled sanitized and cleaned, which was good for me. Last thing I wanted was to find a heap of crap and get stuck here even longer. Just past the prep area was the kitchen, which I would have checked if it weren't for the sound of loud knocking coming from the front. "Come on, don't be another problem. I'm almost out of here," I thought to myself as I beelined it past the kitchen, through the swinging doors that led out to the dining room. It was peacefully quiet in the restaurant now with everyone gone, but with all the lights off, it was a little creepy. I was nearing the front doors, which were just your typical glass doors you would see at any restaurant, when I froze. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at, thinking maybe the darkness was playing tricks on my eyes, but no. Right outside the door was a man in a business suit, clean shaven. Handsome even, if it weren't for his bloodshot wide eyes and massive toothy grin. He was suddenly illuminated by the outside light right above his head, which didn't help ease his unnerving presence. I don't know why, but I could not move. I stood there like a tool just staring this guy down, beads of sweat forming on my forehead when he slowly started raising his arm. To my horror, my arm opposite of his began to raise slowly too. The eerie man did a slow wave, and I did the same, unable to stop myself. All the while, his unblinking, bloodshot gaze transfixed on me. He mimed walking backwards, and I found myself walking towards the door. My body now had a mind of its own, and I couldn't even scream or even move my eyes off him. I was right in front of this terrifying man. Only the glass doors between us. He tilted his head slightly to the left and mine tilted to the right. Simon says, "Open the door." Simon spoke, his voice so soothing, so calm, and to my disbelief I found myself opening the door for him. I pushed the door bar, hearing the click of the lock being disengaged. I was now frozen, holding open this door as he strode past me, then grabbing my shoulders, spinning me around to face him. I wanted to run, scream, hide, anything. It was as if I was a puppet on a string. Simon the puppeteer, my nose was almost touching his. I felt a chilling presence exuding off him as my phone began to vibrate. For the first time, Simon's gaze shifted from my eyes onto my pant pocket where my phone was. His horrible, unblinking green eyes snapped back to mine, reaching into my pocket, pulling out the phone, holding it facing towards me between us. He swiped and answered the call. "Hey honey, is everything alright?" It was my girlfriend on the phone. "You said you would be home soon. Did something happen?" Simon again tilted his head back and forth, with mine mimicking again, still opposite. Simon says, "Stop breathing." I flared with anger as I could hear Katie on the line choking, her phone falling to the floor. I tried with everything I had to fight off whatever possession had hold of me, but could only manage to get out a single tear. Simon turned his smile into a frown as my blank expression turned into the sickly smile he just wore. Simon says, "Breathe," he said in a mockingly sad tone, and I could hear Katie finally gasping, breathing in air. Simon says, "Laugh as hard as you can." His facial expression was again a wide, painful smile. Mine now a permanent frown, and Katie laughed like I never heard her laugh before. Simon dropped the phone as he began to grow taller, or was I growing shorter? To my surprise, both were true. As Simon grew, I shrunk. He was now leaning over to see me. Simon says, "Run free." I could feel myself having control of my body once more. I tried to run, but realized I was the size of a rodent. Simon quickly pinched my shirt and lifted me higher and higher. All the while, Katie's laughter continued. I was lifted right above his head as his jaw began to open. I could peer all the way down into his stomach and saw too many people to count, all attempting to climb out, clinging to his insides, trying to find footing and freedom. I cried and screamed as I felt no longer suspended by Simon's hand and fell into his mouth, blacking out. I snapped awake, screaming in the office chair. "Dean, are you okay?" It was Sam. He had just walked into the office, probably to make sure I was all right. "Can't really blame you for taking a nap. It was an exhausting day." I tried to compose myself, but felt my hands still shaking. Must have been one heck of a kitchen nightmare, I bet. Anyways, I'm all done if you can check over my stuff. See you tomorrow. Sam walked out of the office, whistling a tune and exiting through the back door. I tried to tell myself it was all a dream, quickly getting up and locking the office door behind me. I checked my phone walking down the hall. 3 missed calls and 6 text messages, all from Katie. I put my phone back away and looked to my left towards the kitchen. I figured everything was fine, and was still too freaked out to even go near the front of the restaurant. I turned to my right, opening the back exit door, when I heard it. A knocking on the front door. It was pouring that day. I'll never forget that. The rain pounded against the windshield of my 2-decade-old car as we turned down the thing that was supposed to be a road. On the best of days, it was more like 2 dirt ruts in a tunnel through the thick foliage. But right now, it was functionally 2 parallel lines of mud broken by wet green weeds thrashing in the wind. Really, we should have called off the camping trip and scheduled for a clearer day. However, we both had the silent worry that if we didn't go today, we would never get the chance again. My best friend since 6th grade was a short, brunette girl named Jamie. All throughout high school, people had constantly, and annoyingly, assumed we were dating. I mean, I don't blame them. She is admittedly very pretty, and we were entirely inseparable, spending all our free time together and probably too much class time as well. However, fortunately for our friendship, and unfortunately for women everywhere, I'm not really into women. Naturally, being that I am from a tiny town in Nowheresville, I couldn't exactly tell people that. People here tend to have a very outdated view of the terrifying concept of a man dating a man. For example, when I came out to a friend of mine, he genuinely told me, "But you don't look gay." As if every gay guy needs to dress effeminately and have a high voice in order to be allowed to like any human being with a dick. I nearly punched him in the face for that. Back on topic. The road was rugged, but I was sure my Jeep couldn't handle it, even if it was older than me. We eventually reached the clearing I was looking for. I was always more of an outdoor person than Jamie, but she and I had gone camping more than once, so she wasn't new to the concept. Neither of us really wanted to leave the car and set up camp in the soaking rain, but the looming process of college and the separation it promised caused us to be unreasonably determined to make this work. And with leaving on the horizon, this could be my last chance to look this place over. With fire in our hearts and rain jacket hoods over our heads, we set out to force a good time. "I don't know about this, Paul," Jamie nearly shouted over the roar of the rain. "It's cold, we're both wet, and there is no way we're finding dry firewood out here. Instead, we could go back to my place and play Mario Kart." Apparently, I was the only one who was unreasonably determined. Not to mention her plea did make sense. Why be miserable and wet instead of warm and dry while still hanging out? I guess my love of camping blinded me a bit. "Alright, we'll head back," I said with probably a bit too much force. "But first, can we look around a little bit, just to sate my curiosity?" She acquiesced, knowing what it meant to me, and we again started towards the woods. We stayed within arm's reach of one another while we were searching, both probably a little nervous about the environment and lack of visibility. I don't really know what I expected to find. I just couldn't accept that he was gone for good without even a trace. He meant so much to me, I refused to believe he left. I could feel the tears sting my eyes as I thought about it, so I gripped the iron bracelet he made in shop class and forced the thoughts out of my head. Jamie and I stumbled on. About 30 yards away from the car, we walked through a set of birch trees that really weren't remarkable but pulled my attention nonetheless. After we walked through, it stopped raining suddenly as if someone had flipped a switch. "Hey, the rain let up. Maybe we'll be able to camp after all," Jamie said cheerfully, but I didn't respond. At the time, I thought it was just because the rain cleared up, but suddenly the woods looked unbelievably beautiful. I was entirely taken in by everything. It genuinely felt like I was in a fairy tale. Trees were spaced so that there was an ample walking room, but still dense enough for it to feel tight. Some trees were in tight circles, while most followed the sporadic placement that comes standard with nature. The air smelled sweet like honey and flowers, and the ground was oddly clear of underbrush. I honestly felt drugged by the beauty. I thought I could hear Jamie saying something, but I was too enthralled to pay attention. I wandered and wandered in a state not too dissimilar to how it felt that time I smoked a joint with Jamie at the party at Andrew Thomas's place. My senses seemed somewhat dulled, and I was so beyond happy just to be where I was. It was then that I heard a muffled, "You shouldn't be here," from a person I didn't see, and felt a hand grip my wrist. This snapped me out of my daze, and I spun around to see my would-be attacker reel back, clutching one hand with the other. I couldn't manage to see their face, almost like it was blurred, and the person quickly ran off. I suddenly realized to my horror that I had no idea where I was. And worse, I had no idea where Jamie was either, and I felt as if I was being watched from every direction. I broke out in a full sprint with no direction in mind. I just knew I had to get away. During my mad dash, I stumbled upon a hat. His hat. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I knew it wasn't good. I was too confused and terrified to think logically. I had no idea where I was. I lost my best friend. Someone or something was after me. I knew I was being observed. And worst of all, I just found my missing boyfriend's favorite hat in the woods he disappeared in all that time ago. So I did all I could manage. I leaned against a tree and attempted to not have a mental breakdown. By some miracle, the first thing to find me was Jamie. I hadn't realized she was there until she jumped up and hugged me with every muscle in her 5'1" body. I could feel her warm tears against my cheek before she let go of me and smacked me across the face. "How could you leave me alone in these creepy woods that you forced me to go into? This is terrible. What the hell is wrong with you? I always feel like I'm being watched, and you just wandered off without even saying anything while ignoring everything I said to you." She cried, near hysteria. "Now get up. We need to leave. This place isn't right, and I'm not sure how we leave." I was still too dazed to give a proper apology or explanation, but I mumbled out a quick, "Sorry," as she grabbed my hand and pulled me up into a walk. We walked for a good while, thoroughly lost, constantly looking over our shoulders, often seeing things out of the corner of our eyes, but nothing that lasted until we turned around. Eventually something pulled my attention. The twin birch trees. They had the same odd attraction as before, and instinctively I knew this was the way out. I pulled on the small hand that hadn't let go of mine. She looked at the trees and then at me. We wordlessly knew what we had to do. Before we could make good on our escape plan, we heard a snap behind us. Standing there was the largest buck I have ever seen, with a rider whose face I couldn't make out. We bolted, and it after us, clearly much faster. We weaved between trees side by side while we heard the thundering hooves rapidly closing on us. Right before it reached us, we dove through the white bark trees and immediately felt rain on our heads. I turned to figure out what happened to our pursuer and why we weren't impaled on a set of giant antlers, but nothing was there. All that stood was the two great sentinels that took more attention than they deserved by appearance alone against the night sky. I remember wondering how it was night already. It only felt like a couple of hours, but somehow more than a couple hours, but when I checked the time, somehow more than 12 hours passed while we were in there. We quickly got into the car and drove to Jamie's house. On the ride, I apologized profusely for abandoning Jamie, and explaining both the drugged-out feeling I got, as well as the hat with its implications. She was very understanding about the whole thing, and when we got to her house, we immediately fell asleep. Her on her bed and me on the floor. I just got home and I'm typing this out just as a warning, I guess. If you're walking in the woods and the rain stops, turn around and go home. Zuku Valley was more beautiful than the pictures you can find online. It was a great trek, but we were now pretty exhausted after walking back 4 hours. It was almost sunset when we reached the base, and were finally relieved to see our car. No more walking. We had to just drive out from the forest and go back to our hotel in Kohima City. Our guide seemed a bit pissed off since we spent a bit too much time at the top. Then we couldn't keep up the pace coming down, and as a result it was almost dark. We were warned that we needed to be out of the forest before it got dark, but we had barely made it to our car now, and it was still a 30-40 minute drive, winding down from the hilly forest to reach the main road. In some places the roads were so bad that you couldn't go faster than 15 kilometers per hour. As we sat in the car, our guide, who was about 50 years old, said something to our friend Naro in their native language. Naro was the one driving, and the guide sat next to him while Jason, Rajat, and I sat behind. We four were friends through work. Kohima was Naro's hometown that we had come to spend a long weekend primarily for this trek. It seemed the guide was asking Naro to tell us something, but Naro was reluctant to do so. I was too tired to be interested in it, but Jason was the curious one. When he insisted, finally Naro told us about the local myth that the guide wanted us to know. He explained that according to locals, whenever a car passes through these roads at night, something latches on to the car from behind. Almost everyone who has driven here at night felt something holding on to the car from behind. Apparently there is no one alive who has seen it. Anyone who has dared to look back has met with a tragic car accident. For us, it was just another local myth that we didn't care about. Jason tried to make a joke about it, which agitated the guide. He turned around and said to us in broken English, "This is not funny. You look back, we're going to die." The sun was gone now, and it was clear that we were not making it out of the forest before dark. The guide took out his handkerchief and tied it around the back view mirror to cover it. He told something to Naro, who then closed the side view mirror as well. While Jason was the curious one, and Rajat was a hyper-rational one, myth was fine, but acting on them was something that Rajat would not accept. "What are you guys doing? Seriously?" Rajat asked the front seaters. Naro didn't want to argue. We would reach the main road in 10 to 15 minutes. Just play along. We knew Rajat wouldn't play along. Guys, we are educated folks. We cannot follow these false beliefs blindly like idiots. It is true. Every villager has felt. Many have died in accidents. The guide scoffed. Rajat continued to mock Naro. "So Naro, blocking your rear view and side view mirrors reduces chances of an accident or increases it?" Jason, too, interrupted, asking Rajat to just chill and let it go, but Rajat continued his debate with the guide and Naro, explaining how if everyone died, who told them that they turned around and saw that thing? I wondered how could these guys even bother to debate about this being so tired after the trek. I soon phased out from the debate. That's when I felt it. I don't know if it was the change in moonlight that entered the car or whether I saw a shadow from the corner of my eye, but I knew there was something behind. Guys, don't look behind, but I think there is someone hanging on to our car from back there. Everyone freaked out. Jason felt it too. Shit. Let's get out of this place. How far is the main road? Rajat still wanted to play rational. It must just be some villager taking a free ride to the main road. We were so slow, anyone could have hopped and grabbed onto. We were driving a Jeep, the one which has a separate tire behind. It had bars on the back that anyone actually could grab onto. Meanwhile, the guide just kept saying, "Don't look at it." I realized this freaked out Naro. He did look at the rearview mirror with all the commotion happening behind. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they were covered. Just 5 minutes and we'll be out of here. Naro tried to calm us down. Rajet was quiet for a while. I sensed that he wanted to challenge the myth. All he had to do was look behind and he could be proven right about what he had been debating us since the last 10 minutes. He was 99% sure that nothing would happen. It would either be a local villager, or maybe a monkey, or simply nothing but our fears manifested. But he too had the 1% fear of the unknown. Me and Jason sat with our heads down, making sure we didn't even catch a glimpse of it by mistake. Rajet tried to be a bit brave and sat up straight, staring towards the guide, who had his eyes closed, muttering something in native language. Probably praying. Naro tried to focus on driving us out of here as quickly as possible. I realized how the fear has made Naro drive faster and recklessly. Could this be the reason for the accidents? Naro asked us to be calm. We're almost there. Just 2 to 3 more minutes and we will reach the main road. I hope whatever it is will leave us alone when we reach there. You could almost see the lights on the main road. There was also the last chance for Rajet to prove the myth as false. I saw him tap his leg nervously, thinking over it. I knew it was tempting for him, but I didn't expect Rajet to actually turn around. Suddenly we heard multiple knocks on the back mirror, and I saw Rajet had turned to look back. I still don't know if it was a reflex to the knock or Rajet trying to prove his point. In fact, I don't know what happened first, the knock or Rajet turning around. The knock made everyone almost jump on their seats. Our heart hammered in our chest. I could only scream, "Rajet, no!" This made the guide look behind and he had a look of instant regret as he turned. All this panic made Naro hit the pedal to accelerate, a bit too fast for that particular turn. We soon felt that our car was tilting towards the right, sliding down. The next second we were upside down, banging our heads against the car roof and each other. Bodies flying and a lot of screaming was the last thing I remembered. I woke up later in the hospital to learn that I was the only survivor from the crash. I wondered whom to blame. Naro for panicking, the guide for scaring us, Rajet for looking back, or that thing that was holding on to our car. The only ones who probably saw that thing were Rajet and the guide. Then why did Jason and Naro die? Did they see it too when the car somersaulted? On our crash site, they also found an unidentified body. I've been married to my beautiful wife for 5 years now, and it's been an absolute delight. She is the sweetest and most prettiest lady you could ever speak to, but lately, something's been off about her. She's been quieter. She hasn't been speaking to me for a few days, and it was quite sudden. She's been quite aggressive, too. Every time I spoke to her, she would turn around and give me this glare. This glare, it was as if the devil has possessed her, like she'd burn me, like she wants to burn me. I was worried. Every night while I was sleeping, she'd start whispering. She would whisper profanities, curses, threats. I'd eventually move to the couch where it was more peaceful. A week ago, I decided to clean my basement. Worst decision ever. Most people would love a clean basement, to make it look as if you'd want to live there. Me? After this week, I'd want it to look unwelcoming, as a warning. Well, my wife was... I don't even know what she was doing. She was staring at a painting in our bedroom, blankly for 5 hours. I decided to do something productive. As it was my day off work, I decided to do the worst thing ever. Clean my basement. When I entered the basement, it smelled of a rotting corpse. Add a bit of vinegar, and a bit of moldy sour cream. A smell I thought I'd never smelled before. I almost threw up right on the steps. I closed the door to get some Febreze. I emptied the whole can. Once I finally got the courage to enter the basement again, it smelt better. Slightly, but just enough to bear. I got to work. After about 2 hours, I found a photo album. My wife's. The latest photo in there was from about a year ago. Our vacation to South Africa. The oldest was from the day she was born. 19th of September, 1985. As I scrolled through the album, I noticed something off about her face. I'd know since I've been with her for 15 years, including the dating and engagement period. Her jawline was sleek and smooth. On the 5th page in the album, her jaw was slanted to the left, a bit crooked, and her chin was longer. She had braces, which she'd never had before, and her ears were smaller. On the next page, she looked exactly the same as she did when I met her. I was confused. Was it just a glow-up? But the next photo was taken 3 days after the one before. I went upstairs to ask her about the album. When she looked at me and saw the album, she charged at me. I ran back downstairs, into the basement where I locked myself. She was slamming the door for a few minutes, before she phased out again and began mumbling again. I decided to brush it off, as this has been happening for the past few days. I continue to scroll through the album. Her face in some pages are just weirder. I gather the courage to come back outside. I bring 2 pictures of her with me. I hold one up to her face, the normal one. She looks different. I thought maybe it was just the time gap. I go back down and grab a newer one. I compare it to her face. It's still different. I hold the abnormal one up to her face. It resembles her. I was confused. Did I forget which one was which? Was I just seeing things? I brush it off and go back to cleaning the basement. After about 2 hours, I was basically done. I just had to empty out a small shelf with scraps on it. The shelf was emitting a sour smell. It seemed to be the source of it, for that matter. I moved the shelf away from the wall and felt something brush me. I looked up and saw a deceased hand trooping from the side of the shelf. I screamed loudly. I was mortified. I reluctantly pulled the shelf away, revealing the rest of the body. When I look up, I see my own wife. I shriek. I quickly move the shelf back to its original position. I stand there shocked. After 5 minutes, or what felt like 5 hours, I hear someone creeping down the stairs. So, you found it. I look up. There she stands. My wife. Would you like to join her? She said coldly. She charges at me at an inhumane amount of speed. I manage to dodge, and I sprint out of the room to the front yard. I lock the door behind me. I could hear her slamming on the door. I luckily had my phone in my pocket and dialed the police. She ran out the backyard and escaped. Just a day after that, they found her eating the body of an innocent civilian. She got arrested and got charged with first-degree murder, cannibalism, and grand theft auto. She escaped in somebody else's car. I still don't know how she killed my wife, when she did, or why she did. I've technically been living under my wife's body for 2 weeks. Before she died, I remember her telling me she had a twin. Maybe her twin killed her. Or maybe it's something more sinister. I just do hope that she rots in prison.